Good morning, everyone. It's 9:30 and time to resume the inquiry. I'm going to begin by saying a few words about yesterday. The Planning Inspectorate expect all staff to be treated with courtesy and respect, and we will not tolerate rude or abusive behaviour. All staff are entitled to carry out their duties without fear of abuse or harassment. Yesterday, I was subjected to unacceptable behaviour. Addressing me in a disrespectful and sexist manner is unacceptable behaviour. Being made fun of is unacceptable behaviour. Making your comments personal about me and suggesting, even in jest, that I might die is unacceptable behaviour. It is intimidation and is particularly harmful given planning inspectors are lone workers, and even more so when they are female. Aside from the personal distress such behaviour causes, it also disrupts the smooth running of the inquiry and prevents me from focusing on the arguments of any party making their case. Yesterday I had to adjourn because of the unacceptable behaviour in this inquiry. If this behaviour continues, under Rule 16 of the Town and Country Planning Appeals Inquiries Procedure Rules, as the inspector, I may require any person appearing or present at an inquiry who, in my opinion, is behaving in a disruptive manner to leave and refuse to permit that person to return, or permit them to return only on such conditions as I may specify. Any such person may submit to me any evidence or other matter in writing before the close of the inquiry. I hope that that's clear to everyone and that we can move forward with the inquiry in a more positive manner today. Are there any comments before we move on? I'll move on to other matters then. As promised, I have a ruling on the revised access plan, which I shall now read out. I've considered the submissions from the appellant, the council, the Rule 6 and interested parties as to whether accepting the revised plan would deprive those who should have been consulted on the changes the opportunity of such a consultation, in short, the Wheatcroft principles. The appellant consulted the main parties and all persons on the council's consultation list on the revised plan some 3 weeks ago. No one disputes this. And furthermore, evidence from various witnesses in the inquiry has subsequently been submitted based on the revised plan. Responses from local residents in response to this consultation have also been submitted to the inquiry. Validity was raised insofar as it was submitted that insufficient information was provided with the amended plan, and concern raised about the deliverability of the works and whether they would be within the red line plan of the appeal site. I make the following ruling on this matter. I'm satisfied that, on the evidence I have heard, all persons who should have been consulted on the amended access plan have been given the opportunity to do so. The appeal will therefore be determined on the basis of amended access plan 5330/021 revision P. Even if the application was invalid, this would not of itself invalidate the proceedings or require redress, particularly given I am satisfied that no one has been put at a disadvantage as a result. Deliverability of the proposals and any assessment of the impacts of the revised plan now falls to be considered in evidence during the inquiry, and it is not determinative to the acceptance of the revised access plan. I'll ensure that a copy is sent round for everybody's note.
Thank you, madam. That's appreciated.
Are there any other matters to deal with before we get on with evidence today?
And just for the inquiry room to mention that Mr. Rainbow, we're going to ask you, Mum, if he can give evidence virtually. The reason is that he has tested positive for COVID, and so we would request that opportunity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, do you know if Mr. Rainbow is ready then to begin cross-examination over Teams?
Mr. Rainbow, can you hear me? Mum, can I ask if Mr. Rainbow's is big enough for you on the screen?
No, I think that's fine. Is that good for you, Mr. Tabernac? Good. Okay, when you're ready.
Thank you, madam. Good morning, Mr. Rainbow. Can you hear me? I'm just wondering if we've got a delay on the line. Just... If we do, all right. Well, normally I wouldn't need to start wishing a witness well, but I hope you are well enough to continue. You look and sound all right so far, so obviously if that changes during the next hour and a half or thereabouts, let me know and we'll take a break if you need one, all right? Now, as I understood your evidence yesterday, you have visited the site on 2 occasions, once in January 2022 during the application and once in July this year for the purposes of your proof. Is that correct? Yeah, you didn't go back over this weekend, did you? No. So for the purposes of your, what I called yesterday, your 3rd proof, the one we got yesterday morning, you did not revisit the site and look at the area to the east of the access, which is the subject of that evidence, did you?
I did not, although I am not undertaking the arboricultural assessment to inform this application.
Aren't you giving evidence on arboricultural matters to this inquiry?
Indeed, yes.
Yeah, all right. Did you speak to Mr. Hyatt on Monday once you'd received his rebuttal from Friday or Saturday, whenever you got it?
I've not spoken to Mr. Hyatt. I'm afraid the deadlines have been so tight and quite unsociable, hour working, unfortunately.
Yeah. Had you done so, you'd have discovered that he did a specific site visit during the course of last week in order to inform what he wrote and submitted on Friday. But you didn't take the opportunity of trying to contact him to ask that question, did you?
I did not. However, site visits should be made explicit within arboricultural reports.
Yeah. What the inspector can note is that the assumption which permeates the document that you put in, that no site visit was carried out by Mr. Hyatt, it is in fact inaccurate. Do you accept that?
Well, partially, but also part of the land is private land, and unless Mr. Hyatt got permission from the landowner, you would not be able to properly assess those trees in that assessment.
Well, let's leave Mr. Hyatt to deal with the basis on which he put forward his measurements. The simple question for you, which I asked a moment ago, was that your assumption that he had not carried out a site visit for the purpose of that work is not accurate, is it?
On land is not owned by the tree owner, I believe. Well, you've told me now that a site visit was undertaken, however, it was not written in the report. But we still have concern over the trees not being thoroughly assessed from all angles. Obviously, we know things such as fungal brackets and decay can be completely unobvious from one side of the tree and then very clear on the other.
Yeah, if you just stick with the question, I think we'll get on a little better and a little quicker, if I may say. Now, one of the points that you made in your 2nd proof, as I called it yesterday, which was the one that was attached to Mr. New's evidence, was that you wanted to see an assessment per BS 5837 in relation to whether the road widening would cause 20% or more of the unsurfaced area of the root protection areas to become surfaced. Do you remember saying that in your 2nd proof?
I'd have to check the exact wording. Bear with me, please. Thank you.
It was only a few days ago. I would have thought you can remember, can't you, that was the point that you were making and what you were asking for.
So I'm just checking that now. Thank you.
2.6, you quote the relevant bit. 2.6 of your proof.
Is this the first proof or the second proof we are talking
The
about?
second
now?
proof, Mr.
Second
Rainbow. Come on,
proof.
we
Thank
do
you.
need to be precise if we're going to use our time sensibly.
I'm just checking if I've said unsurfaced areas or not, because obviously there's quite a few issues here with trees and whether they can be reasonably retained or not as part of the scheme. So, I mean, that's just the word I'm looking for, if you bear with me.
2.6, about 10 lines down, you quote section 7.4.2.3, new permanent hard surfacing should not exceed 20% of any existing unsurfaced ground within the RPA. Yep, so that was what you called for.
Okay.
Yeah. You didn't say anything about cumulative matters in your second proof, did you?
No, but I mean, it's quite clear in the British standards, as I read out yesterday, that these matters should be considered as a whole.
And when Mr. Hyatt produced his response, he provided exactly what you asked for, which is an assessment of whether the 20% of unsurfaced area was infringed, and you've seen his evidence to the effect that it wasn't. That's, as a matter of fact, that is what his rebuttal proof said, isn't it?
It is, but there are issues with the lack of information to do with categorization of the trees.
Well, that's a separate point, which I'm going to come to. It's got nothing to do with the 20% point, Mr. Rainbow. Let's stick with the 20% point. If you've got Mr. Hyatt's rebuttal proof, Appendix 1 of that is the output of the work that he produced. Do you see that?
Bear with me, I just have to reload the document. I'm looking at Appendix 1, RPA coverage plan.
Yeah, and you can see that for the bigger of the trees, T3, which is actually still quite a modest tree, T5 and T6, their root protection areas to the north already extensively extend, theoretically at least, under the existing carriageway, don't they?
Theoretically, but potentially not in practice, or partially in practice, potentially, yeah.
Yeah, quite, because trees are dynamic creatures, aren't they? And they learn to adapt to their surroundings as best they can, correct?
No, I wouldn't say that. I mean, yes, they are from a young tree, but as they get older and more mature, like these specimens, it actually becomes harder to adapt, especially for species such as oak, which I believe one of these is.
Yeah, the B2102 wasn't put in yesterday, was it? It's been there for years and years and years. These trees have grown up with the B2102 where it currently is. Do you accept that?
As I understand it, yeah.
Yeah, good. In the current situation, and that situation which has prevailed for now a very considerable while, water that the trees might wish to ingest, nutrients that the trees will wish to ingest, they will find those south of the carriageway and by and large south of their trunks, won't they?
They may actually be having some roots going under the already surfaced area to the other side of the road. It's not uncommon. We've seen a lot of subsidence studies where oak trees particularly will have roots travelling right under roads, and potentially up to 30 metres.
Of course, they may have some roots in that direction, but predominantly their root structure will be heading south because that's where the nutrients and the water are easily secured from. And frankly, Mr. Rainbow, any arboriculturalist knows that. And that's the correct position.
I would say it's not just a case of north or south. There is quite a lot of land there, such as bank and sort of soft earth beyond the sort of the north half where the stem is, which is near the road. And I've raised concern over that, especially as roots may be bunching up and there may be high concentrations where the road is preventing them from travelling or growing.
All right.
Thank you.
Well, that's as far as I can take that with you. I'll let Mr. Hyatt give the full arboricultural assessment of that. So having received this document and Appendix 1 from Mr. Hyatt, your riposte in your third document, prepared without a site visit or a conversation with Mr. Hyatt, was to raise for the first time questions about alleged cumulative impact, which you said hadn't been assessed or considered. For example, your 2.6. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, that is. I mean, Mr. Hyatt refers to percentages that are just within the newly affected land. It isn't taking the holistic view of the tree's health and long-term retention. Thank you.
The relevant British standard, as you well know, paragraph 5.3.2 of it says that you only look at cumulative matters if there is evidence that a tree has been previously subjected to damage by construction activity. That's what the standard says, isn't it? Or are you not aware of that?
I'm just reading it for myself now.
It's CDG1, if anyone wants to look it up. I'm going to try and do this without references, otherwise we will not make progress. But para 5.3.2 says exactly what I just said, doesn't it?
It's the cumulative effects of incursions into the RPA, e.g. from excavation, utility apparatus, are damaging and should be avoided where there is evidence that a tree has been previously subject to damage by construction activity. This should be taken into account when considering the acceptability of further activity within the RPA. Indeed, yeah.
Yeah, good. I'm glad we agree on that. And since you didn't do a site visit, you've not been able to assess whether there has been earlier such damage to these trees caused by previous construction activity, have you? You've made no assessment of that?
As I've said, this isn't. I don't supply information to inform the application. No, that would not be my job to undertake unless I was doing it for the council on our land. Yeah.
Yeah, all right. Well, we note that about the quality of the evidence that you put into this inquiry. Mr. Hyatt, in due course, will give his own assessment that he considered those matters and that there's that section of the British Standard doesn't apply because there's no evidence of such damage from construction activity. All right? So we'll leave that.
I'd just like to interject, if I may, before we move on. Obviously, these trees next to a road, roads are regularly resurfaced, dug up, new pipes are installed, phone lines, you name it, maybe even drainage pipes, things like that. There's probably a good certainty that these trees have had previous disturbance from construction activity because they are, bordering highways land. They're bordering a road.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't be unreasonable to consider that.
Is there any actual evidence behind those speculations you've just laid out? Or is it just what I've said, mere speculations?
Well, an RPA has no sort of exact evidence. I mean, in order to do that, you'd have to do some sort of in-depth surveys of the ground or air spade them to actually see where the roots are, which in itself could harm the trees. So it is quite difficult in these circumstances.
Yeah, you're speculating, aren't you?
I'm saying there's a likelihood.
Similar speculations, Mr. Rainbow, relate to what you said to the inspector last night about maybe there are veteran trees in the vicinity of T356 and so on. You didn't raise that point because you've conducted a site visit and think that particular trees in that vicinity might be veteran trees, did you?
I haven't got access to that private land, so I wouldn't be able to undertake that assessment fully to do that.
No, nor have you looked from the carriageway or the highway land to see if there are veteran trees within 1 million miles of this particular area, have you?
No.
No. For your information, Mr. Hyatt has. It's an ordinary exercise that a competent arboriculturalist carries out when he's doing this sort of work and providing this sort of evidence. He looks to see if there are potential veteran trees in the area, and he satisfied himself that there weren't. Are you prepared to accept that?
I would like to see a borocultural assessment done from the land where the trees are growing in order to see if trees are veterans or if they have decay or other issues that should be considered in an application.
All right. Well,
Thank-
so you
thank you.
won't accept that. So Mr. Hyatt will deal with it in his evidence. So he'll respond to those speculations then. Now, you've got another point which you raised a moment ago and in your third proof about classification of the trees, T3, T5 and T6. You yourself have not gone and carried out a classification of any of T3, 5 or 6, have you?
No, that would not be my role in the in the schemes or the council's role in this. No.
No. Indeed, are you competent to carry out such a classification, or is that something that the council's tree officer would do, or indeed consultants like Mr. Hyatt?
I've done quite a few training exercises in this area, but no, I don't do that in my current role because I'm
You don't.
looking at other reports that do it.
No, all right. Well, thank you for clarifying that. Now, as for your criticisms of what Mr. Hyatt has said, he has explained in his rebuttal proof, albeit briefly, that he's considered issues of size. T3 is a pretty small tree, isn't it?
I'd say small would be maybe 2 meters high. I don't believe small in this instance is the right word to describe it, especially if you're standing right next to it.
And T5 and T6 have both had works carried out to their tops, no doubt by the landowner. Were you aware
I'd
of
have
that?
to take your word for that.
Yeah,
I'd have to take your word for that.
you will. And is it T5 as structural defects? Yeah, T5 structural defects as well, says Mr. Hyatt. Again, you're going to have to take my word for that because you haven't gone and looked.
Well, I've raised the issue of having to undertake a survey from the land to be able to see the tree as a whole. So I do sort of take that with a pinch of salt, I'm afraid. Thank you.
Yeah, all right. Well, others will judge whether that's being that's an unduly recalcitrant, difficult stance to take. But anyway, we'll leave it for now, and Mr. Hyatt will deal with this in due course during his evidence. Right, put away your third statement. Let's go back to ancient woodland issues. Hopefully we don't need to turn it up because it's all imprinted on our memories. But paragraph 180C of the framework tells us that development resulting in the loss or deterioration of irreplaceable habitats such as ancient woodland, ancient or veteran trees should be refused. Yep, you're aware of that.
Certainly, yes, and it's in my proof, yes.
And there's a proviso unless there are wholly exceptional reasons and a suitable compensation strategy, which is the appellant doesn't suggest applies here. So we can forget that for the purpose of this inquiry. The issue is there loss or deterioration of irreplaceable habitat? Can we agree that?
Yes.
Yeah.
And prejudice of ancient woodland, which, as I explained, is a very similar matter under our local policy, EN 13.
Yeah. But the framework is obviously years after your local policies, isn't it?
2021, indeed,
Yeah.
yes.
If there's any conflict, the framework would take precedence. Correct?
Yes, that's correct, yeah.
And the framework doesn't use a word capable of interpretation like prejudice, whatever that might mean. The words that the framework uses are quite deliberate: loss or deterioration. And that is what our focus should be. Do you agree?
Certainly. Yeah.
Now, Natural England, it's within their remit to advise on matters concerning ancient woodland, isn't it?
Natural England and the Forestry Commission, from which the studying advice is jointly issued from, yes.
Was that a yes to my question?
Yes. They only provide responses in exceptional circumstances or under the pre-app advice service, which I believe this application undertook, if I'm correct.
And their views on matters within their remit, such as we've, I think, just agreed, ancient woodland, are to be accorded substantial weight, aren't they? You wouldn't.
As are the forestry commissions. Yeah.
I haven't asked you yet about the Forestry Commission. I don't know why you keep telling us about that. I'm just asking about Natural England. Can you stick with the question, please?
Yes.
Natural England's views on matters within their remit, such as ancient woodlands, are to be accorded substantial weight. Do you agree?
I do. Yes.
And here, as you're aware, their consultation letters have come from a pretty senior officer within Natural England, the lead advisor in the Kent-Sussex area. That's right, isn't it?
He's since left, actually, but he's one. I believe it's one of the Natural England officers. Yes.
Yeah, and you would not expect, would you, Natural England to support, as they have here, an application where they considered that there would be loss or deterioration to ancient woodland. Do you agree?
I must say, during my career, this is the most unusual response that I've ever had with relation to irreplaceable habitat.
It therefore follows that you would not expect Natural England to support a case where they considered that there was loss or deterioration. If we just get back to the question I asked you.
Yeah, sure. I mean, there are some close tied issues here, which I'd like to just quickly mention. I mean, Natural England were providing a consultation response to do with the SANGs. That is, they have a function to do that, and we do see a lot of consultation responses for SANGs in Wealden as we are getting more of them. We don't see consultation responses from Natural England for ancient woodlands. Certainly in my career so far, I haven't seen one. I believe these comments are tied around the SANGs.
Honestly, Mr. Rainbow, we're going to get nowhere if you won't answer my questions directly. I didn't ask you anything about SANGs and the rest of it. But I'm going to take you up. I'm going to take you up on that point now, and then we'll come back to what I did ask you. Natural England was in no doubt whatsoever that the path that they debated with us and advised on and asked us to introduce was a path through ancient woodland. That's right, isn't it?
It certainly is a path through ancient woodland, or will be, yeah.
Come on, Mr. Rainbow. What I asked you was Natural England was very well aware that the path would be a path through ancient woodland, weren't they?
They're aware it is ancient woodland, yes, and it is a path through it, yeah.
We don't need to turn them up because the inspector can look at them at her leisure, but both of the Natural England formal consultation responses make copious reference to the fact that this was ancient woodland and how they wanted the path to be through the ancient woodland and coupled with management of another parcel of ancient woodland. That's replete in both their consultation responses. Ancient woodland mentioned time after time. Do you accept that?
With me. I just need to refresh myself before agreeing or disagreeing with that. Thank you.
Do you have a core document reference for the Natural England, just
Yes,
while we're waiting?
I do. We could look at it also under Mr. Rose's proof. That's probably easier because he's collated them all. So Rose Appendix E. And where's the first one? So Rose Appendix G.
Is it in this folder? Ah, E, did you say?
G.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Ah, it's not in this folder. Where can I find it? Is it on a core document?
It's also, is it B12?
Yeah, that would make sense. Yeah.
Yeah, and on the first page, this is their first consultation response, Mr. Rainbow.
I'm here, yes, with the doc, yeah.
Yeah, following information is required. Details on how impacts to ancient woodland can be prevented, including the use of boardwalks and consideration of woodland management within the SANG management plan. So you're wrong to allege that they were only looking at Sang issues. They knew perfectly well that the Sang issue and the path through the ancient woodland were related, because without the path, you couldn't have the strategic Sang, and therefore they needed to grapple with whether they were happy with the path through the ancient woodland. Yeah?
I do agree they are talking about the ancient woodland and the Sang as well, yes.
Yeah. And if you look on the second page, you see this even more clearly under the heading Proposed Sang, about 3/4 of the way down. A pinch point along the walking route was identified as a constraint on the design. This has now been rectified by the addition of a footpath through the ancient woodland.
Through the, I mean, it does definitely say addition of a footpath through the ancient woodland, which I can't see how that relates to our responsibilities under 180C if it's going through the ancient woodland. Yeah, it is there. Yeah,
it certainly is there, and it's not as if Natural England would forget a point like this. But if you want to go to their final comments, Appendix E of Mr. Rose or CD B26. Again, it's absolutely clear, because they use the word ancient woodland in the middle of the last paragraph, that they knew perfectly well that this path they'd asked for was proposed to go through the ancient woodland, didn't they?
Sorry, Appendix E, did you say?
Yes.
Perfect. There we go.
Just scan down that.
I'm just reading that. Yes. Sorry, what was your question again, please?
Just scan it, please.
I'm just going to read it. There's a lot. I can see there's a lot of concern raised in the first few paragraphs. And the management of the. Okay, so yes, what was the question, please?
The question is, it's clear from this they knew perfectly well when they wrote this final letter saying, subject to these matters, we're entirely content with this application, that the path was going to go through the ancient woodland.
Yeah, I mean, this is all correspondence from one officer who's left Natural England now, and I have mentioned my concern of how this has departed from anything I've seen before and consultation responses from departing from policy.
I mean,
so yes.
Sorry, I shouldn't have interrupted you, Mr. Rainbow.
I'm finished, thank you.
Even if you disagree, as you appear to, with Natural England now in relation to matters of the path and buffer zones and so on, the fact is, Natural England, with their eyes open, have supported and not objected to this scheme, including with the path through what they perfectly appreciated was ancient woodland. That's correct, isn't it?
As I've mentioned, this is from one officer. There's no sort of co-sign off, which is something that we do here at the council, these kind of documents. And that officer has left Natural England. I'm very aware of Natural England's view to ancient woodland with regard to their standing advice that's jointly issued with the Forestry Commission. And I am, as I've mentioned, quite sort of concerned by this response, which I've raised with them. Yeah.
And let's assume that the inspector thinks, in fact, that this is a response that stands for Natural England's response. You would not expect, going back to the question I tried to ask you 10 minutes ago, you would not expect Natural England to support a case where it thought that there would be loss or deterioration to the ancient woodland, would you?
No, and it's not in their standing advice either. Yeah.
And can I ask you this, given the concerns you just floated over the last 60 seconds, did the council go back to Natural England following Mr. Scott Hegarty's 23rd of March email and say, well, Mr. Scott Hegarty, there's only one of you, and we're concerned that your email from your Natural England email address, following on from your November letter on Natural England headed notepaper, may not represent the views of Natural England. Can you just clarify by getting another officer to give her or his view, please? Did the council do that?
They would be prepared. We did have a meeting. They'd be prepared to talk about slangs, but they were not prepared to talk further about ancient woodland. And shortly after that, the officer left Natural England, as I've stated.
Can you answer the question now? Did the council write to Natural England and seek further views, as I've just indicated?
No, we did have a video call. No right. No letter. No.
In relation to deterioration matters, there's no definition of that word in the framework, is there?
They talk about irreplaceable habitats, and they give a list of what those are generally in the glossary at the end. But no, it's not specifically broken down, such as dictionary would.
Yeah. Such as a dictionary would. The dictionary that I looked at, the OED, says that deterioration is the fact or process of becoming worse.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And so if that's right, the question for the inspector would be, will the quality of this ancient woodland reduce as a result of this scheme? Do you accept that that's a fair way of understanding the concept of deterioration?
I'm not sure where the word quality came from. I would call it ancient woodland habitat or irreplaceable habitat. Yeah. But the principle, apart from that word, yes.
Yeah. Will it become worse? And we can agree this, I hope. There's a difference between deterioration and an impact, isn't there?
The standing advice lists indirect and direct impacts that can cause degradation. Yeah.
Yeah. But
or deterioration. I'm sorry, deterioration. Yes.
My question was, there's a difference between an impact and deterioration.
Yes, one's causing the other, yeah, in this instance.
One may cause the other, but it doesn't necessarily. Just because you have an impact doesn't mean you have deterioration. Do you see what I mean?
Well, in my professional views, in this instance, there will be deterioration and loss of ancient woodlands.
Yeah, I
I've
didn't
made
ask
that
you
clear.
that. I didn't ask you that, Mr. Rainbow. Please stick to the questions. Do you agree that an impact doesn't necessarily cause deterioration? And therefore the focus is not, is there an impact per se? It's, is there an impact which causes deterioration? Do you agree?
There could be, yes, but it's a very vague question. I'm comfortable answering vague questions, I'm afraid.
In fact, this vague question, as you say, have you got the standing advice, CDG3?
Yep. Yes, I'm ready.
The third page of that, under the heading Making Decisions, when making planning decisions, you should consider conserving and enhancing biodiversity, and then avoiding and reducing the level of impact of the proposed development on ancient woodland and ancient and veteran trees. So you need to consider avoiding or reducing.
It says and reducing.
Avoiding and reducing, yeah. But if you've avoided, there's no question of reducing. So you can obviously consider whether a reduction of impact is sufficient, because the big question is not, is there an impact? The big question is, see the next paragraph, you should refuse planning permission if development will result in the loss or deterioration, which is what the framework says. So again, you can see here
Indeed.
that the standing guidance is drawing a very important distinction between an impact and an impact that causes deterioration, isn't it?
Bear with me. Yes.
Yeah. And if you go on to page 5 of this document, where it lists the direct and indirect effects that need to be considered as part of the actual judgment as to whether there's loss or deterioration, each of the categories of direct or indirect effect is introduced in a way that reflects exactly the point I've just been exploring with you. So on page 5, direct effects of development can cause the loss or deterioration, etc., etc. Indirect effects can also cause the loss or deterioration. So again, the standing advice draws that distinction very clearly between impact and deterioration or loss, and it's the latter that needs to be found for there to be a breach of 180C. Accepted?
But certainly, yes, and there are a number of concerns I have with quite a few of these points, which I've drawn out in my proof.
Right. Let's try and talk about some of those matters. Your proof articulates 7.6 onwards a whole series of concerns about the detention basin. Do you remember that?
Bear with me. Sorry to keep you. Yes, I've got the page up.
Yeah. Now, just as a matter of record, these concerns about the detention basin were not made by you in your consultation response during the application, were they?
No, on reflection, there were a few small areas, I suppose, when you're looking at the scheme as a whole, which weren't identified. I can be frank, you know.
Yeah,
initially, yes.
Okay, interesting answer. A few small areas, and just
when
to be
looking
clear,
at the site as a whole, sorry, I mean, you know, small parts of the site. Yeah.
Your two consultation responses that were part of the application consideration. We've got CDB 16. Yeah, just confirm that, please.
I'm looking at, is this the date dated 30th of November 2021?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I've got that one up, yeah.
Yeah, so you can confirm no mention of any points about the Suds Basin in that, correct?
No, I mean, I must point out the drainage scheme is, excuse the pun, it's been very fluid, you know, and yeah. It's been subject to change, yeah.
Not in relation to the detention basin as far as your evidence is concerned.
We're talking about my initial consultation, 30th of November here.
Mr. Rainbow, this is going to go on for forever at this rate. You didn't say anything about anything drainage related in your initial consultation response, did you?
Bear with me. No, I did not. No.
And you didn't say anything about it in your comments that you made in May, which you've exhibited to your proof.
Sorry, I did mention. I'm sorry. I have to correct myself. I'm made a mistake there. In the last paragraph, I did mention drainage there. Yeah, and I referred to site drainage infiltration testing. Yeah.
That's not a point about the detention basin reflecting noise and light, is it?
It isn't, no.
No. I'm sure you knew that that's what I was asking you about, Mr. Rainbow, because we started with the points in your proof that you say are of concern to you. Those points have not been mentioned by you in any earlier document until your proof, have they?
To do with the reflection of noise and light, no. I mean, obviously, my initial consultation is a lot shorter, and we have to keep them quite short and punchy with the sheer volume that we get through in the planning department. So I did expand a lot, yeah, and that is new wording, yeah.
New wording. I mean, it's a complete afterthought. A year and a half after your initial consultation response, that would be the honest position, wouldn't it?
Certainly, on reflection of looking all the information over a greater space of time, these things did come up, and there was maybe another one or two other matters that were also drawn out like that too. Yes, yeah.
All right. Maybe speak to the planning department about allowing you to do longer consultation responses in future, but that's a matter for outside this inquiry. Now let's look at your proof, please, about this topic, 7.6, you've got a reference at the end of that to, it means the body of water, you call it. Do you
Yes.
see? And then in the next paragraph, you talk about a suds pond, and then you call it a water body. And then you say you see nothing within the submission that reviews the effect of light and sound from that body of water.
Okay.
And then you call it, on the next page, you call it a water basin. Do you see?
Saying, is this 7.7 still?
Yeah, towards the end of 7.7, you got water basin. Do you see that?
Bear with me. I'm sorry, I'm just struggling with the eyes right now.
Struggling with the eyes.
Just reading the text. You have to apologise. I have to apologise.
Oh, I see. Do you need a break or something?
No, it's fine. Whereabouts is it, please?
It's about 3/4 of the way down.
I think it's
the-
2 lines up from the bottom of
Yeah.
7.7.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Yes.
Just
yeah,
go
lovely.
easy in case he's not feeling very well, Mr. Tapachi.
Thank you. I'm on the same page now. Thank you.
You okay to continue there?
Yep, that's fine. Yep.
Yeah. Now, probably the easiest way to deal with this point about the water body as you thought it was is to look at Miss Hensler's rebuttal proof. So have you got
Is
a
the
copy of that?
drainage?
Yes.
Yeah, I have seen this before. Have you got a reference number, please?
Well, it's her rebuttal proof. I don't think it's a core document.
Okay. Well, bear with me. I will have a copy. Sorry, I'm just finding it more difficult to. I haven't printed off that copy.
That's fine. We'll take it a bit more slowly, given your condition, Mr. Rainbow.
No, it's okay. It was just the huge wall of text in that paragraph that I'd written. So it's my own undoing, I'm afraid. Can't find that document. Is it on the document library?
I don't know.
Bear with me. Sorry to keep you. I'm just going to check with technician.
Mum, I don't think it is on the document library. What I could do is copying Mr. Spatchnik and email it to Mr. Rainbow, because obviously if you're in the room, we simply hand it to him.
Perfect. I'll check my emails in the meantime. It will be there somewhere.
And I'm
But
just
Happy with
I'm
that?
just asking for permission to do that.
I mean,
Well, while you're waiting for that to come through, let me just show you something else in your proof, please. It's the next paragraph, 7.8.
sorry. Yes, 7.8. Yeah.
Yeah. So you say, as seen on your site visits, the existing ancient woodlands and associated streams are largely devoid of non-native invasive species. It was noted, however, that just to the north of the western arm of ancient woodland, so you're talking there about W1.
Oh, certainly. I recall this. Yes, and the drainage engineer. Sorry, after you. Yeah.
Yeah. So you're talking about where the outfall pipe was proposed to be going, which is north of W1.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm with
Okay.
you.
So just to the north of the western arm of ancient woodland, close to the proposed location of Suds water outflow, Himalayan balsam was present, a non-native and invasive waterborne plant species. And then you say there's, in your judgment, a real and likely possibility the concentration of water outflow at this location would act as a vector, spreading the seeds of this species into the ancient woodland stream downstream. This would lead to outcompletion of ancient woodland plants and degradation, right? Do you remember writing that in this proof?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
That's another new one that we didn't see in your consultation responses of 2021 or 2022, isn't it?
Yes, certainly. I mean, I've got quite an eye for plants, and I spotted the Himalayan balsam near the stream on the second site visit. Yeah.
Yeah. And are you still pursuing this point as a concern you raise?
The Himalayan balsam, I mean, it can actually spread upstream. I mean, it is known it's incredibly good at spreading seed, and the seeds do explode. So, it can actually spread uphill, which seems crazy, but there you go. But in this instance, yeah, I'm satisfied that the stream is flowing the other direction. So that sort of waterborne vector would not be there. Mm-hmm.
I see. So you would accept that this point falls away?
Certainly to do with the Himalayan balsam, yeah.
Yeah, we can put a line through it.
Yeah, certainly.
Yeah. And it's a point that you only made because you misunderstood which direction the stream flowed.
That's correct, yes.
Good. Thank you for being frank on that. Now, have you got Miss Hensler's proof?
Bear with me. I have not.
While we wait for that to arrive,
Sorry.
let me see if I can just test the waters, so to speak, with another water-related point. Miss Hensler's main proof of evidence, so not the rebuttal one, which is in train to you. Her main proof, as I'm sure you've seen, have you?
Yes.
Set out a detailed explanation as to why she concluded that the appeal scheme would have negligible impact on the hydrological regime of the ancient woodland. I don't want to go through specifics.
I'm just being cautious because I haven't read that report for a very long time now, so I wouldn't want to agree with specific quotes without having reread it again. I'm afraid. Sorry.
All right.
But
well,
yeah, I'm happy to go along with what you.
Just take it from me for now that that's a summary of her conclusion, because I've just read those words out from her document. Right. Mm-hmm. Negligible impact on the hydrological regime of the ancient woodland. The question for you, Mr. Rainbow, because you raised these sorts of points about impacts on water table and so on, are you now satisfied, having read that proof from a few weeks ago, that those issues have been satisfactorily addressed by Miss Hensler and we don't need to spend more time on them at the inquiry?
Certainly. I mean, I do get the points about obviously the water. It's a yes, but I'm afraid. I do get the points about the water level not being constantly at the top and reflecting, but I mean that sludge pond is going to be dug to that specification of depth for a reason.
No, we
so
are at cross
will
purposes.
Reflect some.
We're at cross purposes.
Sorry.
I've left the suds basin until you get the Hensler rebuttal.
Okay, I have that now. I'm sorry, that has come through now. Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's just stick with this other point though.
Certainly.
I'm asking you more generally. As you know, the standing advice talks about possible impacts from changes to water table and so on.
Mm-hmm.
You haven't put forward any evidence positively asserting that the water table would be changed for the ancient woodland, have you?
No, I have not, no.
No. Nor has anybody else on behalf of the council positively led evidence to that effect, correct?
I believe not, no.
Miss Hensler's first proof, the one served 4 weeks ago, set out, as you will have read, a detailed explanation leading up to the conclusion I put to you a moment ago, negligible impact on the hydrological regime of the ancient woodland. And is the position that the council accepts it has no reason to disagree with that conclusion?
I've not raised any issues with the hydrological impacts of the scheme. I mean, I'm here to speak with regards to ecology. I can't say is it the position of the council. I'd be uncomfortable answering that because I mean there are other specialists do drainage and other matters at the council. But certainly from an ecology point of view, I did not raise that point in my proof.
Good. Thank you for confirming that. Again, before we go back to the Hensler rebuttal, Miss Hensler also says that the surface water management features will operate as effectively water quality treatments, and so there'll be no issue about pollution of the water or the soil that moves between the appeal site and the ancient woodland. And again, from your perspective, do you have any reason to dispute those conclusions?
It does talk about pollutants, water soaking into swales, and I know the position of the swales. Obviously, the 15-metre buffer zone is a minimum stated, and the swales are just beyond 15 metres. I do struggle to understand how they can be included within a stated ancient woodland buffer when there'll be water as well as pollutants soaking in there when there isn't heavy flow going into the Suds Basin, which is quite a lot of the time when it rains. There will be pollutants soaking into the ground there, so I can't see how that can be included.
So the swales are outside the 15-metre buffer from the county.
The minimum distance of the buffer should be, yes, they're just outside.
They're just outside. All right. Have you put in any evidence expressing concern about water quality, or is this a new point you want to add now?
No, I'm just mentioning it because I've read this, and I'm mentioning the point.
What's the position? What's the position? It wasn't in your consultation response. It wasn't in your proof of evidence that you were raising these points. I was just raising a matter I thought we would readily agree on based on Miss Hensler's detailed analysis. Are you saying, having read that, you now wish to disagree and add this as an area of concern?
I'm mentioning it because my consultation response was written before this document was written, so obviously a lot has changed with regards to drainage. I was just making the point. Yeah.
So what? Fine, make points. But what is your position now? Is your position now that you have a concern about water quality that you would like to add in, not having raised it in your proof or consultation responses?
Not draining into ancient woodland. No.
No, you don't. Good. Right, we got there in the end. Right, so you've got the Hensler rebuttal, do you?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
This is back to the question we were debating a few minutes ago about the Suds Basin. So if you turn to page 9 of this document.
Yeah, I'm there.
She says this drainage feature is a basin and not a pond, and it will not be permanently wet and will be vegetated with marginal plants. Do you see that?
Yes, yep.
Yes, and you didn't understand that was the position when you wrote your proof, did you? Because you talked throughout about a water basin. About a water body, about a body of water, effectively about a permanent pond, don't you?
Well, this reading the wording of this, marginal plants, they're plants around the edge. As I mentioned whilst I was speaking yesterday, even the longest plants can't really grow past the depth of 1.5 meters in ponds. So really, and a lot of marginal plants are literally within the first few centimeters of water. So there would still be a body of water there. So I don't dispute that. I do take on board that the report has sort of helped to reduce that level potentially, or clarified a few matters. But I still do stand by my position that there will at times there will be a water body there, and it is a reflective surface.
Yeah. I won't disagree with at times. But and I'd note that you're not going to withdraw this point, so the inspector will have to consider it. And obviously, Ms. Hensler will give her evidence. But if we just read on, what she says is this: during normal rainfall, depths will be very shallow, well below the height of the vegetation, so reflection of light or sound will be negligible. In larger, rare events, the planting may be submerged for a short amount of time. However, the basin will be designed to have a freeboard above the 1 in 100. Including allowance of climate change, the embankment and planting will shield any reflection. During the short durations, the basin is full. So the position is that actually the basin will be wet above the level of the plant a very few times during the year and for very short periods. Because in normal rainfall events, it all just flows through. And in the big rainfall events, it's held there for a very short period while it's released at greenfield rates through the pipe. So your concern, Mr. Rainbow, which you wrote in your proof about a permanently wet body reflecting light and noise, is not the accurate position, is it?
I still believe there is a contributing factor there, which obviously, when you look at it, cumulative effects of impacts on ancient woodland, and there was also the matter of it not being vegetated above ground level, so being an open space that noise and light can travel through freely. But
you're wrong on that
you.
as well, because there will be vegetation on the bottom. You're just wrong on that.
I'm talking direct line of sight from the impact to the woodland.
I think we can move on,
I think
because I'm happy with the responses. Thank you.
No, I was going to move on from that. I just on this topic, but not related to reflecting noise and light. Can we just note that in this part of the scheme, the houses are somewhere between, on this illustrative layout, 50 and 75 meters away. Yeah.
So which plan are we referring to?
I'm looking at Rose Appendix C.
There is one.
Yeah, this is where the buffer is at its widest to the houses, isn't it?
Bear with me a second. Sorry to keep me.
It's the plan we were using yesterday, isn't it?
Thank you. Yeah, I've got that plan.
Yeah. So you can see if you look at the numbers, again, this is just from canopy edge to road. If you add a little bit for distance to the houses, you're talking in this area, 50, 60 to 80 meters between the canopy edge and the houses.
I can't see that being 50 to 80 meters. I'm looking at a plan that's telling me numbers such as sort of 27.5 with the house a few meters beyond, with the road in between as well. I should add. I can't see 80 meters, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I'm giving you the measurements in the vicinity of the detention pond, Mr. Rainbow.
Sorry. Okay. Right.
Reflection concern is about.
I was looking at the closer parts.
Yeah, but that's not what we're talking about. The distances
Sorry,
from the houses is 60 to 80 meters to the canopy edge, and the distance from the edge of the detention pond is at least 20 meters to the canopy, because you can see it's been put at least 5 meters beyond the buffer zone for construction and maintenance purposes. Do you see that?
Certainly, yes.
And all those distances by themselves are beyond what would, in an ordinary case, not this one, according to the council, be beyond the minimum 15 meters between a house with its lights and cars and inhabitants and so on, and the ancient woodland.
Yes, it is. I mean, lights and sounds can travel a long distance, as I've mentioned yesterday. In fact, I haven't provided any specifics with sound travelling, but I think we all know if you're in a woodland in the winter and someone's shouting in a field next door, it's very clear to hear them. There's no sort of sound dampening properties, and it would be similar here. I do appreciate the distances there, and I apologise for looking at the wrong part of the plan.
Yeah. Anyway, you want to maintain this point about the detention basin, do you? You're not going to accept that point doesn't take the council anywhere and won't lead to deterioration?
It's cumulative effect. I do maintain the point there is a cumulative effect, and I have stated that some of the points made in that rebuttal proof do help to lessen that effect, but I still do stand by that there is a cumulative impact on the ancient woodlands.
Thank you for that. So by itself, if this was your only concern, it would not be sufficient to found an objection to this scheme.
I mean, I haven't seen any figures on noise being produced or how that impacts the woodland supplied with the application.
Yes or no? I'm sorry to push
Sorry.
you, Mr. Rainbow. Back to the question that I asked. Yes or no? This point about the Suds Basin alone, if it was the only concern you had, it would not be sufficient to justify an objection to the scheme, would it?
No, when
No.
not assessed cumulative, it would be a no. That's right. Yes.
Good. Thank you. Right. Now, we're beginning to pick up a bit of speed. The next topics are buffer zones and the path through the woodland. I'm not going to be able to do justice to those, madam, in the next 25 minutes. Can I suggest that what we do is have a break for the benefit of the witness and everyone else, and then I'll try and deal with those in an hour or so.
Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you. Let's adjourn then, providing there's no objection to that. So if we return at 1:45, is that sufficient? Thank you.
Madam.
Are you there, Mr. Rainbow?
Yes.
When you're ready then,
Thank you.
Mr. Tabachnik.
Right. Good morning again, Mr. Rainbow. I said we're going to talk about buffer zones next. So let's just set the scene by reference to views that have been expressed by those whose opinions the inspector will be interested in knowing about. Natural England obviously made no adverse comment about the proposed buffer zones, did they?
I believe they didn't mention buffer zones. Yeah.
They didn't make an adverse comment about buffer zones.
No, they did not. No.
Yeah. Again, just listen to the question and we'll get on very quickly. The Forestry Commission, CDB 21, if you can pull that up, please.
I have their consultation response here. Yeah.
Thank you. If you look on the first page, there's a paragraph that starts, that's got the heading summary above it. Have you got that?
Bear with me, please. I've got that. 6th of the 1st, 2022.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
great.
they certainly express some concerns. They didn't put it higher than that about the path through the ancient woodland. This is a couple of months before the Natural England final view on the topic. But what I want to ask you about is that in the first paragraph under where it says summary, if you look 4 lines down at the end, there's a sentence that says this: we note that the majority of the development will be sited away from ancient woodland, and we are pleased to see that buffer zones have been taken into account and planting of trees incorporated into the buffer zones to further protect the ancient woodland. Do you see that?
I do read that
Yeah.
sentence, yes.
So the Forestry Commission expressed no concerns about the extent of the proposed buffer zone, did they? That's the
Bear
bottom
with me. I
line.
just want to check the rest of the document. Second. Yes.
Thank you.
They do not mention buffer again in the rest of the document.
No. So we've got that one positive
themselves.
endorsement, and that's the end of it. The Woodland Trust, I accept, did object on buffer zone grounds. They requested a 50-metre buffer, didn't they? For the inspector's note, that's CDB 31.
I must say, with the Forestry Commission, they said it's highly likely that this development will either impact directly or indirectly of ancient woodlands.
Yes.
In the same paragraph as we've just
Please,
spoken. So.
please, Mr. Rainbow, we've moved on from that. I accept that they make comments about the path through the ancient woodland, which are our position is those are superseded by Natural England's subsequent confirmation 2 months later. But move on from that, please, because I'm not asking you about the letter
I'll just
anymore.
point out that the standing advice and consultations on ancient woodland is provided by Natural England and the Forestry Commission. There is nothing to say Natural England's comments supersede the Forestry Commission's comments. I'm unclear where that position has come from.
Now, the Woodland Trust, which is what I'm asking you about, they requested a 50-metre buffer zone. Do you recall that?
I do, yes.
Yeah. Now, they are not a statutory consultee, are they?
They're non-stat, yeah.
No. They're a charity with conservation objectives and, frankly, with particular views on some matters, aren't they?
They have several documents that are referred to in the standing advice, which are in the core documents of this scheme. So I think that's looking at it a bit simplistically. They are experts on woodland and ancient woodlands, in my view, as well.
As you know, they have long held the view that Natural England and the Forestry Commission's minimum 15-metre buffer is wrong and should be a 50-metre buffer, haven't they?
Certainly. I'm not sure about that, to be honest. I know they've had a view on this application that it should be 50 metres, and Natural England say 15 metres is a minimum. Now that could be for someone's extension on their house as opposed to hundreds of houses. So yeah.
And indeed, when the inspector in due course looks at the officer report for the Ridgewood scheme, Mr. Brown's rebuttal RP4, we're not going to go to it now. She will see the Woodland Trust's objection to that scheme not providing a 50-metre buffer expressed in exactly the same terms, sometimes word for word, as they articulated for this scheme, because it's a long-standing position that that's what they want in every case.
I'm not sure they've made that clear in their consultation that it's a generic cut and paste job. To be honest, it looks more than that, more specific, and I'm sure their officer has read the and looked at the appropriate plans to make their consultation.
Yeah. And the letter, we don't need to look at it, but it's at CDB 32, is signed by somebody who describes themselves as lead campaigner, Woods Under Threat.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So those are some of the external parties. Now, in terms of the internal parties, let's go back to CDB 16 and see what you had to say about buffer zones.
Bear with me a second, please. So this is my original consultation before. Yeah. Okay. Before a number of changes. Okay. Yeah.
30th of November 2021. Yeah. You've got a heading in the middle of the first page, ancient woodland irreplaceable habitat. Yeah.
Yes.
The ancient woodland has been identified as diverse and generally in good undisturbed condition. A minimum 15-metre buffer zone has been proposed for development to ancient woodland. This is greater in places and appears to have been taken account of in proposed development design. Do you
Certainly,
see?
yes, I read that.
Yeah. And that's all you say about buffer zones in this consultation response, isn't it?
It is quite short. I mean, on reflection, looking at the details such as, proposed mown footpaths in the buffer zones, I have a few more things to say about it now. So I put my hands up. I did not pick that up at the time. But I have mentioned it since, and I do believe it's a material consideration. Yeah.
And nothing has materially changed about the application between November and now, in terms of, at any rate, the vast majority of the points that you set out in the 3 pages of complaints about the size of the buffer zone in your proof. That's right, isn't it?
I'd have to look at that. I mean, that's putting me on the spot a little there. Obviously, there's been quite a lot of changes with regard to proposed pathways or boardwalks or gravel or bound wood chip or bound gravel. Yeah.
So consultation response, happy with the proposed consultation zones. Now you're not, and extensively setting out complaints and concerns in your proof. I mean, what's your view as to what the buffer zone should be? And for what purpose?
I've mentioned this before. It should be taking matters into consideration cumulatively. Now, bear with me a second. I'm just
sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Rainbow. Because if you're right that the buffer zone is too small, we'll bring forward a second application with a bigger buffer zone. But I want to know from you what should be the bigger buffer zone that we utilise.
Bear with me. I'm just grabbing the standing advice. There was a section in here that I believe is relevant to my response. Sorry. Sorry, can you just repeat the question? I can respond clearly. Thank you.
The question is, in a context where you were entirely content with the buffer zones proposed in your consultation response, and then in your proof, we have essentially the kitchen sink thrown at us on buffer zones with 3 pages of complaints and concerns being set out. I want to know, in case the inspector does think that you're right and the buffer zone is too small, what buffer zone do we need to provide on the next application?
Okay, no, that's a fair question. I mean, obviously, I, as I pointed out, I say appears to, and actually, I hadn't taken on board that there are footpaths proposed within the ancient woodland buffer zone, and I've made comments to that regard. Now, in the standing advice under the buffer zone recommendations, it sort of talks about where assessment shows, and it mentions that a few times. It says where assessment shows other impacts are likely to extend beyond this distance, the proposal is likely to need a larger buffer zone. We have not received information onto, whether a larger buffer zone is required. The default position on this development was the minimum buffer zone for a woodland that's long and thin and has a lot of edging effects already. We're looking at fragmentation through the middle of it from path, and we're looking at housing which isn't that far away from it on a downward slope towards the ancient woodlands. I mean, I can't put a figure on it, but I have drawn out as part of my evidence and as part of my speaking yesterday, some of the figures for noise, well, for light, and obviously there are noise figures which we can quite reasonably say will travel quite a long distance. And I've talked about how the buffer zone at 15 metres, I believe, in my professional opinion, that's vegetated will not be acceptable. Also, the path is proposed in the buffer zone and supposed to be mown, I believe, twice a year. It's under the SANG's guidance. I mean, that's a separate point, introducing additional disturbance within the buffer zone. However, I believe the buffer zone that's proposed for the size of the development and the size of the woodland and the shape of the woodland, I believe it should be bigger. And I don't believe the information has been submitted that would support its current width.
So that's a very long answer, none of which gave me the answer to the question, which was how big should it be?
That's not my position to
You're not going to give me an
forward.
answer. All right.
I have not got an answer. I do believe it should be bigger and a fair bit bigger than it is at the moment, yes.
Yeah.
And obviously, I do believe there should not be impacts within the buffer zone itself.
Yeah, bigger, but I can't tell you how much bigger. That's your position now, and your position 2 years ago was you had no issue with the buffer zones.
I can't inform the planning process, I'm afraid.
No.
Not directly like that.
We might agree with that. Now, let's move on from your evolving position just to look at some of these buffer zone impacts that you mentioned. Can we start with, you remember I talked about there being effectively a 15-metre buffer zone, which is the orange dashed line shown on Rose Appendix C, and then there's the bigger setback to the houses. So let's break it up in that way. And so can we look at the 15-metre area, please? And one of the things that's proposed there is defensive planting and fencing, not dog fencing, just fencing around the ancient woodland and around the SANG as Natural England requested. Yeah, and you see that on Mr. Rose's Appendix C, don't you?
So I'm just looking for the 15-metre. Oh, yes. OK, we've got that. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I'm up to speed.
All right, and you can see all the defensive planting that's gone all the way around the boundary with the ancient woodland. Do you see? It's his number 5. Yeah, the area is marked number 5, defensive planting.
Bear with me.
Well, have you got this plan in front of you?
I do. I'm also looking at the colour coding for the vegetative compartments or lozenge shapes as well on the right-hand side.
Yeah,
I can see number 5 on here. Yes, I can see
good.
5.
And obviously this is all illustrative. This is just a way it could be done. And if you had further constructive suggestions at any reserve matters stage that might occur, then no doubt those would be incorporated. But this is a way of doing it. And you can see he's proposing extensive defensive planting around the ancient woodland, isn't he?
I'd say it forms a long and thin defensive planting around the ancient woodland. I wouldn't say extensive. I mean, I spoke yesterday about how there will be gaps in the wintertime. It will be out of leaf. For such a large development, I think really I've already put forward my case that the buffer should be for deeper, and there will be impacts coming through it. And there's a pathway within it as well. So
yeah.
I can see this plan. I do have concerns with this plan.
Yeah, okay. How would you describe the current ease of accessing the ancient woodland W1 or W2, except via the existing path?
I mean, there's no public access on the site at the moment.
I'm obviously not
that what
asking
you mean?
about public access. Physically, Mr. Rainbow, physically the position is that, as the inspector will see on the site visit, it is already extremely difficult to enter W1 or W2 because of thick planting and vegetation, even before the defensive planting goes in, all the way around the perimeter of it, and steep banks, particularly steep on the northern side, which would frankly deter any normal person from trying to get into the ancient woodland through those routes. And that's what the inspector is going to see on the site visit, isn't she?
No, I understand that. I mean, I disagree. Obviously, we did 2 site visits and walked in and out of that woodland quite freely. I mean, there is a small edge of bramble in places, but not everywhere. And I would note that the difference between the vegetation types, you've got ancient woodland, and then you've got area which is devoid of vegetation at the moment. It's a lot less densely wooded immediately on the boundary of the woodland. So yeah, I don't agree that it's
What do you mean,
existing.
number 8? Do you mean the area that's marked 8? I don't understand what you've just been referring to.
I'm talking about the interface of the ancient woodland and the existing land. You said it was surrounded by sort of dense vegetation already. Well, I don't agree with that, and on site.
That's not what I said. What I said was the edge of the ancient woodland is itself dense vegetation, and it is not remotely a hospitable section of woodland to be trying to get yourself into it, save through the existing path that the landowner and his shooting parties use.
No, I mean, I disagree with that. Actually, W1 has a lot of deer grazing pressure, so it's quite compromised in the scrub layer. They graze up to about 1.5 meters high. W2, we didn't notice that so much, but there was still areas to access the woodland to and fro. So no, I don't agree.
Yeah. At any rate, that's the current situation, and the inspector will assess that on site. The future situation will be that after a short time, defensive planting has grown in, and there will be a fence on the other side of the defensive planting, further deterring people who might want to get into the ancient woodland other than through the path that will be provided. And that's what's shown on this plan, isn't it?
I can't see. Is there fencing on here? I can't see fencing on here.
Yeah, it's shown as a purple line.
Okay, bear with me.
Is it?
I'm struggling with fencing. I know what it looks like, but it's very hard to see.
Okay,
because
I
there's
see.
2 purple lines, and the fencing line is not clear because it's under sometimes other lines. Is my
I
assumption.
think that's probably one for Mr. Rose to clarify because it's his drawing.
I think-
Okay, I see the fencing.
Yeah, but certainly the intention is to have fencing on the other side.
I'd like to be clear on this. So if at some point we could have a plan that just shows just the fencing,
Yeah, absolutely. That can
But,
certainly be provided, madam.
and while I'm on the subject, just a picture of the fencing as well would be useful to accompany that. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. But again, I emphasise that this is an illustrative plan, and there may well be tweaks in certain locations to where one would, in the end, put the fencing. Right. Last point on this.
Sorry, I just had something to say, if I may, to do with that. I'm looking at the fencing now, having zoomed in on the plan, and it's not at the edge of the buffer zone at all. It's within a few meters of the ancient woodland, so it's unclear how people are going to be prevented from going near the woodland and causing impacts within the buffer zone that's supposed to be there to prevent impacts.
It's what I should have said is it's outside the RPAs, because Mr. Hyatt's Appendix 1 maps the RPAs as several meters short of the 15-meter buffer. So it's outside the RPAs. But again, it could be a subject of conversation with the authority at reserve matters stage. Oh, should we move the fence 5 meters north? I mean, we shouldn't be talking about that sort of thing here, should we?
It would be more than that to incorporate the buffer zone. Yeah.
Right. Now, here's another question I'll need to ask you about your concerns about people getting into the ancient woodland. The part of this proposal is 26 hectares of SANG, isn't it?
As I understand it, yes.
Yeah. And that's in 2 principal parcels. That there's a parcel effectively to the due east of the appeal scheme, correct?
On this plan, this is marked, yes, yeah.
Yeah, and then also included is the area marked 8, which is a recently planted millennium woodland area, isn't it?
I see 8, yes, I see, and that's a plantation. I noted that in the ECIA, yes.
Yeah, good. So that's been assessed, and then you can get to the SANG obviously 2 ways. There's the path, the southern SANG. There's the path through the AW that we'll talk about in a minute, or there's the route south of the veteran trees and over the bridge on the east side of the ancient woodland. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
Yeah, and that's already effectively a worked up track, isn't it? That farm vehicles and so on use.
Well, I understand there is a track to the east of the veteran trees, but it was my understanding that the path had been incorporated onto, and I forget the exact terminology, but on the left of the veteran trees there.
Now, forget, I'm not asking you about the veteran trees. I'm asking you about.
Sorry.
I'm asking you about the, if you like, the pinch point to the east of the ancient woodland, where the route goes over essentially a compacted track that's on the bridge over the watercourse.
Yes, I've been there and I agree. Yes,
you've been there and you agree. Good, thank you. So no issues about that. And then you go over and you get to this enormous second area of SANG, don't you?
Yes, if we're walking to the south, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And have you walked that?
I have not walked into the southern area of the SANG, only the northern boundary of the SANG with the ancient woodland.
So you've not had the chance to go up the hill towards the south and see the long views that you can enjoy from there?
I didn't have the luxury of that, I'm afraid. No.
Well, why not?
Time constraints with other applications, I'm afraid. And I haven't made any comments about that area, so I wasn't going to. I could see distant views of it, but my concern principally is the ancient woodland, which is that's part of my proof.
Yeah. So the question's this: you've got these 2 enormous areas of SANG. The second one really, it feels like you're in the countryside. It's got long views. You don't particularly notice any development or any noise. You wouldn't know this because you've not been there, but take it from me. So why is it that people would want to beat their way through 10 meters of defensive planting, the vegetation on the boundary of the ancient woodland, go down the steep bank into areas covered by tree canopies, when they've got all this other open space to enjoy? I just don't follow your argument here.
Right. I mean, obviously, you could take one person and what they enjoy doing, but you could look at dogs and their sort of adventurous nature. You can look at children and their adventurous nature to build, all right, dens and things in ancient woodland, which the Forestry Commission consultation touched on. So, I mean, there's going to be. It's proposed that there are, different users, and with 2,000 people, I think, was or just over, was the figure of the sort of the carrying capacity of this SANGS. You're going to get a lot of different people there, and you're going to have people directly on the doorstep exploring these places on a daily basis.
Yeah, but people are not going to drive from 5 kilometres to walk to the woodland and then fight their way through 10 metres of ivy and nettles in order to slide down a bank and recreate underneath some trees when they've got all the rest of this space to enjoy. But if you disagree, then we'll have to make submissions on it.
I can take a view on that, I
Yeah,
think.
fine. Nothing more on that. So-
Whilst we're there, and I say this more just when Mr. Rose comes on, rather than asking a specific question, Mr. Rainbow, but we were talking about routes from the top eastern Sang through to the southern Sang. And there's obviously this well-known route through the ancient woodland, which I believe is where the bridge over the stream is.
Can I was going to do a point on that.
Okay, I
And-
just want to be clear about the two axes. That's where I'm going.
Yeah.
So there's that one.
Can I show you that? Can I come over and show you that on a plan? And then I'm going to ask Mr. Rose another question about the areas, the eastern side, or what's shown on this, again, illustrative.
So that you're showing me the two axes
Yes.
from the northern Sang to the southern Sang.
Yes.
Okay. Do you want to come and just confirm that?
Right. Thank you for your patience, Mr. Rainbow. So Rose Appendix C, we've agreed that that's an illustrative plan, isn't it?
Bear with me. Okay, same plan. Yes, is that okay? It's part of an outline application. Yes.
Yeah, and you made some points yesterday about the mown paths within the buffer zone, just north and the northern part of the, or above the north of the woodland. Do you remember that?
Yes, certainly. I believe the SANGS management plan talks about them being mown twice monthly for the primary routes. So whichever the primary routes, and unclear what the secondary routes, how they would be treated. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, obviously, it's all illustrative. It could all, I'm sure, useful conversations could happen at Reserve Matters stage if we get that far. But the point I just want to explore with you is that because this is illustrative, it would be entirely possible for the council to insist at Reserve Matters stage that those mown paths, notwithstanding Mr. Hyatt's view that they will do no harm, set that aside, if the council insisted, it would be possible to move the routes so that the paths route, say, around Woodland 8 and then through some gaps in the trees that can be seen on site. That would be possible, wouldn't it?
You say there'd be no root damage, but I made it quite clear yesterday that the position of trees in an ancient woodland changes over time, and this is an irreplaceable habitat. So there may not now be, and that is an arboricultural consideration compared to an ecological consideration.
Fine,
so just like to make that point. Sorry.
Yeah, it's got nothing to do with what I was asking you, Mr. Rainbow. The point is that the route of the mown paths could be altered to have them completely outside the 15-metre buffer zone of the woodland and of the veteran tree to the northeast, save to the very limited extent that you're on effectively the road over the bridge. That could be achieved, as the inspector will see on site, couldn't it?
I'm looking at the plan here. I mean, I can see a swale to the north, and I can see obviously planting to the south. The fact that the paths are in the buffer zone in the first place is of concern because they'll be introducing their own impacts closer to the woodland. But as I said, they will prevent larger trees from growing and developing into veteran or ancient trees anywhere near the woodland where the path is. I can't see from this plan how they could be accommodated. I've raised concerns over the fact that they are in the buffer zone, and I've obviously pointed out the fact that the fencing is not at the edge of the buffer zone, and I've made my point that the buffer zone, I believe, is not big enough, and I believe that would obviously have a material impact on design and the scheme itself.
Right. We'll move on from that, please, and the inspector will hear my witnesses and assess on site whether those paths could be moved. Now, let's move on to the other aspect of the buffer zone, the houses and the road. Go to your 7.13, please, of your proof.
Yes, I'm here.
You say the construction and operation of the development proposal would introduce dust, noise, light, air quality impacts, domestic pets.
Mm-hmm.
Are all of those matters still points of concern, or have some of them fallen away?
I believe they're all material, and some of them I'd have to go through it and check each individual point. But yes, certainly some of those are still of concern, yes.
Yeah, is dust still of concern?
I'm not a specialist on dust, so I've been careful not to sort of go into details of that because it would be beyond my level of experience. I know that there are studies out there where dust does have a negative impact on woodlands, but I did mention it because there is a development that will be producing dust, and especially if it's dry, we know how far dust can travel. So, and that's been happening in the recent hot summers.
Yeah. When you wrote this proof recently, did you consider the air quality assessment that was submitted with the planning application 2 years ago?
I have read that document.
Yeah, that sets out the mitigation measures that would be employed, water sprays and things like that. And it concluded on that basis that there would be no material impact from dust on the ancient woodland. Do you remember that?
Yes, I think it said not significant. Well, it certainly broke it down into subheadings, and maybe we could go there or yeah.
No, we haven't got time to go to every document on points that you're not making positive cases on. It's for the inspector's note, it's CDA 14, and it's paragraph 7.2.1 and 8.1 of the document, madam. And the simple point is that in between that being submitted 2 years ago and you referencing dust at 7.13, the council has had absolutely no issues with any dust-related impacts of the scheme. And that's because the mitigation measures proposed will be more than sufficient to allay any reasonable concern. Do you agree?
Sorry, what was the question, please?
The question is, in the context of the document submitted to the council 2 years ago, which was not questioned until your proof, the reality is that you have no basis for questioning that dust can be addressed satisfactorily.
I've said here that the proposal would introduce dust. I mean, it does say, you know,
Right.
So yeah, I've said it would introduce dust, which I'd imagine that'd be common ground that a development would introduce dust.
Okay, so it would introduce dust, but by itself, that's not problematic. Is that your position?
I don't believe I've addressed that further in my proof.
I see. So I shouldn't think that because you've mentioned it in your proof, explaining why the buffer zones aren't big enough, that you're actually concerned about dust.
I've put it in a context here, pointing out that the appeal scheme is undeveloped, and I've gone on to written the construction and operation of the development proposal would introduce dust, noise, light, air quality impacts, and domestic cats. And then I deal with recreational pressure separately below. Yeah, so I haven't gone on to talk about dust.
And air quality impacts, you've similarly raised in this paragraph, haven't you?
Yes.
Yeah. And again, we wouldn't find that if we went back and looked at your consultation response from 2 years ago, would we?
It's not in there.
No. And you will also be aware that the appellant, prepared and submitted attached to Mr. Rose's evidence at Appendix H, an air quality assessment, just in case the council, as part of the kitchen sink, raised this sort of point as you have done here. You're aware of that, aren't you?
I have it in front of me there, and that was the reference I made earlier to not considered to be not significant. So apologies if I got confused between the two reports.
Yeah, all right. And the conclusion of that document is in essence that air quality impacts will have no material effect on the woodland or its ecology. That's what Mr. Rose concludes. You're aware of that?
Well, I'm reading this report which says not significant effect. Now, obviously, I've mentioned before about cumulative impacts, so it would be interesting to see how that would go in tail with the other concerns that I've had with impacts of the scheme. It's
All right.
quite a complex
You're
analysis.
You're not going to dispute the conclusions of the air quality assessment, are you?
It's outside my field, certainly not.
Yeah. So they say any impact is insignificant, and Mr. Rose's conclusion, his 4.28, is air quality impacts will have no material effect on diversity, distribution or structure of woodland vegetation, nor by extension any effect on woodland fauna. I mean, that must be right. Do you accept that?
I've said already, I mean, determining, I'm not sure how, I can see how that statement makes sense, but myself as a professional ecologist, I would struggle to make that conclusion myself from this report, especially as it's based on JNCC guidance for protected sites, which isn't specifically ancient woodland. It includes other sites such as heathland and grasslands and meadows and things. So I wouldn't feel comfortable myself joining the conclusions together.
Noise, that's another one of the points that you've floated in 7.13, and you addressed it yesterday. So let's talk about noise. And I'm not asking you about reflected noise off the basin. All right, this is just noise generally. Nowhere in your evidence or the council's evidence are there any noise readings. Correct?
No, we haven't. The council haven't undertaken a noise assessment of this scheme, but I believe that information isn't submitted with the scheme either, unless I'm mistaken.
And noise concerns, insofar as they would affect the buffer, again, we could look at your consultation response from 2 years ago, but we won't see any reference to noise, will we?
I don't believe I'd mentioned noise in it. I'd have to have another look now. Bear with me.
Well, we haven't got time for that.
No, that's fine. Okay.
Now, one of the things that you spent a long time discussing yesterday, apropos noise, was badgers. Do you remember that?
I discussed badgers, but I was talking about the fragmentation and welfare and them being pushed through development between the different sets that exist all around it. So,
Okay.
I mean, that was my main point. I did use badgers and as an example of one species which may be affected by noise.
Yeah, indeed you did. Now, let's have a look at Mr. Rose's Appendix A, please.
Bear with me, sorry. I'm at the page, yes.
Thank you. If you look at the top, do you see TN13, which you drew attention to yesterday?
Yes.
And that's a badger-related set, isn't it?
I'd just like to ask Mum's opinion about discussing badgers in an open forum. Obviously, they are susceptible to disturbance and persecution. I know under our usual redaction rules for planning applications, we remove locations of badgers. So I'd just like to ask Mum,
Mr.
please.
Rainbow, you raised this and discussed this yesterday, and this has been made a public document without any points. I'm afraid that ship has sailed. So let's just focus on the questions that I've got for you, please. TN13 is right next to the road, isn't
Mr. Tabachnik, can we shelve that point for a moment? And I'll consider it in the break.
I'm sorry, that is when it came to light yesterday. I do apologise for not mentioning it first thing this morning.
Well, can I? Because I don't want things to be delayed over a point like this. Can I perhaps just ask, Madam, that you reflect on these noise points that have been made, but by reference to proximity of roads and what you see here. And again, without asking about any specific numbers on this or anything like that, as we've already discussed, the banks into the ancient woodland, certainly from the north, are steep, aren't they?
There is a gradient. There are some steep parts to it. The steeper part, it gets very steep towards the stream. But I agree there are parts to it, yes.
Yeah. And during the day, because badgers are nocturnal, during the day they're in their burrows, aren't they? Effectively underground, largely.
They can be, yeah. I mean, and they generally are, yes.
Yeah. So really, your big point about noise and badgers is a nighttime noise point, if it's anything.
Well, I mean, during the winter time, the daylight hours are quite short, so there is quite a lot of activity in mornings and evenings, and in sort of spring and autumn as well from development.
And obviously, as we know, the normal minimum buffer is 15 metres from houses to ancient woodland, even ancient woodland with badgers in, isn't it?
No, that's the minimum distance development should be from ancient woodlands.
You've got a point about light that you spent a lot of time on yesterday. Can we just touch on that? Car headlights, you spent a long time discussing. So a couple of points on that. If you've got Mr. Rose Appendix C available to you, please. Have you got that?
Yes, I have.
So the road that goes east-west and then round the west side of the housing area on this illustrative plan, and no doubt feeds into people's front yards and garages and so on. there's no reason why you couldn't have a hedge on the south side of that road, sort of a metre and a bit high at car headlight level for this concern of yours, is there?
Well, possibly. I mean, I've talked
Yeah,
about how
right.
hedges lose their leaves during the winter, or 6 months of the year, actually, for deciduous trees, pretty much. However, the site is on different gradients, and it's a bit of a hill towards the top of the site. So I think, line
Yeah.
of sight may sort of negate that. But yes, I mean, I don't see why that couldn't put hedging.
Yeah, good. And as far as any roads going north-south are concerned, again, this is just an illustrative plan, and there's no reason why you couldn't introduce changes to the road orientation to effectively introduce curves or planting areas and things like that, again, to break up this concern if it's actually a legitimate concern. Again, that could easily be done, and it could be done progressively up the slope. Not that there is much of a slope.
I'd need to refer to the planning officer for this scheme, because we're talking about changes to the scheme, and I'm afraid, I'm not sure how far that goes without the new application. So sorry.
Yeah. Well, that's why I reminded you that this is an illustrative scheme. Okay. Even if there was something in this point of yours about car headlights, which we don't agree with, but even if there were, I mean, at worst, this is a very occasional, infrequent issue, lasting a few seconds and no more, isn't it?
I don't agree with that, actually. I mean, you've got a number of properties here with driveways directly facing the ancient woodland, with what I believe is an insufficient buffer size directly beyond it. People will be coming and going from these dwellings. There are a lot of dwellings and road opposite the ancient woodland. I don't know how many cars people have these days, but a lot of people would have 2 cars, which, when you think of comings and goings, schools, shops.
Yeah. All right. Well,
Work,
ultimately,
I don't believe it would be as low as you say. Yeah.
of course, we'll
In my view.
we'll let the inspector form a view about this concern in due course. The defensive planting, the 10 metres or so of defensive planting that's proposed, I mean, that will grow in within a couple of years, and that will again provide protection against this headlight concern of yours, won't it?
I mean, we're talking about 10 metres here, and then we have the footpath, which will be mown twice monthly, and will suffer from compaction because it's grass. I mean, 10 metres is not very deep. I've discussed how a buffer zone would take a number of years to become established. Often these trees are actually planted in quite poor soils. It is clay soils, so that may be even longer. If they're not managed correctly, they can become overstood and fall down, and that can compromise buffers. So I don't believe 10 metres is sufficient at all.
And your other concern about light related to bats, do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you recall what bats were observed at the site?
I'd need to double check that. I know a bat survey has been done. Now, I don't know if that's within the red line site boundary or the ancient woodland W2, which has been excluded from the red line site boundary. I would need to check.
And the bats that were observed in the relevant area, and the bat survey is obviously accepted as sufficient to address bat interests by you at consultation stage, were pipistrelles, weren't they? I'd
need to refresh my memory on the exact results of the bat survey and where it was undertaken. But I do believe, yes, I understand there was a lot of pipistrelles recorded, which isn't uncommon.
No.
A lot of the rarer species are much harder to pick up. And actually, there's been studies in other large woodlands in Wealden where they haven't been picked up from adjoining development bat surveys, but they have been picked up from harp net trapping within the woodlands themselves.
Yeah. Well, be that speculation as it may, the rarer species were not picked up on these surveys, which you accepted at consultation stage. What was picked up were pipistrelles, and pipistrelles are not especially sensitive to light issues, are they?
Their ecology can be disrupted as other species in ancient woodlands can. Yes, bats can be attracted towards light rather than going away from it. So, I mean, the ecology of the pipistrelle, yes, they might not be light avoiding species per se, but the fact that their populations can get displaced for foraging can impact the ancient woodland ecology itself.
Yeah, but as you say, sometimes pipistrelles search out the light because that's where the bugs have congregated.
Yes, and then potential pests within the ancient woodland that get removed as part of the natural balance of the ecosystem may sustain. So it may have adverse impacts in that way. I'd just like to make that point that sometimes, something being attracted to food isn't always a good thing.
Any planning permission granted will have a requirement for a detailed lighting stage in due course, won't it?
As I understand it, yes.
Yeah, and as part of your role, I imagine you're used to assessing whether a light scheme is sufficiently sensitive to deal with ecological interests, just as Mr.
That's
Rose.
right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just as Mr. Rose is experienced at assisting in their preparation, isn't he?
I assume so. I haven't met Mr. Rose.
Yeah. Mr. Rose's view is that so long as one does a competent and sensitive light scheme here, the impact on the facade of the ancient woodland will be no brighter and probably less bright than moonlight. I mean, that's the sort of conclusion that consultants habitually present when they present properly devised light schemes to an authority that you will have reviewed, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, certainly you can get bollard lights and you can get baffles for bollard lights, and some really sensitive schemes I have seen have been submitted. However, that doesn't get around the point of the cars and their headlights.
Yeah.
People with torches walking through the sands, which they're quite entitled to do. I certainly appreciate, some really good lighting schemes can be designed, but there are other lighting issues, in my opinion.
Yeah, okay. Well, the inspector's heard what those are. And the houses, again, the nearest ones are about 40 metres from the woodland edge, aren't they? Once you factor in the road and the canopy.
Yeah, I have pointed out that there are driveways facing the ancient woodland, and then there is a hard-edged road proposed at the edge of the buffer all the way along that southern edge, which is a long, thin interface with ancient woodland.
But as far as windows and doors are concerned, we're talking about a distance of 40 metres in a context where the minimum buffer of 15 metres obviously would apply to some houses 15 metres away from ancient woodland, wouldn't it?
I mean, this is I can understand that. Yes, I suppose so. But there is a lot of houses here, and there is the cumulative impact to consider. There's also a downward slope towards the woodland, and the fact that noise can travel a long distance. And I can't see how the planting of, 10 metres of thicket along the edge of the ancient woodland, nor if that thicket was extended to the swale, how that would adequately buffer sound impacts on the ancient woodland.
And those points are all obviously of such concern that you would immediately raise them in your first consultation response in November 21.
I did not raise them in that, and as I say, it was a short consultation response, yeah.
Indeed. Okay. In terms of cats and dogs, can we just briefly touch on that? Dog fencing is proposed through the ancient woodland, isn't it?
As I understand it, although I haven't seen specific fencing plans.
No. Well, that's because this is an illustrative stage, but it's not unusual. You know what dog fencing looks like, don't you?
I believe chestnut paling has been mentioned in this instance. I could imagine there are lots of different types of dog fencing. Sorry, I'm not a dog owner. I don't really know what dog fencing looks like. Sorry.
All right. Well, if we get to reserve matters stage, you can inform yourself then. Just on the badgers, the badgers will be able to go between the different parcels of ancient woodland, either to the north of the path or to the south of the path or under the bridge, won't they?
I have serious concern on this point.
Just answer the question. We know, but you
Would
said
they
what your
would, and they would get
concern is.
displaced and potentially come into contact with road and potentially be distressed by congregation of people or lights or noises.
Yeah.
And they are very traditional to their existing routes. Some of these sets will have been there for centuries, and there are a lot of badgers in the area, more than you usually see on a scheme like this.
Just to be clear, Mr. Rainbow, a badger on one side of the path does not need to go anywhere near a road to get to the other side of the path, because it can cross at the top of the path, at the bottom of the path, or halfway along. And we're only talking about a 100-metre path here. Halfway along, there's the bridge, and the badger will be able to go under the bridge. So there's no serious fragmentation concern here.
I disagree on that point as a professional ecologist.
As far as the dogs are concerned, dogs will not go through defensive planting, will they? Because they just refuse to walk through scratchy, nettle-infested areas.
I mean, there will be gaps, and as I've spoken before, these can develop through time, or they might be there at the start of when thorny scrub is planted. So it really, I mean, like I say, I am no dog owner, but as I understand it, some dogs are very adventurous. They like to go down holes. They like to look for other mammals. They like to run and explore. So,
yeah. And badgers are able to go through and navigate defensive planting. That never bothers a badger.
I'd imagine it would cause a barrier, as it would for a dog. They're similar sized mammals, and they'd be using similar areas in this scheme, which, that in itself is of concern, seeing as there's no public access at the moment.
Well, that's just none of that is right, and Mr. Rose will deal with that. Okay. Cats. Mr. Rose has also dealt with cats, and he says that dormice are not predated by cats. I imagine you agree with that because you didn't dispute it yesterday, correct?
I wouldn't say they're not predated. I mean, dormice, they hibernate on the ground for a number of months of the year. They are a boreal species, though, and they don't like coming down to the ground. So most of the time, they'll spend their time in the tree canopy. So most of the time, they wouldn't be accessible to cats. But there are lots of other small mammals and birds that could come into contact with cats in their ancient woodland habitat.
But as far as the other small mammals are concerned, mice and birds, there's going to be no net reduction in populations. Probably there'll be an increase in populations because of all the mitigation measures which will mitigate any cat impacts and are being introduced throughout the Sang. So there'll be no net loss of mice population in the area.
I disagree with that, and the studies also support that. Cats are very agile species. They're not going to be put off by, a 1.5 metre chestnut paling fence. Equally, they wouldn't be that put off by planting. I mean, there are 2 entrances to the Sangs here, and there are houses within a few metres. If you just bear with me, I just want to say one more thing on that question. Thank you. Excuse me. I can't find the notes I've made, but I have seen studies that suggest, or conclude, I should say, that cats actually predate wild animals 2 to 10 times as much as other wild predators in the area. I note in Mr. Rose's comments, he's talking about 76 metres for estimating the number of cats. Now, there are other studies out there that use a figure of 100 metres, so it does seem to be a bit conservative. Yeah. I'm surprised with disputing the impact of cats on ancient woodland, because it's quite widely understood that they can be devastating to wild bird and mammal populations, which are part of natural ancient woodland ecology.
I think that Mr. Rose is not disputing that cats are capable of predating on smaller mammals like mice and some birds. I mean, Mr. Rose is not disputing that. What's between us is that Mr. Rose's position is that those impacts are mitigated by the sang planting, which will allow other opportunities for those populations to effectively be maintained at their current levels. And so overall, there is not going to be a net detriment to the populations of those species. That seems to be what divides us, Mr. Rainbow.
I mean, I understand the mitigation hierarchy of avoiding, mitigating and compensating, but we're talking about irreplaceable habitat, ancient woodland here. You can't simply say that you want to mitigate or compensate for the loss of part of the ancient woodland ecology that is very likely to lead to deterioration. It doesn't work like that. Obviously, we have biodiversity net gain calculations, and I've never disputed that there would be a biodiversity net gain as part of the application. But this is certainly two separate matters, I feel, which are getting muddled.
I don't think it is. I think that it's a proper application of what we discussed towards the beginning of this cross-examination, that an impact is not per se deterioration. You need to assess whether the impact is sufficiently material to cause deterioration. And if you've mitigated the impact by maintaining the population in the area the same of mice, say, then you actually haven't got an impact. You've mitigated the impact. But even if you had a small impact, it certainly wouldn't be deterioration in any respect.
I don't believe there is impact mitigated for what is proposed, and there does seem to be, there will be an impact within the ancient woodland, and again, it is another cumulative effect that in my opinion, will lead to deterioration of the ancient woodlands.
Yeah. So another cumulative effect, another point which by itself wouldn't cause you to object.
I believe it's material to the application.
Another point that wouldn't by itself cause you to object.
Well, it would potentially, yes, if it was enough to cause deterioration of ancient woodlands.
Yeah, all right. Now, let's move on and discuss the final topic for you, the path through the ancient woodland. Natural England's standing advice, please. Let's have a look at that. CDG3. The second page under the heading Ancient Woodland, have you got that?
I'm there, yes.
Second sentence, it's a valuable natural asset important for, and if you drop down to the fifth bullet point, recreation, health and well-being. Do you see that?
Do we have a paper version of that? Because I can't open my electronic one.
I'm afraid mine is scribbled all over.
I don't dispute that it can be of value for recreation, health and well-being. Don't dispute that.
Can you just rerun that point for me as I was distracted?
Yes, certainly, madam. So we were just looking at the second page of the standing advice. Ancient woodland takes hundreds of years to establish, is defined as an irreplaceable habitat. That's the first sentence under the heading. And then the next sentence begins, it's a valuable natural asset important for, and then there are various points made, some of which we've been discussing. And then I think it's the fifth bullet point down, is recreation, health and well-being, is specifically identified as one of the things that ancient woodland is important for in this document. Do you see that?
Mom, I don't dispute that it can be important for recreation, health and well-being, but I think all of this falls away when there's direct loss and deterioration of ancient woodland from some of the elements of the scheme, for particularly loss, which I consider there will be in the path instance.
And it follows from this being one of the matters that ancient woodland is important for, that any assessment as to whether an impact is sufficiently material to cause deterioration must have regard to the fact that one of the purposes of the ancient woodland is, as you see, to provide recreation, health and well-being.
That doesn't automatically apply to every ancient woodland. This ancient woodland has no public access and has been subject to very little disturbance prior to these proposals.
Well, we'll come on to the current path used by the landowner and his friends and shooting parties and so on in a moment. We also know that the footpath through the Sang is a fundamental the footpath through the ancient woodland is a fundamental prerequisite of the strategic Sang, isn't it? Because Natural England required a circular walk.
As I understand it, yes.
Yeah, and that's why they were the ones who suggested the path through the ancient woodland.
I don't know if they suggested it, I'm afraid. I know they have made comments on it and its surfacing and management. Yeah.
Yeah, well, my witnesses were the people to whom the suggestions were made, so they can confirm that. And then you've seen it discussed in various emails that Mr. Rose has exhibited, leading to Natural England accepting that, subject to various things that they asked for, they were happy with the proposals in relation to the path, correct?
No, they talked about management of the woodland and they were discussing wood chip paths and boardwalks initially. I believe we're on to, is it bound gravel now at 2 meters wide?
Have you got Mr. Rose Appendix G, please?
Bear with me.
I'm afraid I'm going to have to unpick all those points, some of which I'm afraid, Mr. Rainbow, are not factually accurate.
Natural England, yeah.
Yeah.
There was a Forestry Commission response as well, yeah.
So this is Appendix G is the first Natural England letter. I already asked you about this to confirm they were fully aware that the path went through ancient woodland. And you can see on the first page that they wanted more information about the use of boardwalks and consideration of woodland management. Yep, do you see that?
Yeah, I mean,
Good. And then,
I do. The heading there is further information required to determine impact on designated sites. Now, whether ancient woodland designated sites is SBA, SAC, and SSSI. Ancient woodland is a habitat that it is not officially designated. It is non-designated actually.
Can you please hold back on points like that do not take us further forward, Mr. Rainbow, and are not an answer to my question. The second page of this document, under the heading Proposed Sang, concern for achieving a suitable circular walk has now been achieved. In total, 2.7k has now been proposed. This has been made possible by increasing the proposed area of the Sang from 12 hectares to 26. A pinch point along the walking route was identified as a constraint on the design. This has now been rectified by the addition of a footpath through the ancient woodland. I already asked you about that bit. This will prevent a bottleneck where the two paths would cross and creates a more circular and varied walking route. And the varied walking route is because instead of walking around the open fields, you've now got 100 meters of walking under the tree canopies as part of your recreational walk. Correct?
I can read it, and it's all in context of Sang creation and feasibility of Sang, which is what Natural England provide these bespoke consultations on. Of some, like I said earlier, apart from the pre-app advice service.
Can I just pause and ask that there's a little bit of chatter in the room, and if I can ask for that it's quite distracting, I'm afraid. I know you didn't mean anything by it. Okay, let's go back to this. Just before we read on, when is your position that Mr. Scott Hegarty left Natural England?
Pardon? What's the question?
You told us that Mr. Scott Hegarty left Natural England.
As I understand it, yes, that's right.
When do you understand he left?
I don't have an exact date in it. I know he's not there anymore. We had the video call conversation discussion about these matters, and they would not provide any more comments on ancient woodland because As I understand it, these were provided in the context of SANG.
I mean, when was this call?
This is a few years ago now. I would have to
years
get
ago.
that information up.
So you
Well,
think you think Mr. Scott Hegarty had left a few years ago?
I can't find the exact date. I know he left, and it was after our video call, so
Yeah.
I would need to look that up.
Because his current LinkedIn profile, my witnesses tell me, says he's still there. Is that a surprise to you?
Is that I know that's not correct.
I don't want to give evidence, but I'm involved in another case, and in August he was writing letters to us on behalf of Natural England. That's three or 4 weeks ago. I mean, I think your information's wrong, isn't it?
I'm
Mr.
not
Rainbow?
terribly interested in this point. If we
Yeah.
could move
All
on.
right. Let's go back to what substantively was said. So we can skip over the next bullet point and then look at the last one. Concerns on potential impacts to ancient woodland have now been addressed by the inclusion of dog-proof fencing as well as fencing along the entire SANG border. These fences shall deter the public from entering and negatively impacting the ancient woodland. So that it couldn't be clearer what Natural England's view about those issues is, could it?
I can't. Yes, I
you
can't
just
see
disagree.
how they can't enter ancient woodland when they are within ancient woodland on the narrow existing compacted earth of about 30 centimeters in places, and on a larger path which is proposed to be installed within the ancient woodland habitat. I really struggle with the information that Natural England officer provided on this scheme.
And then we can just see below they wanted further details because they were recommending boarded paths, which is a boardwalk, in other words. Do you see in the next
Bear with
paragraph
me.
down?
I understand. Yeah, the boardwalk was the first
Yeah, their preference
on the
at
first
that point.
iterations. Yeah.
Yeah, and your comments in May last year, you wanted a boardwalk, didn't you?
I just want to check my comments, please.
All right, they're exhibited to your proof, your first proof. I think my notes say page 44 of the PDF because that's how I was working at the time. But that may not be.
I'm reading about. I think my consultation was provided after the boardwalk was off the table. Actually, it was to do with direct surfacing of the ancient woodland habitat.
Yeah, so it's page 41 of the document.
Sorry, my proof. Sorry, I do apologise. I was looking at my consultation response initially. Are we talking 41 of my proof of evidence or somebody else's?
It's page 41 of the document that I've got that's your proof, and it's your
Okay.
26th of May 2022 comments.
Bear with me.
We're taking this slightly out of chronological order, so if we need to come back, we will. Right,
Okay, this was
because
an
by-
additional consultation
yeah, 'cause by
response.
this
Yeah,
point,
okay.
by this point, boardwalks had fallen away, and Natural England had accepted something other than boardwalks. And your second bullet point is you disagree that boardwalks will cause greater damage to surrounding trees. So you wanted a boardwalk at that point, didn't you?
No, I mean, for me, that certainly isn't the case, and that's not what I said.
All right. Well, read the words. Now let's go back to Natural England's words, please. So we've looked at what they say in November, and then can you go to Mr. Rowe's Appendix E?
So I've just gone back to that point because I think I do need to be clear. I disagree that the boardwalks will cause greater damage to surrounding trees. This is unrealistic when you consider the short to long-term impacts. So I definitely wasn't advocating a boardwalk. Sorry, thank you for letting me explain.
Have you got Rowe's Appendix E up yet?
No, I'll do that now.
Thank you.
Natural England comments, yeah.
Yeah, but you need to go to the start of the email chain, please. So towards the back of this, you'll see an email 29th of November 21 from Claire Caldwell. She's CSA. So she works with Mr. Rose.
Right, okay.
She's writing to Mr. Scott Hegarty at Natural England.
Yes, I can
Yeah.
see that email. Yeah.
So there are 3 bullet points. The first one relates to boardwalks, and I don't need to ask you about that because of what happens next. The second one relates to flood risk, and I don't need to ask you about that because it's not one of your points. And then the third,
Mr. Tabachnik, did you say Appendix E?
yes,
And what was the date of the email?
it's Appendix E is a couple of documents,
Yeah.
and the 4th and 5th pages, starting towards the bottom of page 4, madam, should be
Oh,
an email
yes.
from Claire
Yeah.
Caldwell.
Got it. Thank you.
All right, so I'll just let you get your bearings on the email again, and I'll just run back through what I put to the witness so that he can get his bearings on it. So this is Claire Caldwell of CSA, Mr. Rose's colleague, writing to Natural England, following the first consultation response that we need further information about these points of detail letter. And as you see from the headings of her bullet points, she addresses the boardwalk request, and then she makes a point about flood risk, and I don't need to ask you about either of those. And then there's a third bullet point where the heading is SANG Management Plan Inclusion of Ancient Woodland. Do you see that?
I do.
And she says the only area of ancient woodland actually included within the proposed SANG area is the footpath connection that crosses through the ancient woodland.
I see that.
Ancient woodland to the west of the proposed development is not actually included within the SANG boundary. As such, no specific measure for ancient woodland management was included within the SANG management plan. Right, and then she says management of ancient woodland within Nightingale Shore and additional woodland to the eastern boundary. And what she's referring to there is the area marked number 8 on Mr. Rose's plan. That's the Millennium woodland, because she's talking about what's within the red line. So she's talking about ancient woodland within Nightingale Shore, and that's this part over here, part of W1 that's within the ancient woodland, and she's talking about area 8 over here. All right.
Sorry, I've lost my way slightly. Is this W2 and the path going through? Or I may be in cost purposes, sorry.
Yeah, the sentence before, the sentence at the beginning, the only area of the AW included is the footpath connection that crosses through the AW. That is talking about the path through W2.
Okay, yes.
Then in response to Natural England saying, what about management of the other bits within the red line? She gives the answer that we're looking at now. And she says, management of ancient woodland within Nightingale Shore and additional woodland to the eastern boundary would be picked up in a development zone management plan secured by condition. And she's obviously, because she's talking about conditions, she's talking about what's within the red line. And I'm telling you that is the ancient woodland that's W1 over here, yeah, on the west side of the development, and the eastern bit is woodland 8.
I'm unclear on the question. I mean,
well, I haven't
one of
asked
the
the
issues
question
identified
yet.
is the lack of management for W2 and the impacts that could happen that wouldn't be rectified.
I haven't asked you a question yet. If you go then to the next email, please, which is the third page of this clip. You've got Mr. Scott Hegarty responding to Claire Caldwell 5th of January.
I see, yes. Mm-hmm.
And he says in the first bullet point, use of bark chip or gravel sounds like a sensible approach. ... Do you see that?
Yeah, I do. I do see that.
Yeah.
I have concern with that, and I'm not sure Mr. Hegarty had visited the site because we did offer a site visit with Natural England to look at a number of proposed SANG sites, and they turned it down. And as I understand it, they hadn't visited the site here before making the comments, so they may have been under the impression that the path there was existing. It was a lot bigger and a lot more established.
All right. Well, the inspector can make what she will of those speculations. If bark chip gravel pathways are used, they'll need to be maintained throughout the year, especially during the wetter winter months. I acknowledge the footpath through the woodland is not a flood risk. However, the concern is that the footpath may become boggy, unusable in wetter months. I'm sure this can be resolved through good design and regular maintenance of the path, says Natural England. Do you see that?
I do see it, and as I say, I have concerns with Natural England's response on this application by this officer. Yeah.
Yeah, we know you disagree with Natural England. And then next bullet point.
Just make it clear, I have no disagreement with the standing advice whatsoever, but I do have serious concerns with the response from this particular officer, which we don't usually get for ancient woodlands. And I do believe this is taken or given in the context of SANG, and potentially the officer has not had training on responses for ancient woodland.
I do understand this point. We don't need to keep making it.
Thank you, madam.
Sorry, ma'am.
The next bullet point, thank you for clarifying that the ancient woodland within Nightingale Shore and additional woodland to the eastern boundary, so this is picking up on Miss Caldwell's language, will be included in a development zone management plan. We asked for some management of AW as protective fencing around AW is not a guarantee it'll be protected against recreational disturbance impacts. If the development zone management plan can include some AW management or instead monitoring and maintenance of protected fencing around the areas, this should address our concern about recreational disturbance impacts. And I've asked you about fencing around the SANG, and as far as management is concerned, with the context of those emails in mind, let's now look at the first page of this clip, please, the final consultation response from Mr. Scott Hegarty. And this
so I'm
is
losing the thread a little bit. Which date is that, please?
23rd of March 22. So he's had his conversation by email with Miss Caldwell. He's now writing to the council effectively to explain why Natural England are happy with the position. And you can see in the first main paragraph, the one that talks about the previous response, he says, we spoke about functionality, recommended boardwalks installed through areas of woodland. The applicant's now clarified, has shown that boardwalks may not be feasible due to safety concerns and may cause greater damage to neighbouring woodland trees. Wood chipped / gravel paths, he says, do you see that? Have been proposed.
Yes, I did. It says we spoke about the functionality of the SANG, and I understand this was a response relating to SANGs. Ancient woodland is not mentioned in that paragraph, and potentially cross purposes.
You've just repeated the point the inspector told you she understood, because you've now made it multiple times, Mr. Rainbow.
Understood.
Right. Then I pick it up 3 lines up from the bottom of that paragraph. Wood chip / gravel paths have been proposed as an alternative solution to boardwalks, which we have now considered. Natural England are content with the use of wood chip / gravel paths on the condition that the paths will be suitably managed and maintained to ensure they remain functional all year round. And obviously management is a matter that can be addressed via condition, can't it?
I do have concerns with the lack of detail on management at the moment, especially as it relates to degradation and harm of ancient woodland for factors near the path. Obviously, the loss of ancient woodland, I believe, would happen from implementation of the path. But sometimes management plans can be conditioned, but where they really are essential to prove that there would be no degradation or impact of irreplaceable habitat, we do not have this information.
What we do know is that it's proposed that the SANG be taken over and managed by the Land Trust.
I believe, yes. Mm-hmm.
And they're a very experienced organisation in relation to management of such matters, aren't they?
I don't know, I'm afraid.
You don't? Did you read their letter?
I haven't had much.
You haven't read
had
their
much
letter
dealings with the
setting
land.
out their extensive holdings of SANG and experience of these issues of paths through woodlands. You haven't looked
I
at that.
don't know in detail about the land trust. That is my my answer.
All right. All right.
Yeah.
Well, you can't help me further then on this. Go back to the
Okay.
letter, please. Natural England are concerned that the adjacent woodland could experience an increase in recreational pressure due to the proposed planning application. For this reason, the inclusion of a well-maintained and managed fencing along the entire SANG border should help avoid and restrict recreational impacts to the additional woodland. And if we just pause there, we may or may not at reserve matters stage need to tweak the exact location of the fencing, but subject to that, fencing and defensive planting has been proposed all the way around the ancient woodland, hasn't it? As Natural England requested.
Well, no, it hasn't, because part of the position of the path that intersects this long, thin ancient woodland, it is ancient woodland habitat. And as I understand it, this will be a 2-metre wide path on top of what is existing, a very rarely used, as we will see on the site visit, path that was 30 centimetres of basically compacted ancient woodland soil. I think that point's being missed. I just thought I should mention it.
Can I give you a 5-minute warning for an adjournment or break or lunch or otherwise?
Yes, that's fine.
I'm not cutting you short. I'm just saying I will need
Thank
to
you.
take
I'm
a break.
afraid
I'm
I'm-
sure others do.
I'm not making the progress I wanted to make. Others can work out why that is. But can I look for a 5-minute break in a few minutes, and then I'll only have perhaps 15 minutes more, 15, 20 minutes more. So yeah, noted, madam. We'll try and finish this point. So I'm not going to respond to that, Mr. Rainbow, because obviously Natural England knew that the path through the AW was proposed. Let's go back to the email, please. In addition, some management of ancient woodland would help mitigate some recreational disturbance impacts that are likely to occur due to the proposal. Although we requested that this management of ancient woodland be included within the SANG management plan, the applicant has now clarified that an area of ancient woodland within Nightingale Shore can be included within the development zone management plan. And if you just pause there, that reference to an area of ancient woodland within Nightingale Shore that can be included, looking back at the emails we just trawled through, that is a reference to the part of the ancient woodland over here, which is within the red line. Do you accept that?
Sorry, which plan is this again? The appendix.
On Rose Appendix C.
Bear with me. Sorry, I'm skipping around here. I'm there. Sorry, could you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, the question is that, again, Mr. Rainbow, in the context of the emails that preceded, the understanding between Natural England and the applicant, which is being reflected in this advice to the council, is that Natural England is happy so long as one of its requests is that W1, the bit of ancient woodland within the red line, is included in the management plan. And that's all this is saying. That's right, isn't it?
Oh, I'm not. I'm sorry. I'm struggling a little with concentration at this point. But
Right.
I apologise.
Well, why don't we, I think it's obvious what the documents show, but why don't we take a break and then come back and deal with other matters?
Good. Okay, let's take a 15-minute break and we'll come back at past.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Rainbow, if you're ready to continue, I understand you said about 15 minutes.
I hope to keep it that short, madam.
Okay,
Thank you.
lovely, thank you.
Good.
Thank you, Mark.
Mr. Rainbow, you still fit to continue?
I am. Thank you.
Good, excellent. Right. So where I want to go next is this point. Paths accessible to the public through ancient woodland are very common features of ancient woodland, aren't they?
I think you do get paths through ancient woodland. Some of them are public footpaths. Yeah.
And examples of that are Views Wood, which has been mentioned in the evidence already, just a short distance from this site, and that's ancient woodland, correct?
I understand so. Yes.
And it's managed by the Woodland Trust,
Yes.
who advertise on their website, telling people all about the 600 meters of paths, an extensive public footpath network through the various woodland areas, don't they?
It is. I did speak about how they assess their woodlands yesterday, and there was a part I missed out where desire lines and sort of minor paths are. They do stop up paths as well. So as well as their no net loss policy, they do manage paths and recreation use. Yeah.
And the appellant is going to suggest that the inspector, like Mr. Brown and Mr. Hyatt and Mr. Rose, visit, amongst other places, Views Wood, for it to assist her in judging whether this path upgrade will lead to deterioration. Do you agree that that's a sensible suggestion to make?
I don't see a problem with visiting Views Wood. However, it is a different site with different impacts and different historical paths that have been created. So I'd just like to make that point.
Another example of a place where there are routes through ancient woodland and development close to ancient woodland that the council has relatively recently approved is the Ridgewood Farm scheme. Are you familiar with that scheme?
I'd have to look at the detail. The name does ring a bell, but yeah.
Have you read Mr. Brown's rebuttal proof?
Yes, but not for a while.
Well, he only put it in last week, so you couldn't have read it before the 6th of September at the earliest.
A lot's happened since then. Sorry.
All right.
Mr. Brown, pardon me. Sorry, Mr. Brown is the
He's the planning consultant for my
Yes,
team.
yes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
He talks about the council having agreed to the improvement of a path through the middle of a large block of ancient woodland that's within that site. And that's correct. The council has recently approved that, hasn't it?
I don't know the detail of this, and I don't know the existing condition of the path or existing impacts on the site.
All right.
Sorry.
Then you can't help me with this, that Natural England didn't object to that scheme either, did it? Maybe you don't
I
know.
can't help you with that, I'm afraid.
No,
Sorry.
You weren't involved in that one then, were you?
No.
All right. Now, as far as impacts from improving the path here are concerned, goes without saying that the inspector will have an opportunity to assess for herself during the site visit what she thinks the real extent of any impacts would be, and therefore whether those impacts would cause deterioration, correct?
Yes, I wouldn't call it improving the path when it's on ancient woodland habitat and it goes beyond the width of the very narrow existing, basically compacted earth path that is there.
Well, she'll have an
Yes.
opportunity to assess the extent to which that's true during the site visit, won't she?
Indeed.
There's no point us he said about it. The inspector will see it on site for herself on Friday. All right. At the moment, the path is used by the landowner and his invitees, friends, family, shooting parties, and the like, isn't it? As you understand the position.
If that is the position, then
Yeah.
okay.
And no doubt you saw the fence posts, which he has put up himself on one side of the path so that he can run a ribbon down there to indicate to shooting party people where the path is and what to stick on. Did you see all that?
Essentially the post, yes.
You
I
did.
didn't see stickers and things. No.
All right. Well, you'll see the ribbon or the wire, whatever it is, on Friday. And obviously, at the moment, the landowner manages the path for the access that he needs, doesn't he?
I presume so. I understand some management of the edges of the path, coppicing of hazel in the woodland, and that kind of thing was undertaken. I think that was between our two site visits, because a lot has regrown back now.
Yeah,
or
and
have
obviously
done that.
he is perfectly entitled periodically to do that management for his own purposes, isn't he?
I understand it. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. And obviously there's no planning restriction, for example, on him preventing him doing that.
Only the Forestry Act for 5 cubic meters, but that's beyond.
Well, that's
the scope of
5
this.
cubic meters of trees being cut down, but obviously
That's right, yeah.
you can do a lot of management of ground flora and understory, and even chopping off the odd overhanging branch if there is one, without getting anywhere near 5 cubic meters of trunk removal, can't you?
Indeed, yes.
Yeah, indeed. Okay. So I don't think it's going to be useful for us to debate what the extent of understory is, but we can agree this, I'm sure, that just simply cutting off a branch of one tree, that might be an impact, but it wouldn't be deterioration in and of itself, would it, if it was an immaterial branch from the perspective of the tree?
Sorry, I thought I was on mute. For one tree, it wouldn't, but I mean, in this instance, there's going to be more than one tree involved in accommodating access and safety requirements, which I outlined along with that.
We don't agree with you on that, but again, there's no point debating it other than to say the inspector will see on site. Your picture of the leaning tree that you've got in your proof, that leaning tree is nowhere near the path route, is it?
I took that photograph from the path route. Yes, it is. Yeah.
Well, all right. Again, we don't agree with you, and the inspector can have a look on site, and you can point it out. On site.
I should just raise, it will not be myself on the site visit. And Mr. Mishida, who is here, will be doing the site visit, who also visited with myself on the last site visit occasion. So he's familiar with the site. So I do apologise for not being able to come.
Yeah, all right. And obviously, if there's an overhanging branch at the moment, that the landowner, for his own purposes, would chop it back so that his access is safe.
Yeah, I did talk about frequency versus risk in tree safety assessments yesterday. Obviously, at the moment, there's no public access, and the path evidently on the ground isn't used frequently. And then, obviously, it's being changed radically to accommodate the numbers that I've already discussed. Yeah.
All right. As I say, we disagree the characterization, but I can't usefully cross-examine about that. In terms of construction methods for the path and fence installation, you've seen Mr. Hyatt's evidence indicating that no dig construction methods will be used, no machinery, working by hand, testing locations before you put a fence post in. You've seen all of that, haven't you?
I have. If there's a specific question, I will need to look at that individual point.
Well, the question is, have you seen all of that?
I have read his proof of evidence. Yes.
Yeah. All right. And I didn't hear any dispute during your evidence in chief to the effect that those methods wouldn't be capable of being insisted on by condition, because they would, wouldn't they?
I'm unclear. There's going to be direct loss of ancient woodland habitat as part of the path creation, in my professional opinion. So I can't really look to that because of the NPPF 180C.
Yeah. What? So you're talking about the bit that at the moment the landowner and his friends walk on?
I'm talking about the proposed footpath through that intersects W2 completely.
Yeah.
completely intersecting it. Yes.
Yeah. Again, Natural England would obviously have known that that was the position, wouldn't they?
The officer who wrote those comments, as I've already said, I'm not going to repeat myself on that. The officer may or may not have been aware of that. I do not know.
I see. All right. So the officer might have given his advice on behalf of Natural England, not knowing whether the effect that you're concerned about might happen. That's your serious evidence to the inquiry.
As I understand it, he did not undertake a site visit. I can't comment on what he thinks or what, we've just got what he's written, which departs from the standing advice.
Well, we don't agree that it does. Thank you, Mr. Rainbow. I haven't got anything more that I can usefully ask you at this stage. Thank you,
Thank
madam.
you.
Okay, thank you very much. Did you want to re-examine?
I've just got a few questions. Mr. Rainbow, can you hear me?
Yes. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Just taking things in the order you were cross-examined, what's been called your second proof, but it's the note attached to Mr. New's rebuttal. Do you just take that up? I've just got one question on that.
This is the most recent.
It's your rebuttal note, which was appended to Mr. New's rebuttal. What was called your second proof?
Okay, bear with me. Yes. Pardon me for keeping you waiting. I have that open, yes.
Thank you. And you were taken to paragraph 2.6.
Okay.
Can I just ask you to remind yourself of that, if you could just read it through to yourself?
Is this to do with the double height curbs, or am I on the wrong document?
It's 2.6. It starts with the stability of trees post-development. I think you are in the wrong document.
I apologise.
It's the note that was attached to Mr. New's rebuttal.
Bear with me. 2.6. Yes, stability of trees post-development.
Yeah, if you just remind yourself of that whole paragraph, please.
Yes, thank you.
And you asked a number of questions about, it was put to you essentially that you were asking about whether 20% of unsurfaced area would be covered by surfacing. Just with reference to that paragraph, is that all you were asking for?
Sorry. Please, can you repeat the question?
So it was right at the beginning of your cross-examination.
Yeah.
The point was put essentially that, look, what you were asking for here is 20% of unsurfaced area covered by surfacing. This is in relation to the road widening. Is that all you were asking for?
No, I mean, I did talk about, bear with me. I'm sorry. I'm slightly clouded thought here, but I've put my my points in on that. I did talk about the sort of bank stability and
okay.
Well, an arboricultural assessment of impacts of the mature woodland edge trees that hadn't been undertaken. But sorry,
okay.
I apologise.
Could you go to Appendix G of Mr. Rose's proof, please?
Yeah.
This is the consultation response from Natural England, dated 10th.
I'm there, yeah.
Yeah. I don't want to go back over all of this, but could you just turn to page 3? And you see a section
Yes.
which says other advice, ancient woodland, ancient and veteran trees.
Certainly, yeah.
You see there, you should consider any impacts of ancient woodland and ancient veteran trees in line with paragraph 180 of the NPPF. And then
Yes.
goes on to the inventory and standing advice. Is that what the council has done in this case?
We have, yes. We always look to the standing advice because that's the first port of call with irreplaceable habitat. Yeah, as I've mentioned earlier, we very rarely, in fact, I think it's maybe the first time we've had comments in recent years on ancient woodland, although, as I understand it, they are in the context of the SANG. Yeah.
Can I ask you then to go to the Forestry Commission response, please, which is CDB 21.
Yeah, I'll just find it.
It's 6th of January.
I have it open, yes.
And you were being asked questions about the buffer, and you wanted to take the inspector to the first paragraph under the word summary, but you were cut off. And
Yes.
I just want to ask, what was the point that you wanted to make about that paragraph?
Certainly that well, the first sentence is pretty summarizes the rest of it, that it's development either will impact either directly or indirectly on ancient woodland, and then it includes some of the direct and indirect impacts from the standing advice, which includes compaction and or erosion of soils and tree roots, damage via antisocial behaviour, damage and disturbance of flora and fauna and domestic pets, noise, air, light and dust pollution after construction. Now, obviously, the air and the dust pollution covered in the cross-examination, but the other points, I believe, still do remain and are of concern. Yeah.
And then the inspector can read that for herself about what's then said about, particularly about the pathway, etc. We've got responses here from Natural England and from the Forestry Commission. Which one do you say should attract more weight in relation to ancient woodland?
For this application,
Yes.
I mean, the Forestry Commission are providing a response which is direct to the ancient woodland of the scheme, and they include all the policies, and well, I say all the policies, they include policy reference and standing advice reference within that, as well as some other really useful information. The Natural England response is an email response in part to discussions over feasibility of implementing SANGs on the site. So certainly I read the Forestry Commission's response here. It seems much more thorough and comprehensive, and actually in line with the standing advice for ancient trees, ancient woodland and ancient and veteran trees. Yeah.
And then I think final question. It was just in relation to bats, and I just want to check because can we go to the ecological impact assessment, please? I'll just find the reference.
Yes.
Apologies. Yeah, CDA 20.
Bear with me. Yes, I have the document.
And I think questions were put to you on the basis that pipistrelle were found as part of bat surveys. Could you go to paragraph 4.49?
Yes, I'm there. Yeah.
Can you see as a list of species there?
Certainly. There are more species than pipistrelles, and three different types, well, two different types of pipistrelles listed here, but there are other species listed too. And obviously I mentioned about whether specific surveys were undertaken of the ancient woodland or whether this was more site-based, considering the fact that W2 has been excluded from the site, despite that there are impacts on it.
And I think questions were put to you on the basis that pipistrelle aren't deterred by light. Just now that you've got that list of species in front of you, are there any comments you'd make in relation to the others or not?
Not at this time. There are other species of bat that are sensitive to light. I always have to remind myself of those, but that's right. And as I say, some species are susceptible to light and avoid them. Others are not too bothered, but it might actually affect their ecology by displacing them away from existing areas.
Okay, thank you. That's very clear.
Thank you.
Mum, thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rainbow. Thank you for appearing today, even though it sounds like you're not very well. Hopefully it won't hit you too hard. So I wish you a good recovery, and thanks again for your contributions today.
Thank you, Mum, and apologies I had to do it this way. Thank you.
Okay, I think we should break for lunch now, and then come back and hear. We'll begin hearing from Mr. Hyatt. I suspect examination in chief and cross-examination it may be as far as we get today. You seem to be, nodding. Yeah, good. Okay, all right. So shall we just say that we'll come back at 2? Lovely, thanks very much. Welcome back. Welcome to the inquiry, Mr. Hyatt. When you're ready, you can begin with evidence in chief.
Thank you very much, Madam. Before I do that, I've just got one housekeeping matter to mention, not to invite a decision on immediately, but just so that, Madam, you can mull it during the afternoon. We're obviously a little behind the timetable. That has one knock-on impact that I mentioned, which is that Miss Hensler, I think we've perhaps indicated by email to you previously, is unavailable on Friday of this week. And so what I'm going to propose is that obviously we deal with Mr. Hyatt this afternoon. We'll undoubtedly finish his evidence, and then the choices are either a late session to deal with Mr. Rose, or alternatively to leave Mr. Rose until Thursday afternoon / Friday morning, because I'd prefer to keep the two drainage witnesses as they currently are, so that we can start and finish drainage in a day. And as I say, move Mr. Rose around that as necessary if we're not to finish him this afternoon, which I suspect will not be the preference. So nobody needs to decide any of that now. I just flag it so you can mull, and then perhaps we'll come back to it at the end of Mr. Hyatt's evidence.
Yeah, certainly. I was looking at the timetable over lunch. I came to the conclusion, just still with today, Hayley. So we'll see how we go. But yeah, I'll mull it over. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you. Right. Good afternoon, Mr. Hyatt, and welcome to the inquiry. You've produced a main proof of evidence with appendices and a rebuttal proof of evidence with some appendices. Is that correct? And are the contents of those documents true, and the assessments valid and fair to the best of your professional judgment?
They are, yes.
Thank you. Now, just formally to introduce you to the inquiry by reference to what you tell us on page 1 of your main proof, you hold a Master of Science degree in Arboriculture and Urban Forestry, a Bachelor of Science degree in Geology, and a Technician's Certificate in Arboriculture. You're a professional member of the Arboricultural Association, a professional member of the Institute of Chartered Foresters, holding Chartered Arboriculturalist status since 2015. You have wide-ranging experience in all aspects of arboriculture, gained over the last 19 years, including working within planning authorities and as head of arboriculture at your current firm. Is that all correct and up to date, Mr. Hyatt?
It is, yes.
Good. Thank you for that. Now we're going to take your two proofs as read, as I'm sure they have been, and just seek to focus on the key aspects of the evidence. And I want to begin with your response and comments on what I've called Rainbow Proof 3, the document we were handed early on Tuesday morning. So do you have that to hand, please?
I do, yes.
And this, you'll recall, was said to be a response to your rebuttal proof that had been served the preceding Friday and Saturday, correct?
Correct, yeah.
Now, if you open that document, please, to the first substantive page, there's a suggestion in paragraph 2.2 that your rebuttal was prepared without a site visit. What's your comment on that, please?
That's incorrect. I did visit the site and that particular area of the site.
And when did you visit this particular area?
On the 1st of September.
Yeah. And was that the first time you had visited that particular area and looked at this particular area and set of trees?
No, I'd looked at them throughout the development, the original survey, and throughout the development of the application as well.
Thank you. Then there are some points made about the accuracy of the plans, and in particular the contents of what is in your appendix 1 and 2, so far as location of trees and root protection areas. So can you take those 2 points together, please, and explain your position as to the accuracy of these drawings, as I say, in terms of root protection areas and location of trees.
Okay, so with regards to the location of the trees, there's a comment, an annotation on the plan at my appendix 1 that says no access to the area, reflectorless methods used to locate the trees. That comes from the topographical survey, and that is just highlighting that the topo surveyors didn't access the base of the trees. They used an offset laser rangefinder to pinpoint the location of the trees. So the location of the trees is accurate as far as the topo survey is concerned.
Can I just interrupt you there? What is the professional view, if that's the right phraseology, of using laser techniques such as this?
They're widely used in the topographical mapping area. There's no, it's quite commonplace to use them. They're accurate enough. They have an accuracy of sort of sub 100 millimeters, whereas if you could access a tree, you'd get sub 50 millimeters. So it's fit for purpose to use such a tool.
Thank you. You were moving on, I think, to root protection areas.
Yes, to root protection areas. So it moves on to say that the root protection areas are calculated on the stem diameter, and we've plotted those up on that plan to give an indication of the extent of the root protection areas. That paragraph goes on to say that it's all right. Goes on to say that that not all the trees within the wooded area have been plotted, but that's not necessary in my view. The topo surveys picked up all the significant trees that are relevant to the road widening. Their RPAs extend northwards and would cover the RPAs that are emanating from the trees to the south. So I'm satisfied that the plan does include enough relevant detail.
Yeah, and just in relation to the girths of the stems for trees 1 to 6, as shown on your appendices, but why, in your view, if this is your view, should the inspector have confidence in the assessments that are reflected in these plans?
Because the stem diameter shown on the topo survey, and from my assessment, are accurate, and it's the stem diameter that you use to base the calculation of the RPA on.
Thank you. And then the point that you just made, I think, was intended as a response to the last two sentences of 2.2, Mr. Rainbow's third point, as he calls it, about the plans not including all the trees within the wooded area. Is that what you were just addressing?
Sorry, yes, that's the point I addressed, yeah. But it's not necessary to include all of the woodland trees in there.
Yeah. So is the position that the important trees are covered, or might there be other trees which are not covered?
The important trees are covered. Important trees that are closest to the road widening area are picked up, and from my assessment, there are no other significant trees further back into the woodland. It's clear you can stand on the side of the road and view back into the woodland. So it's my view from carrying out that site assessment that there were no veteran trees or significant trees located further back into the woodland.
Yeah, and veteran trees was the possibility of veteran trees was something that Mr. Rainbow floated. Did you consider that issue when you were on site on the 1st of September?
Yes, yeah, it's part of the standard process of mapping constraints. Yeah.
Thank you. Right, let's carry on, please, in this document. 2.4 of Mr. Rainbow's, he raises questions of cumulative development within the root protection areas. So what's your observation about him raising that point in the context of your rebuttal evidence, please?
Well, British Standard 5837 only states you should look at cumulative impacts where there is evidence of recent construction activity upon a tree. That is not the case here. I know Mr. Rainbow earlier mentioned potential for drainage installation, etc., along the road, but there's no evidence of that in the tarmac, that there's been any recent disturbance or no recent ground disturbance, or so I don't consider that that paragraph that looks at cumulative impacts is relevant.
Now, if you've got your Appendix 1 open from your rebuttal proof, and if we look at the purple area, the area of widening of the carriageway, in practical terms, what's your assessment, please, as to what the impacts will be for these trees from that purple area being turned into carriageway?
Sure. So in terms of RPA coverage, as I set out in my note, we're well below the 20% coverage of the unsurfaced RPA that was set out in the British Standard.
And sorry to interrupt you. What's the significance from the inspector's perspective of being below that 20% that's set out in the British Standard?
Well, that sets the limit in terms of what could be covered because of stability of the trees and the impact on the soil in terms of gaseous diffusion and water permeation, like. So it's a limit by which if you exceed it, then there may be physiological decline in those trees if it's exceeded.
Yeah, and if you don't exceed it, what's the understanding based on the British Standard?
Based on the British Standard, then you don't experience those physiological declines.
Yeah. Okay. So you
Can I get a reference for the British Standard?
it is CDG1.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right. So sorry, I was interrupting you in the middle of an answer as to what the impacts will be from the purple area.
Yes. So in terms of RPA coverage, I've explained. In terms of stability of the trees, we've already heard that the preferential rooting area for these trees will be to the south, into the area where there's more moisture and nutrients and the like. Undoubtedly, there will be some roots extending to the north, and so those need to be considered with the road widening. The road widening at its narrowest point is 800 millimetres, or approximately, and there's sufficient scope there to install that, in my view, without impacting on the stability of that tree. That's one of the more significant trees in my view. As we move sort of closer to the access of my plan, the road widening increases. Again, there will, and as I acknowledge in my note that was prepared in response to Mr. Rainbow's second piece of evidence, is that there will be some impacts resulting on that tree, T3, but not to the point where it will destabilise the tree or make it unsafe to retain.
And why is that?
Yeah, because the preferential rooting location, is to the south, and the loss of roots will not be so significant that the trees are going to result in failure.
Thank you. Okay, and I know this isn't, although sometimes one can be confused for thinking it is the detailed design stage, but can you give the inspector, please, a flavour of the sorts of things that would be included in a mitigation scheme so that construction activity had the minimal impact on the trees in these areas?
Sure. So with an outline application, and when you've got an access approval that hasn't gone through technical design, detailed technical design, the British Standard says delivering information such as we have here is enough to assess the feasibility of a scheme. And then post or through the detailed design process, detailed tree protection measures are put in place. In this instance, it could include fencing, although to protect trees from direct damage from machinery, but I don't anticipate that being overly necessary. I think the most important control in this instance is that an appropriate working methodology is detailed up with arboricultural supervision in place to make sure that the works are undertaken in accordance with the final detailed design. Of course, the detailed design as well can be adjusted to limit impacts. I talk about some elements in my response note, such as double height curbs, or in addition carriageway raising, just to reduce the level of excavation immediately adjacent to those trees.
Good. Thank you for that. And if we move on through Mr. Rainbow's third note, because I think your answers apply to much of pages 2 and 3. Can we go on to the point that he makes between para 211 and 213, please, where he's concerned about why you have, in his words, downgraded the trees from category A. So first of all, have you downgraded the trees from category A? And secondly, can you explain to the inspector what the basis of the grading that appears in the table within your proof is? Table on page 4 of your rebuttal proof.
Sure. So, so as part of the original survey, these trees were categorised as A category. As set out in BS 5837, you can assign an A category, high quality, to trees that are of landscape quality in terms of, they're a big green block of trees in the landscape. All those trees within that group don't have to be of high quality individually. And it explicitly says in the standard, again, in the table that I think Mr. Rainbow's reproduced, that, lesser quality trees may well be present within a higher quality group. So I have downgraded them because we're looking at individual impacts now on individual trees, and it's only right that if you're going to do that, you assess the quality of those trees as individuals as well.
Good, thank you very much. The second part of my question, I'll just ask it again. No reason why you should keep multi-handed questions in your head. Can you just explain very briefly why T3, 5 and 6 were Bs and not As?
Yes, so there are a number of features present that are quite apparent when you're in the highway, that you can see. There's T5 has a structural defect that is quite significant to me, and I would downgrade it on the basis of that. I could go into the technical detail, but it's a weak, or considered weak, union, a codominant stem. The next tree along has been crown reduced in the past, so it's been pruned quite drastically, or has suffered storm damage. And T3 is of asymmetric form, so it's been forced out by the side of the woodland there. So if you took any of those trees and placed them in an open field, they would not meet the criteria to become category A trees. It's quite clear that you can see that information from an on-site assessment.
Thank you very much. Again, this may be self-evident to the inspector, but just to be clear, leaving aside carriageway widening questions, in terms of the visibility splay, which is the red line that goes across your Appendix 1, what will be the impact of securing that visibility splay on these 5 trees?
On those 5 trees, there won't be any significant impact. You can see on the plan at Appendix 2 where I've marked up what vegetation needs to be removed.
Yes.
As well as what vegetation needs to be pruned. So the red polygon is vegetation to be removed. That's all scrubby understory vegetation. There may be some pruning to the sycamore, my T1, the category C tree, just to provide some clearance. And I'm obviously talking quietly because that's really loud down my ear now. And that's fine, that's all right. I'll put my finger in this ear, it's all right. Yeah, the red area is where we'll remove some scrubby vegetation. The orange area is the extent of the pruning of the understory that is adjacent to the highway, and that's a vegetation that's regularly pruned. The trees that I've identified won't require any pruning because their branches and canopies are much higher than the carriageway.
Yeah. And the arboricultural interest of the areas you've marked in yellow and red on Appendix 2?
They're insignificant. Yeah. Most of it's very small and would fall outside of the scope of BS 5837.
Thank you. Just to the within the site, there's a little area that you've also marked area of scrubby vegetation and bramble likely to be removed to allow construction of access. Is that your text or is that somebody else's text?
That's my text. There's an area just again. I mean, it's just adjacent to the radius.
Yeah.
It doesn't necessarily directly have to be removed, but in reality, it's something that may well be removed.
And if it is removed, again, your assessment of the significance in arboricultural terms.
Well, that would clearly fall outside the scope of 5837 and insignificant in terms of arboriculture.
Good, thank you for that. Put aside your rebuttal proof and Mr. Rainbow's third offering, and let's discuss some other issues. Have you got Mr. Rose's Appendix C, please, the plan of the illustrative plan of possible AW protection?
Yes, I have. Yep.
Techniques. Thank you. Now there were some comments made by Mr. Rainbow about.
Sorry, can I have the reference again? Just missed that. The reference to the document. I missed.
Sorry, it's Mr. Rose Appendix C. I'll just wait for Miss Hutton to locate that. Thank you. So the topic, Mr. Hyatt, is use of mown paths within the buffer zone on the eastern side of the site, which is what's shown on the plan, the illustrative plan at the moment.
Yes.
What's your view as to whether that would be acceptable, given that it's in the buffer zone?
Well, first of all, I suppose the standing advice says that access to the buffer zone is permissible, as long as it doesn't harm the original habitat, the ancient woodland or the veteran tree.
Yeah.
And in this case, we're talking about mown grass paths that will need no construction, and they will be mown with no detriment to the adjacent either the woodland, whether we have the buffer or the veteran trees. The control of grass growth in and around trees is not an uncommon thing to undertake in many contexts, be it ancient woodland or other individual trees.
Yeah.
And you've also got to view that in the context of the current site usage. So, for instance, the horse paddocks that are predominantly present to the north of the woodland. For example, one of those fields I know has been recently ploughed and reseeded by the landowner. So, when you have impacts like that occurring, you have to just bear that in mind in the context of a mown grass path, basically.
What was the ploughing within what would be the buffer zone?
Yes, yeah. In part of it, not all of it, but part of it.
Yeah, and that's the current usage.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so going back to these mown paths, you said standing advice is access in the buffer zone is fine so long as it won't harm the trees. And you mentioned the mowing regime. What's your position as to whether additional pedestrian use along those paths from people visiting the SAG will harm the trees?
Well, I think with regards to that, you have to consider the root protection areas as well as the buffers. And like I think we explored earlier, that the paths are predominantly outside of the root protection areas. So that's one of the first sort of criteria to look when trying to assess impacts on the trees. So if we're outside the RPAs, then it's of less concern. And then you need to look at again current land use. Are there existing paths present, which we have and that are being utilised, and then existing ground disturbance. For instance, whether they're in the farmyard area to the east, whether there's stockpile material or hardcore or ground disturbance or passage of tractors in the past.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for that. Now, if the council at an assumed reserve matters stage says no, we're not having these, you can appeal or you can do something else. Is there an alternative routing that these paths could take so that one can get to the eastern access to the southern SAG?
Yes, yeah, there's flexibility as it's, it's outline applications, flexibility to move those paths
Yeah.
if
And will
so
you,
required.
yeah, will you be able to show the inspector that on site on Friday?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah. And is there a route that is potentially available which would also avoid putting a mown path in the veteran tree buffer? If again, same situation.
Yes, yeah, there's a route that could
Yeah.
work. Yeah.
Good. Thank you for that. Let's move on to the path, the western path, if you like, the one that's going to be improved through the ancient woodland. All right. Can I ask you some questions about that?
Yes.
Now, in order to create this path, there's going to be, for example, some pruning of understory. Is that right?
Yes, yeah, there will be the need to undertake some minor pruning to some smaller branches along the route. Yeah.
Yes. So take together, please, pruning of understory and minor branches of actual trees. And I want your comments for the inspector, please, on the significance of those impacts. In the context of the question being, will it cause deterioration of the ancient woodland?
Sure. So obviously, with regards to the vegetation either side of the path, we're looking at an existing path that is used and managed as the landowner sees fit, and that vegetation has been pruned back off. It's to provide clearance in the past. So minor pruning to some of those trees is something that would occur likely in any case, and I don't believe it would have significant detriment to those trees either side. What we're looking at predominantly is hazel and holly, which are two species that are very tolerant of pruning, and in fact tolerant of coppicing. And sort of to confirm what coppicing is, it's obviously the cutting down of trees to ground level completely to allow the regrowth of new stems to emerge from the stump. And when along that route there'd be no need to coppice, it'd be minor pruning. But coppicing which obviously can be viewed as being more impactful, is actually a very beneficial management thing to do within areas of woodland for a host of reasons.
And if you know, I'll ask Mr. Rose if you don't, if you know, what is it that Natural England is envisaging as the management that they expected to see within W1 on the western side of the site? What form of management were they expecting to see?
Well, I'm not aware of specific prescriptions for management from Natural England, but that's not to say that they haven't been discussed between the ecologists and Natural England. But W1 in the eastern part of the site is predominantly
Western part.
Western part is predominantly a hazel coppice. There's not much high canopy, so I would very much expect there to be a cyclical coppicing regime in place or put in place there for the benefits that would bring to the longevity of the woodland.
And perhaps you've answered this already, but what's the relevance of Natural England supporting a coppicing management regime like that in very nearby ancient woodland in the context of these points about some branches and understory being removed?
Well, the actual physical amount of work that is done in coppicing a stool can be viewed as far more impactful, whereas in fact it's not. So to put that in context with the minor pruning, we're talking far less works to achieve clearance on the path.
Yeah. Have you walked the route of this existing path recently?
Yes. Yeah.
Are any trees going to need to be lost to create this path?
Not to create the path. No trees to be lost.
I say create the path, to improve the route of the path. Thank you for that. The leaning tree that we've got a photo of, does that impact on the route of the path?
No, it's visible from the path, but its lean is away from the path, and it's not. And it's a sweet chestnut, which is very sturdy.
Future risk to trees is the next topic. The council purports to be concerned about future needs to prune back some branches over the improved route. What's your comment on that?
It's not my experience that a path like this would result in the amount of pruning alleged to be needed by the by Wealden. Yes, there will be an increase in footfall, but the path is only 100 metres long, and it takes about a minute to get from one end to the other. So in terms of a tree management risk regime, you've got transient, excuse the term, targets, the people that are walking along that path. And, they're there for a very short time. It's not somewhere they'll be able to dwell. So in terms of managing out tree risk, I don't see it as an issue. If you sort of take that to the nth degree, if we look at more significant targets like a road, if the logic applied by Wealden is correct, then we would probably not have any trees overhanging or adjacent roads, which clearly you drive around here and that's not the case.
Yeah.
The only other point to add on tree risk is in tree risk terms, pedestrians walking, particularly out in woodland areas and in open areas, are what are referred to as weather affected targets. So when the weather's bad, in general, people will stay in, not go out walking. Not everybody, but in general, they'll stay in, and that is also the period where most tree failures or branch failures are likely to occur. So the two are separated. And it's quite right that deadwood habitats are valuable, and they should be retained in that along the line of the path, and it's entirely possible to do that.
And just one more point on this, if you'll forgive me. Can you consider future necessary pruning back of the occasional low-hanging branch or damaged branch or anything like that with the current management regime that the current landowner applies to use this path?
Well, the regime wouldn't in effect change, because the current landowner is still pruning back off the side of the path to allow access along the path. So there would be no change to the management regime employed.
Good, thank you. Right, construction of the path. Mr. Rainbow's proof is very worried about use of concrete and all manner of root disturbance and so on. What's your, in a nutshell, what's your response to all those concerns?
Well, there are ways to install the path, well-established ways of installing path that won't impact on the adjacent trees. I think I've set out in my proof a rough method, sort of heads of terms methodology for how you would go about this in order to avoid impacting on significant routes by installation of fence posts, etc. And in my view, you can install a path through there as per examples in the local area and far beyond, without impacting on the tree roots to the point that they affect the tree health and their longevity. So,
yeah. And Mr. Rainbow seeks to criticise you because there are no individual plotted RPAs for the trees along the route of the path. What's your comment on that?
Yeah, that's correct. We've not, in the woodland block, we've not plotted the root protection areas of all the individual trees. But in my view, the most appropriate approach is the one we're adopting. And that is basically you treat the whole of the path as a root protection area.
Yeah.
There may be some areas that don't actually fall within a root protection area, but a precautionary approach is the best, and hence all of the path will be installed as no dig permeable with timber edging.
So that's the basis for no dig, no excavation,
no dig, no
tools.
excavation into the existing soil, and held in place with timber edging.
Yeah, and just the specifics of how do you prepare an area for a post and make sure that there isn't a significant tree root there.
Yeah. So I think in this
Briefly,
case,
please.
I think the most straightforward thing to do is set out the fence posts. Effectively, take care to visit each of those fence post locations. This will be detailed out in an ARB method statement. and you can carry out exploratory excavations in each of those fence post locations to check that you're not impacting on significant routes, or you can use a testing rod, just drive in a thin metal rod just to test each location, make sure you're not hitting any significant routes, and then install the fence posts by hand with no machinery in those locations once you've found the appropriate ones.
Thank you. Mr. Rainbow's Proof is worried that you'll use concrete. What's the position on that?
There's no need to use concrete. Driven posts is all that's sort of required.
Mr. Rainbow, we've seen his consultation response comments about a boardwalk. What would be the compare the impacts of installing a boardwalk versus the proposed hogging path here, please?
Well, from my experience of installing, of being involved with projects where their boardwalks are installed, they generally require much larger posts to support the boardwalk, with a higher frequency of posts as well to take the loading of the boardwalk and the users, and often require concrete footings as well around the post to secure them. It's much more of a structure to install than a path.
And is the hogging gravel path, is that a common technique?
Yes, yeah, it's very common. It's it's used by the Conservation Trust, and there's some images in my proof that demonstrate, where it's been used, and it's also used quite significantly in the edge and woodland areas around that we talked about earlier. Hughes Wood, Parks Wood, Boothland.
And is there a view or analysis or papers to the effect that paths like that will inevitably bring deterioration to their surrounding ancient woodland?
Not that I'm aware of.
No. And again, obviously the inspector will see this on the site visit, but how would you describe the existing route of the path along this 100-metre or so stretch?
Well, it's as was Mr. Rainbow confirmed earlier. It's a compacted sort of bare earth path that varies in width. Starts at a 5-bar gate where historic access into the woodland has been gained. And that's how I would describe it.
Yep. Okay. Good. Just one or two other matters. The veteran tree. If we go to your first proof.
Should I ask a question about the fencing along that path, or would you rather I wait? Just that chestnut paling fencing. Have you got a picture of it so we can visualise it?
I haven't, no.
Can you describe it?
Yeah, sure. So chestnut pale fencing it's lots of vertical clefts of chestnut paling that's split wood, and it's held together with a wire along the top, a wire along the bottom, and then at suitable intervals there will be a post to secure that the actual roll of chestnut paling too.
And the intervals are what, 2 to 3 meters or something else?
With chestnut paling, it could be a little bit more, to be honest, but I'd say minimum 3 meters. But depending if it's a bit more level, because you can get tension in the chestnut paling, then you can increase it. But yeah.
Okay, so you don't buy them in just standard lengths, then you can adjust it.
Yeah, so it comes on that comes on a roll.
Okay.
So it's wired at the top and bottom, so it allows you to roll it and unroll it. So there's that's what gives you the flexibility to put the posts in the various locations.
Yeah.
So sorry.
No, go on.
So that means that gives you, for example, a bit more flexibility about where you will put your posts. Then that's what you're saying to me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you're not fixed by a timber length in between them.
Right.
You can adjust.
And do you know just what sort of height are you envisaging for this?
I don't, to be honest. The height's probably more a matter for Mr. Rose and what's effective, but typically there's 1 to 1.2 meters in height.
Okay.
Yeah. I think it might be a bit higher through the ancient woodland bit, in order to further discourage people wanting to climb over. But in terms of what goes around the Sang, as Mr. Pyatt has said, is the current intention.
Okay, thank you.
So just that's very helpful, Madam. Can I just follow up with one question on flexibility? Just imagine you've got a tree right on the route of where you want to run your fence. Does the tree have to get chopped down, or are there alternative measures available?
Well, I mean, in this instance, there are no trees right on the route of the fence, and the fence doesn't have to be in a dead straight line. It can easily flex around features that it comes across. It's not.
Yeah.
So there's the ability to install around the existing features.
Good. Thank you very much. Madam, unless you had anything else on that topic, I was going to go to Mr. Hyatt's Appendix 4 of his first proof. Now, we've already discussed the point that at the reserve matters stage, what's shown as the mown path going into the veteran tree buffer could readily be moved to take a route that you're going to show the inspector around a willow tree, I think it is, on site. So we've covered that point. But just on this possible orientation, can you explain, please, your position as to whether this route will cause deterioration to veteran trees G9 and what considerations you've factored into that judgment?
Sure. So in terms of the factors I've considered, it's primarily, and I talked about it earlier, it's the existing land use around those trees. They're within an active farmyard and have been, from my view, for quite a long time. There's stockpiles of material, there's structures beneath them, there's storage of equipment beneath them, and so the whole root protection area and buffer is quite heavily disturbed. So, when we factor that into the equation, the impact of a mown grass path over what is disturbed ground and imported material and stockpile material is not significant at all. Yeah. One thing that we can deliver, and this plan at Appendix 4 only shows one way that we could deliver this, deliver the route. But one thing we can do is improve the actual rooting protection area and buffer of these trees. There are soil amelioration techniques we can use to improve the rooting environment and help increase the longevity of those trees.
And
Just help me locate the veteran tree. Is it up near the farmyard?
Yeah, so it's just below. Can you see number 8 in the top right corner on Mark Rose's plan? Yeah. You just come down from there.
Right.
There's a tree with a yellow dashed line around it. Right by the
Oh, I
farmyard.
see.
Yeah.
Under 4.
There's 8
do you mind if I show you, Madam?
Yeah. We might be looking at the different plans.
I've got Mr. Rose's Appendix C.
Yeah.
So there's 3 of them, I suppose. There's one,
There. Yeah.
one here, which is this one's T6.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And I don't understand any points to be being made about T6.
Yeah.
No.
And then there's a double one, which has been called Group,
Oh,
See,
the right of it.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
which is over here. So that's the one that then Mr. Hyatt's bigger plan addresses.
Thank you.
So the only further question I had for you on this topic, Mr. Hyatt, is can you just give a bit more colour and flavour of what the improvements to the setting of these veteran trees could be with the scheme?
Sure. So, so in terms of soil amelioration and soil improvements, obviously the cessation of the farmyard activities will be one great benefit. We can also ameliorate the soil. That could be mulching or decompaction techniques within the part of the RPA and the buffer. And then ultimately you could establish a more semi-natural habitat under there, probably a new grass habitat that would be developed in conjunction with the ecologist. And and also you could install the knee rail that I've shown on that plan, which, although it wouldn't completely prevent access in there from pedestrians, which it wouldn't necessarily be the idea anyway. It would just help deter people from going in and around the area beneath the trees on the site side. And likewise, coupled with an interpretation board about the significance of veteran trees and ancient trees, it could do a good job of enhancing them for the future. So those are the sort of improvements that could be delivered.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hyatt. Thank you, Madam. I haven't anything else from Mr. Hyatt at this stage.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Hutton, you've got about 2 hours indicated. Do you want to make a start and then we'll have an adjournment at some point around the middle?
If that suits you, Mum, wave at me if when you want the adjournment. Good afternoon, Ms. Hyatt. When we consider impact upon ancient woodland, we're considering the entirety of the woodland habitat, aren't we?
Yes.
So we've got trees, and we've got soils, ground flora, fungi, animal species. All of that needs to be considered. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah. And broadly, you're addressing trees and wider ecology issues should be asked to Mr. Rose.
Correct.
And there is some overlap in your evidence. I'm not going to repeat questions of you both. I'm going to try and keep to tree-based questions with you.
Please. Yep.
We can, though, agree that any impact upon ancient woodland and veteran tree should be considered cumulatively or in combination.
Yes.
And there may be some impacts which on their own are de minimis or small, minor, but put alongside other effects, they would be likely to lead to deterioration in the long term. Do you accept that?
In principle, yes. Yep.
And do you accept that the inspector should consider the impact of this proposal over the course of the entire lifetime of the development?
Yes.
Yeah. So we're looking, well, I don't know, 100 years, 150 years, don't know. But yes, we're looking far into the future. It's the case, isn't it, that damage to ancient woodland and veteran trees will often occur slowly and take time to become apparent.
If damages occur, yeah, it can take a while to manifest itself physiologically. Yeah.
Yeah. So you can end up with this impacts which have a slow decline until trees need to be removed due to ill health.
It's possible, trying to link that ill health or that decline to a specific cause is inherently difficult. There are so many other factors that could come into play in those instances, such as pests and diseases, fungal infections, etc. So, yeah, it's consideration, but it's very difficult to ever make that link.
And then I just want to ask you a bit about loss and deterioration. I mean, loss can be tree loss, but it could also be loss of soils or habitat, couldn't it?
Loss in terms of what I deal with is primarily related to tree loss, but if there's a habitat on the soils, then yeah, it can be the ecosystem of the soils can be affected. Yeah.
And deterioration, I think that it was put to Mr. Rainbow. Essentially, it means the condition of ancient woodland or veteran trees is getting worse. That's what was put by Mr. Tabachich, Mr. Rainbow. I think we're agreed on that.
Yeah.
We can agree that the MPPF policy test doesn't require, for example, significant deterioration. It simply prohibits deterioration. Is that right?
Yes, that's the wording of it, yeah.
So some deterioration directs a refusal unless, for example, exceptional circumstances apply.
Yes. So the question is whether any impacts that arise from a development result in deterioration.
National planning policy on ancient woodland and veteran trees changed in 2018. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But the policy, basically, in simple terms, the policy tests got stricter.
Yes. Yes.
So there will be some developments which were granted pre-2018, which wouldn't be granted now. That's to be expected.
Yes. Yep.
Few questions on buffers, please. Buffer zones have two purposes. One is root protection, and the other is shielding ancient woodland veteran trees from other impacts, indirect impacts. Is that fair?
Correct. Yeah.
And ancient woodland is protected as a habitat, and it's protected because it's an area which has been continuously wooded since 1600. Is that right?
Yeah. Continuously wooded, but yeah, I won't get into the details of what continuously wooded means, but yeah, that's the definition of it in broad terms. Yeah.
Yeah. So it doesn't mean that all trees are over 400 years old.
Exactly. Yeah.
The important thing
Yeah.
is the area.
Yeah.
And we know that it's as Mr. Rainbow said, it's a dynamic habitat. But if you visit an ancient woodland in 50, 100 years' time, it will have changed. Trees will be in different locations, canopies will be in different locations, etc. Is that right?
Well, not necessarily. I don't think trees will be in different locations. I think your woodlands have boundaries, and generally they have been historically over many hundreds of years being maintained at that boundary. So within a woodland compartment, there'll be variation in terms of a tree may grow, a tree will die. Of course, yes, they're dynamic. In terms of the footprint of a woodland, then that is much less variable, and I think that's the case here. Where you see, I think I included some images in my proof where the actual outline of these woodlands have remained very static for quite some time.
You've got the standing advice, the CDG 3. And can I ask you please to go to page 7 of that? You've got it, I'm afraid you're going to have to count if you've got it physically. It's
Well,
page 7.
Mine might have printed off in an odd order, but bear with me. Yeah. I think I'm on the same page 7 as you, but we'll see.
Use of buffer zones included on it?
Nope,
Oh yes, you've got
it's printed and it's always comes off.
about in the middle.
Yes, I am there.
And you can see at the bottom of the page it says buffer zone recommendations. Your page is probably different.
Yep, on the next one. Yep.
For ancient woodlands, proposal should have a buffer zone of at least 15 metres from the boundary of the woodland to avoid root damage. That is the minimum buffer recommended for all types of development, isn't it?
Yes. Yeah.
So 15 metres for a shed or whatever it is.
Technically, yes. Whether that's actually employed across the country is a different matter, but yeah, that's technically the test.
And as we see there, it's about root protection, and it's more precautionary than using the standard calculation of root protection areas under the British standard.
So the minimum is based on root protection. The minimum is
Yes.
based because that's the maximum root protection area that one would normally apply. So
And the effect of that is it protects roots that are currently there now, but also roots which may grow in the future as trees mature.
well, not necessarily, because a root protection area doesn't define where roots are. It doesn't actually relate to roots. What root protection areas do is they represent soil volume, in effect, that is the minimum necessary to sustain a tree. And it's a theoretical model, so it doesn't necessarily say precisely where the roots are.
No,
If
yes,
you- of course,
I
yeah.
understand that.
And the other point to say is that for a buffer zone to be based on root protection, it needs to emanate from the base of the trees if you're going to apply that. And we just saying that in this instance, the buffer goes from the canopy edge, so it does extend beyond the minimum 15.
Well, let's just look at that first sentence of buffer zone recommendations.
Sure.
for ancient woodlands, the proposal to have a buffer zone of at least 15 metres from the boundary of the woodland.
Yeah.
So the canopies wouldn't be within the boundary of the woodland, wouldn't they?
They could be. You could have an instance where the canopies are inside. So that's where you'd maximise your buffer by saying we'll go from the boundary. But in this instance, the canopies overhang the boundary of the woodland, which would be the base of the trees, the fence, etc. at the edge. And I'm saying we've gone from the canopy edge, which extends further than the minimum 15 metres.
Well, the canopy is part of the ancient woodland, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And there's nothing in the standing advice which suggests you can reduce the buffer below 15 metres if your calculated root protection area is less than 15 metres.
No, not in terms of the baseline buffer.
And then we know that the guidance is where there are other impacts extending beyond 15 metres, the proposal is likely to need a larger buffer zone.
Yes.
So when you're calculating your buffer zone, you need to know what impacts are likely to extend beyond 15 metres, don't you?
Well, there are certain factors with the buffer zone. If you go back a page to the use of buffer zones, sorry, it's back a page for me. Sorry.
I'm just going to ask you. It was a yes or no question. I'm very happy for you to qualify.
Okay. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
should I ask it again?
Yes, please.
When calculating buffer zones, it's going to be necessary to know what impacts are likely to extend beyond 15 metres.
No.
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 Okay.
In my view, no. Buffer zones should be mapped on the basis of the preceding qualifying paragraphs about the use of buffer zones, where you early on in the process, you know the scale of development, you know the nature of development, you know whether the area is less densely wooded, close to residential areas, and the last one steeply sloped. Some of the criteria that are set out in the standing advice and that I address in my proof as to why a 15-metre buffer is appropriate as part of the baseline mapping of constraints.
Sorry, if we go to the second sentence under buffer zone recommendations,
Yeah.
where assessment shows other impacts are likely to extend beyond this distance,
Yeah.
the proposal is likely to need a buffer zone. So you need to know what the impacts are and how far they're going to extend, don't you?
Yeah, well, we know that at that point, you know there's a residential development, so you know what sort of impacts in general you're going to be considering. Once you've gone through that process, you then get into the detailed design process. So you know you've got a minimum 15-metre buffer. That's based on what development is coming forward. Then as part of the design, which is what has happened here, the design itself has set back the development further beyond the buffer. At that point, you then understand more the impacts. So that's that point. And it's part of that iterative design process then to get to the point where you have the offsets that we have demonstrated.
If the buffer is intended, for example, let's take noise, to protect from noise, you need to know what the noise level is and how far it's extending in order to understand how much of a buffer you require, don't you? I mean,
yeah, but not in terms of you do ultimately, and where you're sitting with, and where you end up with your footprint of development, for instance, but not for your baseline original buffer.
no, not,
So if
not the 15 metres.
Not the
Well, maybe
15 metres.
No, I'm talking about when to extend it.
Yeah, okay. And I'm saying, I think we're saying the same thing. In that we have a 15 metres, but we haven't shown on a plan that 15-metre buffer has been extended. What has happened is through the iterative design process, you then have more of an idea of those impacts. You understand the levels more, you understand the requirements for drainage, etc. And at that point, the core of the development can be placed in a more suitable location.
I mean, I think we are, but I just want to check. If you've got a use that generates noise,
Yeah,
and you want to ensure that your buffer prevents that noise
Yeah.
from causing deterioration of the ancient woodland,
yeah.
you need to know the
Levels
level of noise and how far it
Yeah.
travels, don't you?
Yeah.
Okay. Nowhere in the application documents do I find any assessment which starts by asking what are the impacts, i.e. noise and light, how far are they likely to extend, and how far or how large does the buffer need to be? Is that fair?
It may be. I think in terms of my expertise in terms of arboriculture and the buffer, the primary constraint buffer, then that's what's been mapped, and then those assessments inform further where the development may sit in relation to that buffer.
So can you show me where those assessments are then in terms of noise and light, how far that travels, and how it's informed with buffer?
Sorry, did I say I believe that? I mean, I've not looked at those.
You've not looked
No, because I focus on arboricultural matters in terms of extent of the buffer with regards to root protection.
You do make a number of comments in your proof, don't you,
Yeah.
about the size of the buffer
Yeah.
and why it's appropriate
Yeah.
in this. So, I mean, it's fair to ask you questions on this, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
It's fine that in your proof. I just want to make sure you're clear. Yeah, so it's part 7 of your proof. And you ultimately conclude there's been exceedance over 15 metres at 7.16. You say buffers are appropriate and were accepted by Natural England and other consultees.
Yeah.
So, but you can't. We've accepted that in order to know how large your buffer is, you need to know how far your impacts extend. But you're not aware of any assessments that have actually been done in relation to this appeal site.
well, like I said, the baseline buffer is 15 metres. That gets plotted. Where then the development and the core development sits in relation to that buffer can be informed by a whole host of studies. With regards to my expertise, then the 15 metre buffer from the canopy edge is sufficient for that purpose. And like I said in my proof, the buffer's not been challenged by Natural England or the Forestry Commission or others.
So you're right. Okay. Well, we'll leave it at that. You haven't looked at any studies. We can possibly address that with Mr. Rose. You look at some other factors, some factors in the ancient woodland, which you say don't mean that there needs to be an additional buffer here. Have you got the guidance in front of you, the standing advice still?
Yep.
And I think it's under the heading use of buffer zones.
Yeah.
And it says buffer zones can protect ancient woodland, individual ancient and veteran trees. The size and type of buffer zones should vary depending on scale and type of development. So here we've got 290 houses as opposed to one shed. So, I mean, it's unsurprising that a larger buffer might be required. Is that fair? Yeah, I think that was a yes. Was that a yes?
Sorry, I'm just because I'm
Okay,
on
I know
different
you-
numbers. It might not be necessary for me to be there, but I would like to get there.
It's a bit in type of use of buffer zones.
Yeah. There we go.
So it says size and type of buffer zone should vary depending on that. So it says scale and type of development. Well, we agreed that one shed would require a 15 metre. We've got 290
theory,
houses.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
unsurprising that there might be a need for more than 50 metres. Is that fair?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then it says, and its effect on ancient woodland, ancient veteran trees, and the character of the surrounding area. And then it says, for example, larger buffer zones are more likely to be needed, and then gives 3 factors to be considered. There's if you got Appendix C in front of you, Mr. Rose's Appendix C. still.
Phrases. Yeah.
Starting with the characteristics of this ancient woodland, what we can immediately notice is that the woodland is essentially divided into fingers, one to the west, which is labelled 1, the one that's bisecting the site, and then to the southwest as well. Is that fair description?
Yeah, I think so. I think I know what you mean. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah. One at the western boundary, one through the middle, and then one down towards the Sang in the south.
And the point made by Mr. Rainbow is that there is a high edge to centre ratio. Do you agree with that? Dealing with
Of the built form.
the woodland. So particularly looking at the woodland bisecting built
Yeah.
development from the SANG, there's a
So-
high edge to centre ratio.
So you're talking about the ratio of built form adjacent to woodland, or including all of the SANG land
Sorry,
as well?
no, it's this part of ancient woodland.
Yeah, just that part.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just looking at the ancient woodland. It's not a deep ancient woodland, is it? So the edges, there's a
It's long and narrow.
small thin and narrow.
Long.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And to the north, that edge will be bordered by development. Is that correct?
Yes, part of the northern boundary. Yeah.
And the point that Mr. Rainbow makes is that there's a high potential for edge effects. Would you agree with that?
Well, in absence of buffer planting and the like, yeah. So if there was no mitigation in place in terms of the buffer planting and the fencing, then yeah, over a high proportion of the finger that goes through the centre of the site, that's fairly high proportion is bordered by development.
Your proof says that the area surrounding Nightingale Wood is less densely wooded. Mr. Rainbow disagrees. I'm just going to leave that up to the inspector to decide, because she will visit the local area.
Yeah, I've set out the reasons why I think it's not less densely wooded in my proof. So
And indeed the slope, the inspector can judge that for herself on site.
indeed, yeah.
You state in your proof 7.1, you say that there's been no objection raised by any statutory consultee in relation to the buffer. We've agreed that one purpose of the buffer is to protect the woodland from noise, air, light, dust, etc., those types of impacts. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Can I ask you just go to the Forestry Commission's report, response CDB 21?
Yes. Yeah.
And can you see on the first page the summary?
Yeah.
At the end of that paragraph, they say they're pleased to see buffer zones have been taken into account. But go to the first part of that paragraph. They say it's highly likely this development will impact either directly or indirectly on ancient woodland. This impact may include, but not be limited to, compaction and erosion of soils and tree roots, damage by antisocial behaviour, damage and disturbance of flora and fauna from domestic pets. And then they say noise, air, light and dust pollution during and after construction. Do you see that?
That's what they say. Yeah.
So the Forestry Commission isn't content that the buffer is going to address noise, air, light and dust pollution, is it?
Well, I think that's probably a matter for interpretation for the inspector, because the following line does say, we note the majority of the development will be sited away from the ancient woodland, and we are pleased to see that buffer zones have been taken into account and the planting of trees incorporated into the buffer zones to further protect the ancient woodland. In my view, if they had an issue with the extent of the buffer, it would be raised in that second sentence.
Well, we know that they are concerned. I mean, it's very clear from the first part of that paragraph, they are concerned about noise, air, light and dust pollution. I think we can agree with that.
They raise concerns about it, but then they also say that they're happy with the buffers. So, like I said, a matter of interpretation for the inspector, I suggest.
Going to leave that for submissions. The Woodland Trust, they are an expert consultee. Agree with that?
So as an organisation, a charity, they do have some people with expert skills that work there, yeah.
I mean,
They're a non-statutory consultee, yeah.
statutory consultee. They, I mean, the impact upon ancient woodland is squarely within their remit. That's fair.
They very much like to comment on applications, so certainly it's their thing.
And their view, given it's within their expertise, is one which the inspector should give significant weight to.
Not as a non-statutory consultee that's a charity and effectively, act more of as a lobby group.
But you certainly wouldn't say the same of the Forestry Commission. They, of course, are a statutory consultancy.
They're a statutory
Yeah,
constitute.
and so
Yeah, of
you'd
course.
expect their view to be given significant weight.
They're expected to be given some weight. Yeah.
Well,
So I'm not going to qualify whether it's significant or not. I mean, yeah, you should certainly consider their responses. Yeah.
I'm going to ask you again, significant weight as a statutory consultee
Yeah,
on an issue.
yeah,
in
yeah,
their
yeah,
competence. And we know that the Woodland Trust has raised clear objection to the extent of the buffer zone. And if you look at CD B31,
So what was that CD reference?
CD B31,
Yeah.
apologies, I just had it and I've. And you go to page 4. Does it start with, and is the last page. Second paragraph, one of the points they make is that the buffer zone hasn't been tailored to the development, i.e. there hasn't been an assessment of the noise, light, for example, impacts, and therefore the size of the buffer zone hasn't been tailored. Do you see that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's something that the inspector should take into account in their decision.
Well, they also say that a buffer of 50 metres would be more appropriate, but they've not set out why. In their reasoning, a buffer of 50 metres would be anywhere more appropriate than what is provided. Also, with regards to the 50-metre buffer, that's not something recognised as a minimum buffer by the authors of the standing advice, Natural England and Forestry Commission. There was moves afoot to get it included within the standing advice, and it was rejected. So hence we start with the minimum 15-metre buffer, and I can't see that the Woodland Trust have qualified why they consider a 50-metre buffer would be more appropriate.
Well, I mean, we discussed that the 15 metres applies to a shed and it relates to root protection areas. But the view of the Woodland Trust is that 50 metres, just in terms of that reference. Yeah. So you've got CDG4, please. Woodland Trust impacts nearby development.
Is this the planner's manual?
No, it should CDG4.
I'll have to pull that one up on my computer, I think, in a minute. Unless anyone has a copy, they can hand over. CDG4. Yep.
I mean, I don't think we need to go through all of this. For example, have you got page 17? This is a document which sets out, so this part is mitigation and management solutions. And if you go down to the next page, halfway down the page, discussing studies regarding encroachment activities continue to impact on woodland edges and up to 50 metres into the interior of wood. It's McWilliam et al. 2010 proposed planting of buffer strips 50 metres wide to protect the more sensitive interior of the wood. See that?
Yeah. Yep.
And then table 3 on page 20. citation of the Williams study of the 50 meters to protect woodland from encroachment activities.
Yep.
Um, can we deal? Yeah. Oh, sorry. I'll move the mic closer. Want to deal then, please, with compaction of soils.
Sorry, Miss Hutton. Do you mind if I just clarify something about the buffers?
Yes,
whilst
please.
we're on it. Just two things. So, if I'm looking at Appendix C,
Yeah,
the 50-meter buffer is indicated by a sort of an orange dash.
that's correct. Yeah.
Are you allowing greater than 15 meters in places? Can you just set that out for me?
Greater than 50 meters into built form.
As a buffer.
Well, there's the 15-meter line, and then there's the treatment of the area between that 15-meter line and the built form. So the effective buffer beyond the 15 meters is as set out there on that plan, with the distances helpfully marked up between 28 and 76 meters.
Okay, so the black lines are showing me
The dimensions and greater in some areas than 76 meters.
what might be considered the buffer.
The effective buffer.
So that can be ranging across the Suds Pond of 76 meters
Yeah.
or next to it 50 meters and so on.
Yeah.
Okay. And just what we were looking at on table 3 of CDG.4, where we're looking at when a 50-meter buffer might be required to protect woodland from encroachment activities such as from adjacent housing, such as waste disposal. So I'm guessing that's people putting their grass
Grass
cuttings
clippings over the back fence.
and garden extensions, so people wanting to extend their fences.
Encroach into the woodland.
But with can you just tell me if that's a problem I need to worry about, or could we accommodate a layout that would protect against that?
Well, there's no gardens backing onto the woodland or the buffer. So beyond those distances we've just been talking about, you have the access roads, then the front gardens, and then the houses themselves. So in no part of the development are there gardens backing onto ancient woodland or buffer.
Or it's possible to do that?
It's
At
possible to do
reserve
that as
matter
shown, yeah,
stage.
yeah, within there.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for clarifying. Thank you.
But we know, don't we, for example, where 30 meters shown to the edge, we don't have any assessment that noise won't travel from the development more than 30 meters, do we?
Noise is not my speciality.
No, okay. And we know just, I can take this up with Mr. Rose, but there are paths within what you say is the buffer, and there will be noise created from those paths, won't there?
Yes, yeah, there are paths in there. Yeah.
And we know, as Mr. Rainbow said today, that those are going to be mown every fortnight.
Mown grass paths, yeah, they will be. I don't know, to be honest, I don't know about the management frequency. I don't know whether they're going to be mown every fortnight. I think it might be more like...
He then said every fortnight. I'll go to the, take you to that. We go please then to CD.
I'm not saying in my view the passage of a lawnmower every 2 weeks is an issue for me. I'm saying I just don't know whether that was the frequency specified.
Let's just get the reference so that everyone's clear. It's application documents. CDA 23. So on page page 32,
That was CDA 23.
CDA 23, page 32.
I'm there.
You see
What?
of the document of the PDF is page 35. You see the reference in Wildflower Meadow, mow walking routes fortnightly or as required to maintain 50-metre minimum sward. So that's in the second, third, fourth, fifth and sixth columns.
Yep, I can see that.
So that's where that's come from.
Bear in mind, I'm, between the months of May and September, I would have thought when grass is gonna grow.
Now, we're told that we've been told that you can amend the path so that they come outside of the 15-metre buffer. I don't have a plan of that. There's no plan before the inspector, is there?
No, not that I'm aware, but on Appendix C, you can see there's space out with the 15-metre buffer to incorporate that path if needed.
Just if you look at the number 3 on the plan, you see that the entrance to the ancient woodland.
Yes, yeah,
So there you would have footpath within
Yeah.
the buffer and root protection
Yeah.
areas. That's fair, isn't it?
yeah, to connect into the existing path through the woodland. Yeah,
And of course, on the path through the ancient woodland, you would again, that will be within root protection areas, won't it?
yes, yeah, as I
So-
discussed previously. Yeah, we're considering that whole length of path is within a root protection area, and that's why we're taking the precautions to
Okay.
put forward. Yeah.
It's well documented, isn't it, that compaction of soils within root protection areas causes loss and deterioration of trees.
It's significant compaction. So quite high bulk densities are needed to inhibit root growth. We're talking about nearly 2 grams per centimetre cubed bulk density to inhibit root growth. To put that in context, concrete is 2.4 grams per centimetre cubed and water is 1. So it's to impede root growth, it's quite significant compaction that needs to occur.
Yeah, I'm dealing just with pedestrian access for the moment, so the use of the
Yeah.
path by pedestrians.
Yeah.
It's well known that increased pedestrian access within root protection areas will cause soil compaction. Is that a fair comment?
Yes, but not necessarily to the degree where it will affect the physiological condition of the tree.
Okay. If we just look at CDA 26, please. That's your arboricultural impact assessment.
Yep.
And the last page of that.
Yep.
And you list one of the ways that a tree can be harmed.
Yeah.
It's the second bullet point on the left-hand side.
Yep.
Say compaction of soil. Compaction can occur as a result of vehicle weight of stored materials, or increased pedestrian access.
Yeah.
Yeah. And there's a number of other documents for the inquiry which make the same point. And then we can see the effects of these impacts. It's the first full paragraph. Can be disfiguring to a tree's appearance, also weaken a tree, make it more liable to attack by pests and disease. In addition, root damage or death results in corresponding decline over the ground, with dieback occurring to the tree ground. And then it says it generally takes some time to become fully apparent. See that?
Yes. Yeah.
I've looked through all of the documents in front of the inquiry. I can't find any study which indicates that provision of a pathway through the RPA will not harm the tree. Is that fair?
Other than we've assessed it in the context of, as I was talking earlier, the existing site usage, which is, undoubtedly affecting the soil condition. I think when Mr. Rainbow referred to the woodland path as compacted bare earth path through the ancient woodland, and where we have the path, mown path in the buffer, like I said earlier, we've got ploughed fields, we've got paddocks, we've got existing access that is used by tractors, etc. All, all influencing the soil more than a pedestrian would in terms of passage and footfall.
Well, I'm not sure that's right. Could we first, have you got the standing advice still open? CDG3.
Mm-hmm. You're going to have to help me with the page numbers, or bear with me on this.
Yeah. Again, midway through. In fact, it's above the use of buffer zones.
Yep.
So you see, it starts existing condition of ancient woodland.
Yep.
Yeah. Where a proposal involves loss or deterioration of ancient woodland or ancient veteran trees, you should not take account of the existing condition of the ancient woodland. Do you see that?
Yeah.
When you assess the merits of the proposal. So, in terms of the bare earth path, that shouldn't be a factor which is taken into account by the inspector when she's looking at deterioration of the ancient woodland here.
No, I think it should be taken into account, because that's the existing situation we find on site and directly related to the path that's going to be through the woodland. That paragraph relates to the condition of the overall woodland. Essentially, what that means, what that paragraph is getting at, is where you have a woodland that has never been managed, it might even have very few poor quality trees left. It doesn't carry any less weight in planning terms than an ancient woodland that would be a pristine, untouched environment. It means if it's designated ancient woodland, it has the same consideration.
Please. Well, if you look at the end of that paragraph, it says its existing condition is not a reason to give permission for development. Woodland or tree in poor condition can be improved with good management. So if the inspector comes to the view that the bare earth path doesn't have, for example, indicator species on it,
Yeah.
that shouldn't be taken into account in the decision, should it?
Well, the last paragraph says a woodland or tree in poor condition can be improved with good management, and that is directly related to the management of the woodland or tree. So it is, in my view, saying, yeah, if you've got a poor quality woodland that's never been managed, it doesn't give an authority the right to say, well, it's in poor quality, we'll allow a road to be put through here. It needs to be given the same weight as pristine ancient woodland.
Could you please take up the ecological impact assessment? Is CDG.
I think we're probably coming up to a good point to break, if that might revitalise us a little bit.
Yes.
Okay. Shall we come back at 1:45?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. If you're ready and happy.
Thank you, Mr. Hart, just before the break, you were saying that one of the reasons you considered there would be no issue for root protection areas was current use and access. Is that right? Current levels, yes. It's right, isn't it, that the ancient woodland is currently not accessible by the public? Yeah. And it has very little disturbance currently from recreational activity. Well, I'm reading from the ecological assessment, the appellant's ecological assessment, CDA 20. If you'd like to turn it up, 5.16. I just read out the block. Yeah, paragraph 5.16. Yeah, do you see that? The blocks of ancient woodland within the site are currently not accessible by the public and as such have very little disturbance currently from recreational activity. The proposed SANG will include a path leading through woodland W2 to connect to the northern southern SANG fields. Therefore, the level of disturbance as a result of recreational activity will increase and there's potential for impacts such as trampling. Do you see that? Yeah. So I think we agree that currently very little disturbance from recreational activity and the level of disturbance will increase. I mean, that's the inevitable result of introducing 290 houses plus a strategic SANG. Right. Well, I'm dealing with there's no barrier planting in the ancient woodland, is there? No. No. Okay. Okay. Well, we'll deal with that possibly with Mr. Rose. In terms of the creation of the path, it's right that it's going to be 2 meters wide. So you don't know the width of the path. Turn up CDA 23, the SANG Design Framework Management Plan. Oh, it is. Is it working? Sorry, I need to be closer.
Me too.
Yes, the SANG management plan, please. CDA 23.
Yeah.
And if you find paragraph 6.9, you see third sentence, the primary circular walking route will be maintained at circa 2 meters in width. Secondary routes mown to a lesser width of circa 1 meter.
Mhm.
And if we look at Appendix C to Mr. Rose's proof, that shows it's a primary route through the ancient woodland, isn't it? It's a purple dashed line.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we take from that it'll be 2 meters.
From that document, it could be 2 meters. My understanding in the SANG guidance is that there's no specific width for a SANG path to be. It just has to be acceptable to the user, which would allow some variation to be added into the width of the path through there.
Well, we've got a 100-meter stretch. It's going to have to enable people to pass.
Of course,
comfortably,
yeah.
isn't it?
No, I'm not saying there's some
Okay.
variation in the width. So there are areas in the woodland where there's no understory next to the existing path, so smaller, and it widens out adjacent the existing bridge. So of course, it's not going to be a narrow path where people can't pass, but there's flexibility in there to get a suitable path construction in place.
I know that I'll probably see this on site,
Yes.
but do we know how wide it is at the minute?
Well, I was just going to
Approximately.
go to Mr. So Mr. Rainbow says in places it's the width of a foot or a shoe, and extends to 30 metres. And if we just go to the photos in this proof, which show that appendix, it's the last appendix to Mr. Rainbow's proof. You see photo 6B. See that? See that?
Sorry,
Yeah.
yes,
Yeah,
sorry,
that,
apologies.
just to confirm, that is the
Yeah.
path.
That is the footpath.
Yeah.
I would say the inspector will see it for herself on site, but my recollection of the path is it is not as wide as a foot in certain places. Do you mean a foot or a foot?
I think it's 30 centimetres and a shoe. Look, the inspector's going to go on site and see.
Of course.
So I don't think we're going to get anywhere with that. But on any view, the footpath which is proposed, be it 2 metres or slightly less, on any view, that is going to involve the direct loss of ancient woodland habitat, isn't it?
As far as my experience and my expertise go, not in terms of woody species that are present in that area.
But in terms of soils and plant species, it will.
Soils, we obviously have the existing, as we discussed earlier, and as Mr. Rainbow highlighted, compacted soils. In terms of ground flora, I'll defer to Mr. Rose on matters of that.
Well, we can agree that, let's say 30 centimetres versus 2 metres, that's an extension of 1.7 metres. So on any view, there's going to be some loss.
If it has to be 2 metres.
If it has to be 2 metres.
But like I said, in the SAN guidance, there's nothing to say it has to be 2 metres in width.
And it's the view of the Forestry Commission, isn't it, that the creation of the path, this path will be loss of ancient woodland. That's right, isn't it?
So they say in their letter of the 23rd of March. Yeah.
So the inspector's reference, that's CDB.21.
So in that paragraph where they, in CDB 21, where they state they have concerns about the loss of ancient woodland for the path, they do then go on to say that we would also recommend that should the consent be approved, then access to the woodland should be tightly controlled by fencing, etc.
Yeah, so they say there's loss.
So they qualify after loss that there's a potential that the path will be approved.
Would be approved. Because of course you can have an application where there's loss and there are exceptional circumstances and compensation is given. So then that would be a proper application of the policy test, wouldn't it? Yeah. But we agree that the Forestry Commission's of the view that it would be loss.
Their view is that it will be loss, yeah.
And in your proof, you paragraph 8.7, you say that the Forestry Commission consider this as a wholly new path. You say that you think they're somehow mistaken about the path.
In my interpretation, loss, and maybe this because it's directly related to the woody species, is that they were talking about loss. They were talking about the loss of woody species either side of the path.
Well,
By, tree removal, in effect, which we're not proposing through the ancient woodland.
But you don't provide any evidence for your view that the Forestry Commission are under some sort of misapprehension about the nature of the path.
No, that's my interpretation of their language there, because in my view, we're not resulting in the loss of ancient woodland with regards to trees and woody understory.
And you haven't contacted the Forestry Commission?
No.
No. You then also say at paragraph 8.7 of your proof that the Forestry Commission's response has been overtaken by that of Natural England.
Well, yeah, the second response from Natural England came in after, and the Natural England raised no objections to the path at that
You say
point.
because it's later. They're separate bodies, aren't they?
They're separate bodies. Obviously, they work in conjunction in things like production of the standing advice.
Yeah, but
They're
Forestry-
separate bodies. And obviously, since the Natural England, well, I'm not aware that there was any communication back to Natural England to qualify any, a discrepancy between the advice that the two bodies were providing.
Sorry to interject, Ms. Hutton, if I may. I'm just going back a couple of steps. Now, I think when we talk about the path through the woodland, and we were looking at Mr. Rainbow's photos. I think you were asked if we widen the path from whatever it is at the minute to between 1 and 2 meters, would that be a loss of ancient woodland habitat? I believe that's the question that's put to you, and you said no, not a loss of woody.
Yeah,
Something
so
like
in
that.
terms of, so woody species, so from my perspective, there's no trees will need to be removed to install that, and no woody understory. So by that, I mean hazel, holly, those lower level woody species that
Yeah.
are in that vicinity.
Okay, and so in the framework, paragraph 180C, it doesn't refer to trees or woody understory. It just says development resulting in the loss or deterioration of irreplaceable habitats.
Yeah.
So I just want to put Ms. Hutton's question to you again, really. Would there be any direct loss of ancient woodland habitat through the creation of this path?
Well, I'm talking to the arboricultural matters. So in terms of woody stuff, I know that's not in terms of ground flora, that's not my speciality. I know there are various bits of ground flora present, some bramble, etc., and other species on the side of the path. And the path does currently vary in width. So with regards to the ground flora, that's possibly better to defer to the evidence of Mr. Rose.
Okay, so are you saying you're not really in a position to answer that question, actually?
Well, it's outside
Because
of
it's
my,
habitat.
yeah, it's habitat and rather than specific tree matters.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Right. Give me. So for example, at 10.1 of your proof, you say no loss of ancient woodland is proposed as part of the appeal scheme.
In the same context that we were talking about.
10.1. So actually, what you mean is no loss of woody species.
The woody species, yeah. In terms of, Mr. Rose will talk about other stuff and whether there's loss of woodland, but in terms of my speciality in terms of trees, no loss of tree cover, canopy cover, or understory cover.
Well, the we're going to have inspector's going to go out on site and consider whether
course.
there are woody species within 2 meters. I can't. Help
Oh,
on
I
that
can
at the moment.
confirm that that's not.
But and you're not helping in terms of soils, seed banks, mycorrhizal networks, or plants.
Well,
Not of your evidence.
in terms of soils, in terms of compaction of soils, then yeah, I'm happy to confirm that it looks like there's compacted soil there, as Mr. Rainbow suggested.
Right. So and there will be now a wider area of compacted soil. I think you must accept that.
Yeah, potentially, yeah, depending on the construction techniques that you employ. So the path construction itself doesn't necessarily result in compaction of underlying soil. Now, Wilden were quite right to sort of highlight previously that a wood chip path was maybe inappropriate because that could result in compaction. But a hogging path, potentially even installed with a 2D tensile geogrid with inside it, doesn't necessarily result in compaction because a path like that can distribute the weight as opposed to bare earth or compacted wood chip.
The path's going to cover the soil over which it sits, isn't it?
But in regards to compaction, it doesn't necessarily affect the bulk density of the soils underneath it.
Have you provided any? Are there any studies or evidence to say that this path won't compact the soil?
No, but there are a number of preparatory products on the market that are used regularly within root protection areas and beneath trees to prevent soil compaction, and so there's techniques available to do that.
My understanding is it might reduce, but it won't completely prevent. Is that fair?
No, well, if it reduces, then in terms of compaction and tree root growth, like I said earlier, the level of compaction you need to get to inhibit root growth is significant. So,
And we know that the creation of the footpath is going to involve digging the edging and the fence posts into the ground. Is that right?
not the edging. No, the edging doesn't need to be put into the ground. There will be fence posts, as I explained earlier, in evidence in chief how they could be installed. But the edging is not cut into the ground. Yeah.
And you haven't done the assessment of root protection areas in this area of ancient woodland, have you?
No, like I said earlier, it's not necessary because we're treating the entire area as a root protection area, as a precautionary approach.
But if you, sorry, Karen.
Well, I was going to say there's in effect in a woodland environment, there would be no need to pick out individual RPAs. It's not a deficiency to have not done that, and we're treating the whole area as a root protection area. So that's our approach.
Figures 4 and 5 of your proof, please. Give examples of type of path.
Yes. Yeah.
Those.
Did you say figures?
Yes, so page 18.
Oh, yeah.
You haven't given any information as to where these are. Are these just general?
The general
what this might look
photos,
like?
I could tell you where they're from. One of them's mine, and one of them's a colleague's.
Okay. And you don't say that they're through ancient woodland, do you?
No, I don't believe either in ancient woodland. They're examples of paths.
They're just those.
Yeah. And like I said, they don't include the edge fencing, and the one at the bottom, I think I explained in the text, that's not done in a no-dig fashion. That's just an example of a sort of path that the Conservation Trust or the Woodland Trust or Forestry Commission, etc., would install through woodland. So the bottom figure 5, that's typical for going up a slope if needed to have those broad steps. But that example has been sunk into the ground, which is not what we're proposing here.
Mr. Rose has raised views would deal with that with him. Facilitation pruning of retained trees.
Apologies,
Sorry,
Ms. Hutton.
yes.
Ms. Hutton, I'm not seeking to put you off at all. I'm just following my own thoughts, if I may, and just following on from what I was previously asking. Can I just have a look at your conclusion on your proof? I just want to be sure what it is you're telling me. So at 13.3, you talk about we can upgrade the path so as to not result in any material damage or removal of understory.
Yeah.
So understory, what does that mean?
So in a woodland environment, you've got a number of levels of vegetation, your ground flora, and that's obviously spraying on the ground. Then you've got your understory, which are the smaller woody plants such as the hazel and the copper and the holly that I was talking about earlier.
Yeah.
And then you have your high canopy above that, which is the main trees, the sort of mature trees.
So we talk about woody understory
So we're
again.
talking about woody, no removal of woody understory, nor damage to the tree roots.
So that sort of middle point. Not the very lowest, not the big trees, but the woody understory.
So yeah, no impact on the roots of the big trees, no impact on the roots of the understory. That's what I deal with. I deal with the woody.
Okay, and then at 13.2 again, you say no direct loss of ancient woodland, but again, very similar to the question I asked you before. You're talking about woody understory and trees. You're not talking about habitat there.
Yeah.
And so then at 13.6, when you say it accords with the National Planning Policy Framework, and you just told me you're not really in a position to come to that finding, can I just clarify there?
Yeah, so that's with regards to ancient woodland and veteran trees. And I suppose
Which part of the MPPF are you
Referring
coming to
to
a finding on?
180C, so
Okay, but then you previously just told me you weren't concluding against it because it's talking about deterioration of irreplaceable habitats. And you said that wasn't in your remit.
yeah, no. So I think the last sentence, the very last sentence, I probably could have worded slightly different, where I'm talking about ancient woodland trees and veteran trees. So I'm talking about the woody species
In 13.3,
in 13.6. So the last paragraph where I say it accords with national policy frameworks and advice in relation to ancient woodland trees and veteran trees.
ancient woodland trees. So which part of the MPPF is talking about ancient woodland trees specifically?
Well, it's as part of, it's implicit within 180C with regards to the ancient
Okay.
woodland.
So you are concluding against 180C?
Yeah, concluding against that, but not.
Or
only-
a version of
only-
180C
but
that
only-
suits you?
No, only as far as I can go with regards
Okay,
to.
so you're not really coming to a finding on 180C because you're not considering the whole habitat. You're considering a part of that,
Yeah.
which is your remit.
Which is my special.
Okay, so then I question again, can you really conclude against 180C? Is that your position here?
Well, I suppose in terms, with regards to ancient woodland trees and veteran trees, that is what I'm concluding. But no,
It
you're
might
right
be
in
clear
terms-
if you just
yeah,
be clear what it is you're
it would
concluding
be-
against.
It needs to be weighed up against the evidence of Mr.
Yeah.
of Mr. Rose
Perhaps
as well.
planning witness, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry for the confusion on that.
Apologies, Miss Hutton.
Thank you, Mark. It's very helpful. Actually, before just following on to that, we'll come to pruning in a moment. I think you agreed that the footpath would cover the 2 meters and the 100-meter length, so effectively 200 square meters.
Not 2 meters. Like we said, it doesn't have to be 2 meters.
I'm taking it from your own SANG management plan. So,
Yeah.
I mean, it is notable, isn't it, that you and Mr. Rose have reached conclusions on the impact of the path with absolutely, it seems, no knowledge of how wide it's going to be. I mean, how can you possibly reach a conclusion if you don't know the width of the path?
Well, it doesn't have to be 2 meters. So it doesn't have to be a specific. It can be it has to be a width appropriate, acceptable to the user. So it can vary in width. So we went to the SANG guidance, and that's
Hang on. Well, it can't be 1 foot wide, can it?
Nope.
No. And it can't even be a meter wide, can it?
could be in places, could be less than that.
I think we agreed that it needed to have at least 2 people to pass.
No, we didn't agree. I said it can vary in width along its length. There's passing places, it's only 100 meters long, so it's not like, and you can see through the woodland. So there could be wider bits, narrower bits, and that's what I said earlier.
You seem to have a version of the path in your head, which is nowhere in the documents before the inspector. And what is in the documents before the inspector is a 2 meter wide primary route.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what the ecological assessment. But why couldn't it be?
So I'm going to pick that up in a moment. It's in the SANG management plan. but-
Yeah. And why couldn't it be any less than 2 meters?
Right.
It's a general question. It could be less than. 2
So
meters in width
the
through there.
views you've reached on the lack of, and apparently we're just limiting it now to trees and woody understory.
Mhm.
You've reached that on a vision of a path that's entirely flexible.
At
Could
this-
go down to
At this stage in the process, yeah.
so. I mean, the inspector is going to have to decide whether there's loss or deterioration of ancient woodland.
Mm.
So minimum, she needs to know the width of the path. It's reasonable for her to reach a conclusion on the basis of what it seems to be the only dimension included in the documents before this inquiry.
Mhm.
And you agree she should take a precautionary approach to this because it's an irreplaceable habitat.
Well, I also suggest that there's, we consider there is an amount of flexibility in the width of the path that goes through there. In the same way that, I wouldn't suggest if we're putting a path through an RPA that we don't build in flexibility at an implementation stage to consider, or even prior a detailed design to allow flexibility to limit impacts.
We know the path's going to be fenced, don't we? And so it's going to have to be wide enough to be comfortable over a 100-metre stretch to be used by all users.
Yeah.
So you can't have pinch points where people are effectively trapped within the footpath. That's going to it's going to have to be taken into account. Isn't it?
Well, I don't see why when you enter the Woodland from the south, and the inspector will see this, there are certain areas where the path widens out. As you approach the bridge, there's another wide area on both sides of the bridge, and there's another wide area where you enter from the north. So there are wide areas that could be used.
There seems to be a magical path in your head of varying widths, etc. As a bare minimum, the inspector needs to know the width. We've seen what it said in the documents, but we know that you've reached your conclusions based on what seems to be infinite flexibility in terms of the path. That's fair, isn't it?
Not infinite flexibility, but some flexibility in the final alignment of the path.
An alignment, I'm talking about width.
Width, yeah, sorry. And width is the term I meant to use.
That question ran from, so we've got the width of the footpath directly on the soils over a 100-metre stretch, whatever it is, say up to 2 metres. That will prevent new trees from generating in that area.
Under the path, yeah, no trees will grow under the path. And the path is currently, path and the ground immediately either side of it are currently maintained by the landowner to the point where no new trees are establishing in that area. So that's something that will be seen on the site visit.
And it'll prevent woody vegetation from generating under the path as well, regenerating under the path.
Yes, yeah.
And we know that we have to consider this over the lifetime of development.
Mm-hmm.
And so what this is effectively doing is causing deterioration by preventing that reseeding of, you've limited your evidence to woody plants, so I'm going to just talk about woody plants, preventing the reseeding of those plants within that area where the path sits.
Well, in terms of hazel, coppice and trees and species and things, they can, seeds travel a long distance, you know, they can germinate in many places. Yeah, directly under the path, which is on top of the existing path. Yes, easy. You're not going to get a tree growing right through the middle of the path.
So at the moment they can germinate within the vicinity of the path, with the path in place, they still can't germinate in the path as it stands because it's an existing path and it's a maintained existing path. But I'm talking about the additional width that's going to be required. So it's true, there'll be areas where currently woody species can germinate and vegetate as part of the dynamic habitat, which will then effectively be off limits in the future.
well, yeah, other than those areas, either side of the path are maintained as part of the current land use.
And the effectively taking area out of the ancient woodland as potential for new growth, regeneration, germination, amounts to deterioration, doesn't it?
As a habitat as a whole, I mean, I defer to Mr. Rose in terms of whether the impact of that path leads to deterioration of the habitat as a whole.
Just in principle, is that an impact which is possible?
This impact which is possible.
And is it an impact which is possible to amount to deterioration?
It's possible, but whether in this case, yeah, you know, like I said, I'll defer to Mr. Rose in terms of that evidence for deterioration across the habitat as a whole.
But I'm just asking about the
Yeah.
woody species.
Woody
I don't want to ask Mr. Rose, and he'll say,
No,
oh, you've got to
no.
ask Mr. Hyatt about
Yeah.
woody species.
In terms of woody species, you know, I don't see woody species. We have growing either side of the path, set back from the existing path. You know, they tend not to grow underneath existing woody species. So if you've got hazel coppice, hazels don't germinate necessarily under them. They get transported away. Hazelnuts get moved away by various animals, and then they get planted and by squirrels and things like that buried, and they germinate. They don't grow directly underneath existing. So whether they're not going to encroach massively onto the path from the vegetation that's already there.
But there will be a new area effectively preventing that
There'll be a new area,
regeneration. There will be a new. And leave that to the inspector. Right. Pruning. And so can you go please to CD 26, which is A26, which is the arboricultural impact assessment. Please.
Yes.
And 5.7 of that you say it's not anticipated that any facilitation pruning of retained trees will be required in order to allow the proposed development to be implemented.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, as I understand it in your chief, in fact, you're saying actually there will be facilitative pruning in the area of the footpath. Is that right?
Yes, and that's because the impact assessment was prepared prior to the proposal to then include the path through the woodland.
You've not done any particular risk assessment or study which looks at which trees will need to be pruned, which trees will need to be removed, etc. That's not something you've done.
I haven't presented it to the inquiry, but I have walked through there with and undertaken a quantified sort of tree risk assessment, looking at deadwood elements, looking at non-deadwood elements, and I'm satisfied that there are no trees that would need to be removed, just with regards to the increased footfall and from a tree risk basis.
That's you, but you did that without any knowledge of how wide the path was going to be.
Well, in terms of the target, if you had a path, you're not restricting yourself to a very focused target. You're looking at an area, you're looking at trees that are maybe set back 4 meters from the edge of the path or more. So the path width wouldn't affect that assessment.
And even if it's the case that tree removal is not required now, again, we're projecting forward into the future. Over the course of 100 years, I think we can say it's highly likely that there will be a requirement to remove dangerous trees in the vicinity of the path. Is that fair?
Well, it wouldn't be any different in my view to the situation we find now, where a tree storm event, reactive management. If a tree fails, then it is tidied up by the landowner. It's moved off to the side for habitat, and as Mr. Rainbow pointed out, deadwood habitat is important, and actually you could avoid the potential for tree failure if they came to light by making sure that those deadwood habitats stay, by removing all the branches, etc., creating deadwood poles, etc., which are more valuable habitat than what would be if that deadwood fell onto the ground.
Sorry, you're saying that might be possible to do in the future?
Yes.
This scheme isn't proposing any management of W2, is it?
No, it's not. But the red line where it goes through the ancient woodland is 10 meters in width. So I'm talking about the area either side of the proposed path, but still within the red line.
Mr. Rainbow's given his evidence in terms of the interface of the number of people who use the path and the risk. Clearly, if this is a sign which is designed to host or facilitate an additional 300 residents, got 290 dwellings immediately on the boundary, on any view, the use of this path is going to be much, much greater than it is at the moment. That's fair, isn't it?
Yeah, the use will increase. And like I said earlier, we're looking at transient pedestrians that are not staying in that location. It's not a fixed target. It's not next to a dwelling that can't move. The tree risk approach is much more light touch. And it is something that I recognise across many woodlands that are in the vicinity, or ones I've visited and worked in, where there is no expectation that a footpath through a woodland will have clear canopy, clear sky above them. Remove the trees to make sure there's absolutely no risk. Dead wood above a footpath does not pose a risk that would be unacceptable or intolerable.
We'll leave that to the inspector to reach a judgment. Appeal decisions. There are two that you referred to in your proof. Paras 8.9, para 8.9. I mean, it's fair to say that each decision will turn on its own facts and impacts. Is that fair?
Of course, yeah.
And I mean, these weren't put in cross-examination. Are you content to simply leave it at that, and the inspector can reach a judgment on the evidence in this appeal, and the circumstances will no doubt be different in those appeals from this one?
They are different, but there's principles in terms of access to buffers and paths and buffers and what is defined as loss of woodland that the inspector might find useful.
These appeal decisions didn't propose a new path through woodland, ancient woodland.
Well, they propose the upgrade of paths in ancient woodland.
There was an upgrade of an existing path, but in terms of material widening of path, etc.
Not in the Warish one, no. In the Warish Hall one, there's a new path in the buffer. That was a substantial path, and the other one was dealing with the loss of ancient woodland. Okay. The Moorthorpe Way one.
The inspector can look at those, but clearly some decisions which have been turned down on the basis of impact to ancient woodland, and some which haven't. Each one will turn on its own path. Fine.
And both of those are since the latest revisions to the MPPF with regards to the higher threshold test you highlighted earlier.
Finally, can we just turn to the tree survey of the highway access, please? Could you turn to your colleague, Mr. Rose's proof at 4.63? So, second sentence, 4 lines down. Final.
Bear with me, it's just loading up, sorry.
Yeah. Sorry, Mum. Mr. Rose's proof, paragraph 4.63 or 63. .63, page 25. That second sentence, final working areas are to be confirmed. This is talking about the highway works.
Yes.
However, it's understood that works will result in loss of path existing bank to the west of the proposed junction, loss of some scrub trees to the east. See that?
Yes.
Yeah. First point, your colleague says working areas haven't yet been finalised. Can you please tell me what working areas plan you used in order to reach your conclusions on the impact of the access junction upon trees?
The highway access plan, Rev P.
So nothing outside of that, no working areas outside of the access plan.
No drawings beyond that, no.
And the highway authority has given the view that works are likely outside of the boundary of the highway. Fair to say you haven't considered that potential in your assessment?
No.
No.
In terms of whether works are required in third-party land, no. But
sorry, I'll just find your note. You've explained that you conducted a site visit in the vicinity of these trees, but it's true, isn't it, that you haven't accessed the woodland in which these trees are located?
I have accessed that woodland.
You've been inside the woodland.
I've been inside in my haste to assist the inquiry, and without being able to see the highway boundary on the ground, I have been into that bit of woodland.
Did you go in there? Was it the 1st of September? Your
Yes.
visit?
Yes.
So it's effectively a
Yes.
trespass.
Well,
How far did you go into that woodland?
just to those trees.
Just to those trees. Okay. You've made a comment in your rebuttal that there are no veteran trees
Hmm.
within that tree group.
Yeah.
It's fair to say you haven't looked at all the trees and assessed whether there are ancient or veteran trees there.
No, you can. It's quite an open woodland, so from where those trees are located that are on that plan, looking south, and even from if you stand in the site to the south and look north, it's very open. There's an existing hard standing area with porta cabins and detritus, etc. on it, which is within the site. You can stand both north and south of the woodland and look straight across it, and I'm satisfied that there are no ancient or veteran trees within there. And that's based on the gateway feature of stem girth. Even looking down to things like hawthorn, that don't have a particularly large stem girth to become veteran, but I'm satisfied there's no veteran tree within there.
In the arboricultural assessment, you say in that the majority of trees assessed were of moderate quality, but G4, this area, was singled out as being of high quality. A, category A. Yes.
Yes.
And you now say that the 6 trees you've looked at are in fact downgraded. Could you please pull up the British standard, which is CDG1, please?
Yeah.
So 4.4.2, it's PDF page 12, it's internal page 6. So a tree survey should include all trees included in the topographical survey, as well as any that might have been missed. See that?
Yep.
So the document you've produced doesn't purport to have included every tree, does it?
No, it includes the significant ones and the ones that are relevant to the access proposals. So there may be, for instance, between T5 and T6, some very small trees. In fact, I know there is one situated a bit further back into the woodland and a bit of understory as well, but they don't have root protection areas that would extend.
4.4.2.2, see individual trees, groups of trees and woodlands should be assessed for their quality and benefits within the context of proposed development in a transparent, understandable and systematic way. Quality of each tree or group of trees should be recorded, and then by allocating it to the different categories. You see that?
Yes.
Yeah. And then 4.4.2.5 sets the information required there. So height, stem diameter, branch thread, etc.
Yeah.
The detail of that information is not provided in your note, is it?
No, it's not. For efficiency of informing the inquiry under the time constraints, I didn't reproduce the whole survey schedule, including all that information.
And in fact, no one else can access the woodland to consider whether your judgments are correct or not. So,
Well, yeah, other than from the highway boundary, you can see into the woodland.
you state that the works are acceptable because new surfacing will take up less than 20% of the root protection areas, correct?
That's part of the consideration. Yeah.
And we know that the British standard is new permanent hard surfacing should not exceed 20%. So, and your position is that you only take into account cumulative impacts if there is, I think you said in chief, damage from recent works. Said?
Yeah, damage from construction activity. Yeah, so where there is evidence tree has previously been subjected to construction activity.
So is it your evidence that you simply ignore the cumulative effect
Unless there's damage evident from construction activity.
That's what the British Standard says. So
Okay,
So on your view, you could interfere with 20, so let's say 19% of a root protection area,
yeah,
and then 2 months later, do another 19%, and that wouldn't be a problem.
that's the test that is set out in the standard.
It's an illogical approach, isn't it?
British standards sometimes are illogical.
Sometimes
Yeah,
are illogical.
I mean, it's not the best approach, but you've got to consider that, the hard standing that's been there in terms of the road has been there for a long time.
But you
So-
and you as a professional say, well, actually, if the British standard is illogical, and it is appropriate to look at cumulative impacts, then you should do so as a professional.
So, not in this case, there's another factor that's not come across in these plans, which we were talking about earlier, which is probably the preferential routing area for these trees as well, primarily being that they're preferentially root towards the south.
Well, you haven't done a route survey, so you actually
No,
don't know
I mean,
which
it would
routes
be-
are to the north. Okay, well, Mr. Rainbows has given a view that, in fact, actually at the cumulative levels, including almost 40% of T3, that's likely to lead to irreversible damage and loss of the trees. Correct?
That's his view. My view is that some disturbance to the roots, some root loss in that area to the north where the carriageway widening occurs, won't result in the tree declining to a point where it becomes unstable.
Okay.
These are off-site, non-ancient woodland, non-TPO trees of moderate and low quality.
In your view,
Yeah.
the new bank will require curbs, won't it?
There are, so there is a requirement, as I understand it, from Mr. Twinborough, from the guys who's dealing with highway matters, that curbs are required to a certain point around the radius, but they're not necessarily required all the way down there, unless there's a need to include them.
You referred to need for double height curbs.
I've said that is a possibility of one way of addressing the gradient of the bank
Yeah.
that will come out in detailed design. Yeah.
Okay. And 7.4.3 of the British Standard. See there, PDF page 32.
Yeah.
The excavation needed for the placement of curbs, edgings, and their associated foundations and haunchings can damage tree roots within the RPA. This should be avoided either by use of alternative methods of edge support or not using supports at all. See that?
Mhm.
Yeah. So you've relied on curbs in order to stabilise the bank, but actually the British Standard is that those shouldn't be used.
Well, if it's needed to stabilise the bank, so where the curbs are required on where the radius comes around onto the road and there's the more of the carriageway widening, then potentially because that needs a curb, a double height curb may assist there. But as the British Standard says, no curbs may be appropriate down the rest of the run, and I understand there's no requirement for curbs necessarily down the rest of the run.
Well, you can't have it both ways. You can't rely on curbs in order to ensure stability of the bank and then say, well, there won't be any curbs, and therefore damage to the roots is avoided.
Well,
You can't have it both ways.
I'm not sure we're relying on curbs for stability of the bank. That was suggested as one way of assisting the stability of the bank, but there are other methods. I believe in Mr. Twinborough's proof, he's produced some bank stability products that would be appropriate, and we're talking about a 2D geogrid that may be placed on the bank or similar, or other preparatory products to assist in that.
Okay, well, you said 3.2
that's what can be used in that area. Okay.
Well, I've said that it's a possibility, you know, this whole junction hasn't gone through the detailed design and technical approval stage yet. So,
But if they are required, we can expect root damage as a result.
yes,
of them.
yeah, and we can expect, and like I said, I'm not saying there's no root damage to T3, as I explained in my note. You know, it's a case of being some root pruning will occur, some root damage will occur, but not to the point where the trees will become unstable.
Thank you, Mum. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Just before you re-examine, just a quick question, just so you've got a chance to cover it. Just going back, sorry, about when we were putting that path in, and we were talking about roots under the path. And I think you were saying something about how you can protect those roots. Can you just remind me of that again?
This is the ancient woodland path.
Yeah, sorry.
Yes, and roots underneath it. So woodchip path is compressible. We talked about that in Wielden, quite rightly identified that could compact the soils beneath. We're talking about a bound gravel path now that will distribute the load of pedestrians and not affect the bulk density of the soil beneath the path to the point where it would prevent root growth. So any existing roots that are there, you know, large roots would obviously remain. And if we control appropriately the construction of the path, then there should be no additional compaction. And within the hogging path, you can install a 2D geogrid, which would assist in distributing the load and avoiding soil compaction beneath
Right.
the path.
And is it no dig?
It's all no dig through the woodland, yeah.
So how does it work, the path? Is it literally just you put down a geo grid that kind of follows,
Follows the contours.
and then you're bounded?
Then you follow the contours of the timber edging, and then you backfill in between the timber edging. The timber edging may need to be quite short lengths to accommodate some changes in levels, but there's no point on the path that is so steep that it would need, you know, lots of timber. It's quite a gentle gradient, as you'll see on the site visit. It's quite. Have I answered your question appropriately?
Yeah, I think so. So basically, you're saying you put this geogrid down. So you're not digging, you're laying the
Not digging.
geogrid on top of
On
a,
top.
and then you're putting this bound gravel on
Yes.
top. Now, does water infiltrate through the bound gravel?
Yes, it's permeable. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, that helps. Okay, yep. Did you want to re-examine? Yeah.
Sorry, is your mic on, Andy? Because I can't hear you. Sorry.
Sorry, I forgot to turn it on. I want to begin with the Forestry Commission communications, please. If we begin with CDB.B21,
Yep.
so tell me when you've got that available.
Yes, it's available. Yeah.
Thank you. So you've been taken a number of times to the first part under the summary. Highly likely that the development will impact, and then there's a list of potential impacts, some of which you've been asked further questions about. And then at the end of that paragraph, there's the reference to being pleased to see that the buffer zones have been taken into account, which you drew attention to. Do you see that?
I do. Yes.
And then if we read on in the letter, it says, we would advise, however, measures where possible, and then they reference various matters that they want to see. Are those matters that they reference in relation to increased footfall and recreational pressure matters that have been taken on board by the appellants?
Yes, and so far as they're relevant, obviously there are some other typical of garden waste, etc., which, as I explained earlier,
Yeah,
are not
and
relevant.
Thank you. And then if you go on to the next paragraph, it starts, we have concerns about the proposed pathway to be created through Birderneye Shore. And the words to be created, are those relevant to a point you sought to make to Miss Hutton?
Yes, and that's where I took their view to be that the path was a new path, a wholly new path,
Yeah.
because they used the term created.
And obviously the inspector will see on site on Friday what the position is. And then they reference the connection with Sang, and they say in the last sentence, again, we would also recommend that should this path through Birderneye Shore be approved, so they envisage that as a possibility by the decision maker. They say access into the woodland by visitors and pets be tightly controlled or restricted by fencing or similar means. And insofar as your evidence is relevant to that, has that aspiration in the event the path is approved been addressed by the appellants?
Yes, yeah, and more so even in terms of the implementation, in terms of the methodology for implementation within my group.
Thank you. Right, let's go to the other letter by the Forestry Commission, which was earlier in time, actually. This one sort of comes in the middle and then subsequently, well, I'll deal with subsequently in a minute. Earlier, CDB 20.
Yes.
We've got a response from them 21st of December 2021. Do you see that?
Yes. Yep.
And if you drop down to the bottom of the first page, they say this: as a non-ministerial government department, we provide no opinion supporting or objecting to an application. Rather, we're including information.
Yes. Including information, signposting to local authorities to standing advice.
Yeah. Okay. So that's their position. We don't support or oppose. Then we get the other letter shortly afterwards that I asked you about before, CDB 21. And then the chronology is that a few months later, Natural England confirmed their position of satisfaction with the relevant issues, in particular on the AW pathway.
Yes.
Have you seen any subsequent correspondence from the Forestry Commission where they've been asked to comment on Natural England's final position?
I've not seen that.
No.
Where that's
Okay.
going.
All right. Well, that's as far as we can take that. Then, okay. You were asked lots of questions about noise matters. I know it's not your field, so I'll take this very generally. Are you aware that local authorities dealing with planning applications can ask for noise impact assessments?
Yes, I'm aware they can ask for them. I'm not sure whether there a specific requirement.
I didn't hear that.
So I'm not sure whether there is a specific requirement of every application or where they can ask for them. Yes.
Yeah. And do you know whether the authority ever asked for a noise assessment here?
I'm not aware of that. No.
Okay. I'm sure you're not the right person to ask whether there's any noise technical standard or decibel level for assessment of impacts on ancient woodland.
No.
No. Okay. But the inspector will know what the position is on that, I'm sure. Is it a matter for you or for Mr. Rose to make a judgment about possible noise emanating from a residential development and its impact on the woodland as a concept or the species within it?
Woodland as a concept and species within it would be more for Mr. Rose.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I'll ask that of him. Okay. That's all on noise. And then I wanted to ask you about paragraph 180C, again in the context of your clarification as to obviously how far your evidence goes and what the dividing line is between you and Mr. Rose's evidence. Your proof does reference your reliance on Mr. Rose's evidence at the beginning, but just to be clear about 180C, if we just check the language again. development resulting in the loss or deterioration of irreplaceable habitats such as ancient woodland. Do you see that?
Yes, such as ancient woodland and
Yeah.
ancient or veteran trees.
Yeah. So if we read that in more simple terms, just for my questions, to take it as development resulting in the loss or deterioration of ancient woodland. Okay, let's assume for the purpose of these questions that that's the issue. So from your perspective, I want to ask this: if the path is approved through the ancient woodland here, in your judgment, will Natural England need to redraft the plan of this ancient woodland and put a bit of non-ancient woodland in the middle?
No, I don't see there any. There'd still remain canopy closure over the top of the path. There'd still be connectivity there, I think.
Yeah.
So, no,
Okay, so we can, from your perspective, we can still have branches above as they
of course. Yeah.
as they currently are.
Yeah.
What about roots? Can we have roots under the
And
path?
as I was explaining with regards to the path, yes, the existing routes under the path can still be
Yeah.
retained. We won't be excavating.
Okay. Understory issues. It is the prevalence of understory across this piece of ancient woodland going to be affected adversely by institution of the improved path?
No, there's minor pruning. To implement the path, there's minor pruning to some small branches to get the clearance.
Good, thank you, that's helpful. And then finally, you were asked some questions about the trees to the south of the B2102. And I just want to be absolutely clear, even taking account of cumulative impact issues, if one does that, and carriageway edge treatment issues, what's your view as to the impact, please, on the stability of the particular trees that you've considered as requiring a more detailed assessment?
Well, my assessment of the impact remains the same as it was in the note, that it's the carriageway widening combined with the existing area of hard surfacing wouldn't lead to the destabilisation of those trees or their deterioration.
And the principal considerations that you have in mind, just so the inspector has a very clear note of what your key points are.
In terms of root loss and stability, and in terms of affecting physiological and structural condition.
Mhm.
And the preferential routing to the south, where the most significant roots and more nutrients and etc., as we discussed earlier, are present.
Good. Thank you very much, Mr. Hyatt. Thank you, madam. Nothing more.
Thank you. I have this question back because I don't think it's a question for Mr. Hyatt, but I'm just going to flag it. You may be able to just answer it straight off, but it's something that can be dealt with later, I'm sure. No, in terms of paragraph 180C, it's not your client's case that you're making an argument for a wholly exceptional reasons.
No,
Yeah.
I hoped I'd already said that that's not our case.
Maybe
Our
you
case,
did, and I kind of knew the answer, but sometimes it's good to just put it out there and get
absolutely.
to know.
Our
Yeah.
case is that there is no loss or deterioration of ancient woodland.
But you're not even doing an even if there's an exceptional reason.
We're not.
No, understood. Yeah. Okay. And I'm sure it will come up, and it probably is in the evidence, and I'm probably jumping ahead, but I would like to know moving forward just the origins of the SANG and why that's part of the proposal. I suspect that's going to come under more of a planning roundup.
Yes, that's Mr. Brown gives some evidence about that. So that's I think that's the time to explore that further.
Okay, good, thank you. Right. 10 to 5. I've got two things to talk about. The timetable, obviously, and just to flag up another interested party. I'll do that now. We had an interested party today, Nick Johnston. I didn't want to delay proceedings. He's going to send his comments in writing. So just alerting you that there's comments coming in that you'll be privy to,
Thank you, Madam.
and well in advance of the end of the inquiry.
There's another interested party who's approached the council and has asked to speak on highway matters. I think he was asked whether he wanted to put those comments in writing. And he hasn't sent anything in yet, but we'll,
Okay.
if that's appropriate, we can update you on that.
Yeah, I think generally, just given that we, in my view, we've had a section for interested parties. I asked a number of times if people wanted to make comments yesterday, where there was opportunity. We are delayed now. I'd like to keep things on track as much as possible. So what I'm really saying is if we can encourage no repetition of points that have already been made, and good reasons for appearing sooner rather than later, but with a priority on sending them in writing at this stage to not further delay proceedings. All right. Okay, thank you. Okay, shall we look at the timetable then? Welcome, Miss Cook. I see that you've joined us. Was that for a particular reason? Was it for the timetable? Or? Yeah.
I appreciate it. Thank you for the email. Just giving everyone with me. So yes, I will manage to coordinate with some.
Okay. Don't think I sent an email this morning, did
No,
I?
I did.
Between.
There was an email generally.
Okay. 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 So where have we got to today? Now, your suggestion, Mr. Tapachnik, what was that again? Just remind me.
So my suggestion, Madam, was that we continue tomorrow with the drainage evidence on the basis that Miss Hensler has a difficulty on Friday, and I really wouldn't want that to go into week 2. So,
Yep.
so what I'd like to do is make as much progress as we can on drainage matters. Well, conclude that tomorrow definitively, and if we have time, deal with Mr. Rose either fully or perhaps his examination in chief, and then complete Mr. Rose on the morning of Friday.
Oh, so what are you saying? We park Mr. Rose?
I'm saying we effectively interpose the drainage matters, because otherwise, if we have Mr. Rose, we will not finish drainage tomorrow. And Miss Hensler
it's a bit of a
can't.
shame.
Well, not on the current time estimates anyway.
No. Is there a possibility of examination in chief today with Mr. Rose? And I appreciate you've had a very busy day, so I'm not going to push you on it. But it just says 30 minutes. I'm just putting it out
Yeah,
there. That might trim tomorrow.
Well, I did indicate that because I was.
Possibly still too long.
Yeah.
Okay, don't worry. What about if we moved Amy Hensler to next week?
Well,
So we could do Mr. Rose and Mr. Maiden Brooks tomorrow. Site visit and Heritage Roundtable on Friday, and then I could try and find some space if we move conditions and obligations to a virtual event at a later date.
Well, obviously there are various ways of skinning the cat. For what it's worth, my suggestion is that we keep drainage as a block, in and out in a day, and then Miss Hensler doesn't have to come back next week. Mr. Maiden Brooks doesn't have to come back next week, and you hear all the evidence on the topic in a day. And then, as I say, either Mr. Rose comes back next week, or he goes Thursday night and Friday morning.
I could move the site visit to next week if Mr. Rose wanted to come on Friday. Because I'm just thinking it's nice, it would be nice, as we've heard so much and we've been touching on ecology, to run with it.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure how long the site visit.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's going to take at least half a day by the time you've got out there and
Yes.
walked it.
If we moved the Heritage Roundtable back to week 2, where it originally was, and we did Mr. Rose in Chief tomorrow after drainage, and then Ms. Hutton mentioned earlier that the Rose cross-examination estimate is now shorter than 3 hours. I don't know how much
good.
shorter.
Yeah.
But that we might still have time to do his cross-examination on Friday morning, and then still fit in a half-day site visit while getting everyone away at a reasonable time.
Yes, so that's the other thing. I do have to travel on Friday, so I'd prefer to be doing the site visit in the more, sort of before lunch-ish.
Yeah. Well, we're in your hands.
Okay,
Madam.
so, and you were nodding, that sounds like that's on the drainage.
Yes,
Yeah.
but simply because I actually, hand on heart, haven't even investigated whether Mr. Maiden Brooks is
Yeah.
available next week, and
No,
I
that's
would
fair
like
enough.
him to be here.
Yeah.
So I think there's a lot of logic in just doing,
Yeah,
as Mr. Stopachnik suggests, drainage tomorrow.
are you happy with drainage? It's not really your
Well,
thing, is it? You get the day off.
You go have a lie down.
Okay, all right. So we could do drainage in 4 sessions tomorrow and be done with it. And then you're saying we could possibly squeeze in examination in chief with Mr. Rose tomorrow as well. If we're
Depending on
feeling
what time.
enthusiastic. And we get a good night's sleep.
Well, mid-inquiry, I'm not sure that ever happens, but I think if we
yeah.
finished Miss Hensler's evidence at 4 o'clock, we
Yeah,
might all
there's a
feel
good chance
compelled
we could do an examination chief. And then on Friday we are saying then we finish with Mr. Rose and then we go on site.
Yes, and I don't know if we're all staying in the same hotel, but if we are, we might even be able to put Friday back by half an hour and start it at 9,
Oh,
and
yeah.
then get away a little earlier for the site.
I'd be
visit.
happy to do that. Does anyone else have a issue with that?
No, Mum, that's fine.
What were you going to say, Ms. Hutton, that your timing was for cross-examination now?
Yes, I think I'll bring it down to 2 hours and I'll review and see if I can.
Okay, that sounds sensible. I'll rework that tonight and send it round for us to all have it, sight of it in the morning. All right, okay. Anything further before we close for today then?
Oh, Mum, yes, I'm just informed that the inquiry is in the
Oh yeah,
ballroom of the clubhouse tomorrow and Friday.
so
not
where's
here.
that in relation to here?
So it will be signed and then follow it with the step. Just on the hotel.
Okay, yeah. Sort of towards the leisure facilities, is it down there?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Okay. Anything else? Good, okay. Lovely, well thanks for all of your contributions and I'll see you tomorrow at 9:30.